And so the dial-up modem, you had said, made a funny sound when you logged it in.
Yes.
And it's kind of that quintessential, really obnoxious sound.
Very obnoxious, yes.
Okay. And a dial-up modem actually plugged into a phone line.
That is correct.
So whereas today we tend to have cable lines or DSL lines or something like that that comes to our computer.
Correct, yes.
This actually went directly to the same phone jack as your telephone.
Yes.
And that means that when you are working on the internet or looking at stuff on the internet, you couldn't make a phone call.
That is correct.
And anyone who called you would get a busy signal?
Correct.
Because there was no access if you were on the internet.
That is true, yes.
All right. Now, dial-up also had slower load times than we have today.
Yes, it did.
In fact, if you were downloading a movie back then, it would take all day?
If that, maybe longer.
Right. And whereas today we have Netflix, where we can watch it directly from the internet.
Correct.
And as we said yesterday, Netflix used to actually send out discs in the mail as opposed to actually being able to stream from an app on your computer.
That is correct, yes.
Now, I have a question about hard drives and whether they can be broken by a magnet.
It's always possible. It's be hard to do that. You need a very strong magnet.
Right. It requires a magnet that can create like 450 pounds of force.
Something like that, yeah.
And a magnet, even a big magnet that can pinch your fingers has about 7 pounds of force.
I would have to go with you on that. I'm not sure.
Right. So you actually would need something called a neodymium magnet.
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
And even those magnets might not be strong enough. Is that correct?
Sure. Yeah.
So this isn't something you could do with a magnet off of your refrigerator.
Very, very unlikely, yes.
So the computer at the Jensen's home had one user on it.
Yes.
And that was the buddy user?
That is correct.
So anyone in the home that would log in would be using that buddy user.
Anybody using the computer would be under the user buddy.
And there was no passwords set up?
No.
And let's talk a little bit about passwords.
Okay.
So today, passwords are a big deal, right?
Yes.
Making sure that your password is complex enough that nobody would be able to guess it.
Yes, correct.
And we always tell people, don't write down your passwords and leave it next to your computer.
That is correct.
And then most websites or email servers, for example, will have requirements of your password these days.
Yes.
Like you have to have at least one capital letter and one number, one special symbol, something like that.
Yes, yes.
That wasn't the case in 1998, was it?
No.
This awareness of keeping passwords secret wasn't a thing back then.
That is correct. Yeah, it was not.
Most people actually kept a list of their passwords right next to their computer.
I wouldn't know, but yeah, I'm assuming people would write it down. Yeah.
Well, you were in elementary school.
Yeah.
Now, when we're trying to figure out who was looking at a specific web page or something on a computer, one of the easiest ways to do that, obviously, would be if they had separate logins on the computer.
Absolutely.
And otherwise, we can look for like social media.
Yeah. Yes.
Or some other identifying thing.
Correct.
Let's say back in 1998, we didn't have as much social media, did we?
Yes, there wasn't as much social media.
Yeah, no Facebook.
Nope.
No Instagram.
Nope.
No Snapchat.
That is correct. Yep.
We did have MySpace.
I do remember MySpace. Yes.
Did you have a MySpace?
I did for a short amount of time.
But nothing on your examination of the Jensen computer showed any social media.
No social media that I could see.
Now, when you're getting evidence from a computer, you write block that.
Correct.
And write blocking basically makes it so that you can tweak the computer without it actually changing the original hard drive.
For the most part, yeah. So write blocking, essentially, it'd be sort of like the digital equivalent to putting like gloves on your hands in a crime scene.
Okay, so that's really important.
Yes, it's important.
And I think on direct, you said that turning on a computer without write blocking is a huge no-no.
Yes.
And all the computer analyst staff knows you never turn on a computer without write blocking.
That is correct.
And in fact, there's trainings given to law enforcement so that they don't turn on the computer without write blocking.
Correct.
And in fact, there's only one very limited exception to that rule, isn't there?
Yes, usually. Yes.
Yeah, and that rule is that we only turn it on if we believe there's going to be evidence where we could save a living person who is in danger.
Correct.
Other than that, you don't do it.
No, you should not do it.
And that's because it's possible to lose evidence.
Potentially. The biggest fear with that is timestamp changes, specifically in system files. But
Yep. So that's what we're talking about, the last written dates.
yes.
And the last access dates can also be changed.
They would be changed on those files that were accessed. Yes.
Right. So then you wouldn't be able to tell when a person on that computer actually last accessed a program.
For the most part, yes, correct.
And you also can end up overwriting data that's in the unallocated space.
That is correct. If you're recreating things or things like that, you would overwrite an unallocated space.
Right. So even on startup, there's files that are created.
Correct.
And when those files are created, I believe there's 4 of them. Is that right?
Yes.
And I believe those are the system.dat, right?
Yes.
And then there is a user.dat,
Yes.
win.ini,
Yes.
and then system.ini.
Yes.
And these all end up being saved into a cabinet file.
Yes.
Now, this is actually a larger cabinet file because system.dat and user.dat are pretty big files, aren't they?
Yes. Yes.
Now, you're aware that this computer was started on December 17th.
I am aware. Yes.
And it was started without write blocking.
Correct.
And so when they started it up, we created those 4 files in that cabinet file.
Yes. You created an updated version of those files from the last. Yes.
And there's also Quicken backups that happened on December 17th, right?
Correct.
And did you actually see those Quicken backup files?
I did not know.
Well, you're aware that you're not the first analyst to look at this computer,
Yes.
at any of these computers that we're talking about today.
Correct.
In fact, there was at least 2 prior analysts.
That sounds about right. Yeah.
Martin Koch
Yep.
and a Rhonda Mitchell, right?
Yes.
Now, when you did your analysis of this computer, did you look at what they did in this matter?
I read over their testimony and saw some of their reports and everything like that. I didn't go through absolutely everything that they did, though.
So you are aware that so you read Martin Koch's testimony?
Yes. Yes.
All of it?
If I recall correctly, yes, I read all of it.
So you're aware that he did find the Quicken files for the home account, right?
Correct, yes.
And in fact, he prepared a log or printed out a log of that account.
I believe so, yes.
I'm going to show you now Exhibit D65.
Okay.
65 is the register.
Thank you.
Do you recognize what this is?
I actually do not, to be honest.
Okay. What does it look like?
It looks like some sort of balance sheet.
For a checking account, right?
Correct.
And you recall in Martin Koch's testimony in 2008 that he indicated that he was able to access the 3 different accounts from Quicken.
Correct, yes.
And the first was the Jensen account.
I'd have to go off of recollection at that, yeah.
But that was there was an investment account under Jensen.
That's what I heard, yes.
And then there was an investment account under Sorensen.
Yes.
And then there was a checking balance account that was called Home.
Yes.
And does that appear to be an investment account?
No, it does not.
It's a checking balance sheet.
Yes, looks like a personal checking.
So that would be the Home account?
I would have to take your word for it that it's the home account, but yes.
I'm now showing you Exhibit D66. Do you know what D66 is?
So I haven't seen this, but I remember it from the testimony.
What is that?
This appears to be the Quicken backup files or the Quicken files.
And it shows that there was backups done on each of the Quicken accounts, right?
Correct.
And the Home account, there's a number of backups that were completed.
Yes.
And that includes as late as November 30th in the afternoon.
Yes.
Are you aware that that was a weekday?
Yes.
And then there was November 28th at 3:42 p.m.
Yes.
And that's also a weekday?
Correct.
We've got November 11th at 2:52 p.m.
Hold on, let me look.
Having trouble finding that one?
Yeah, sorry.
That's okay. Can you find the October 19th at 10:52 a.m.?
You say October what?
19th?
19th? Am I looking at this wrong? I don't see the October
Okay.
19th on here.
But it's fair to say that there were backups
There were
of the Quicken
backups.
account for Home happening.
Correct.
And they were happening on weekdays during the day?
Correct.
Additionally, there's backups for the Sorensen files that happened on weekdays as well.
Correct, yes.
And
that's what
during
it
those
appears.
magic business hours that we talked about yesterday between 8 and 5?
Correct.
And you don't have to be on the internet to use Quicken.
No, you do not.
In fact, the Quicken program runs perfectly fine without internet.
It does.
And when you are leaving Quicken, it gives you the option of whether or not to back up, right?
I'm not 100% sure on that.
Would that make sense?
That would make sense. Yes, it would make sense.
Fair to say you're not an expert in Quicken?
That is fair to say. Yeah.
Especially Quicken 98?
Yes. Yes. I tried to do my research on it. There's not a whole lot. there from 98.
Now, on that last backup sheet, you can see that there was backups done on December 17th, right?
Correct.
So on December 17th, someone went into Quicken
Correct.
and ended up backing up all 3 of those accounts.
That is, yes, that's what it shows.
And so when you do a backup like that, that's more data that is being saved onto the allocated space.
Correct.
Now, when you save something into allocated space, that can push other items out of unallocated space, right?
Well, overwrite, yes, yeah,
Overwrite?
yes.
Okay, so it's not really a pushing, it's more of a writing over it.
Yes.
And the more things that you do on the computer when you have it started up, the more data that could be overwritten.
That is correct. That's
So in this case, turning on that computer on December 17th made a couple of problems in your analysis. Is that true?
it did cause some issues, yes.
The first is what we're just talking about here is when they created files, they actually overwrote potentially some things that were in the unallocated space.
Yes, potentially overwrote or partially overwrote.
And those are things that unfortunately we can just never get back.
That's correct, yes.
They're gone.
Correct.
And additionally, we talked a little bit about this, but I want to talk a little further about it. This 20-day rule.
Yes.
What is the 20-day rule?
So the 20-day rule, especially in some of the older computers with internet history files and things like that, those system files will automatically start overwriting the older files after 20 days, just as a means to basically maximize the space that you have on your computer.
So when you turn something on December 17th, there's the potential for overwriting anything before the 29th of September.
There is a chance, although
November.
Yeah, no, I there is a chance, but the likelihood, because it would go into the unallocated space when it's overwritten, it's not double overwriting itself. So it would just be moved into that unallocated space.
Right, and then anything that you did on the computer has the potential to overwrite it.
Potentially the older stuff. So, for example, if you're going into a certain file on that day, updating it, it would update the older stuff related to that file folder.
And unfortunately, because it's just gone, you can't even tell us what that would have been.
For the most part, no. There's something called slack space, which is also a type of unallocated space. Because of how a hard drive is made up, it's usually made up in clusters of amounts of data, and sometimes files do not fill up those entire clusters. So there's space at the end of the files that is open that you can get, but for the most part, you can't recreate everything.
So if we thought about the unallocated space like a bunch of blocks.
Yes.
Then if I delete a file and it doesn't fill up in a block entirely, the next thing I delete could potentially take up part of that block as well as part of another block too.
It'd be somewhat more to the other way around. It would be, so data is stored in those blocks. When you delete it, those blocks remain the same. And then if you start writing over it, then it starts filling up that block space.
All right, so I had it backwards.
Yes, yeah.
But basic idea.
Yes, I got, yeah.
And so if the unallocated space gets rid of one cube, there could be potentially full files that are gone, but some are partially still there.
It's possible, but those files would have had to already be deleted.
Okay. And I'm just talking about unallocated space.
Yes. Yes, if there's a deleted file in unallocated space, yes.
So that's why you say that sometimes you can partially recover
Correct.
things from unallocated space?
Correct.
Now, a few times during your direct examination, you talked about from what I could recover.
Correct, yes.
And that's because you don't know if there's things that weren't recovered out of an.
All right, good morning, chat. Welcome back to the Wisconsin versus Mark Jensen trial. We are on day 10. The trial will start here shortly. Saw the camera bounce around a little bit, so they are definitely in the courtroom, chat. Welcome. Yesterday was interesting. The state rested, defense started their case in chief, and very typical, we saw the defense put in a motion to dismiss. I don't think any of us expected Judge Milosauskas to grant that. That might have been a major mistake if he did. So it was denied. Sucks for Mark Jensen. Good for us, chat, because we get to come back and hang out again together for another day. Now, today, the defense has two of their biggest witnesses coming. They have some doctors. We'll hear from Dr. Borman. I believe they said yesterday. I forgot the other doctor's name. I didn't write it down, and I'm exhausted. But Dr. Borman is the family doctor of the Jensens. Big testimony. We did play his testimony during one of our marathon streams over the weekend. So if you tuned in for that, you got to see firsthand some juicy inside details. So I'm looking forward to see what he has to say in this trial. Friday evening, we will go live on the YouTube channel only. Normally, we obviously multi-stream on Facebook and YouTube, but Friday we will only be live on the YouTube channel at 7 p.m., and we are doing our mock jury. What that means is we're going to bring our little community chat members in, and you guys get to deliberate the Jensen trial. So, what I've paid for with the streaming software allows me to bring 11 people on the stream. So, I'm not sure if that is 10 people plus me or 11 people plus me. So, I'm kind of hoping it's 11 people plus me. So, if you want to be part of our pretend kind of mock jury and deliberate the Jensen trial. Now, we're obviously not freeing people on this, but I think it's a fun idea. You guys will get the chat like real jury members. Present all of the evidence that you guys heard. Forget evidence you guys heard. We do have rules for that stream. Okay. So if you want to be part of the mock jury, send me an email at Never.Stop.Voices@gmail.com. Okay. I'm going to ask you some silly voir dire questions just to make it fun. And then I'm going to read those voir dire questions out to the rest of the chat that's watching. All right. I'll send you a link when you're approved to be on the jury. And that's going to be able to bring you onto the stream. It's very easy, little setup instructions. It's not complicated. You don't have to be signing up for things and putting credit cards in. And so I know some of you freak out about that stuff, so you don't have to do any of those things. We're going to give you juror 1, juror 2, right? We'll tell you which juror you are. So when you're signing up to be on this, when you're accepting the link and everything, you change your screen name to juror 1, juror 2, juror 5, whatever. so that even the chat doesn't know who you are. Don't turn your camera on, because just like a real jury, the chat doesn't get to see who you are. Okay? So it's going to be mysterious. The rest of the chat is not going to know who was selected for the jury room. Now, I will act as kind of a jury foreman and kind of a bailiff person. Okay, I'm not going to interfere in your guys' deliberation of the trial. Okay, so you guys get to ask me any clarifying questions. And let's say you need me to look something up, right? So the jury is allowed to write a note to the judge to ask for a piece of evidence, or if they need to come back in the courtroom, because sometimes they don't have video monitors in the jury room. So if they want to watch a piece of video evidence, they come back and they play that and watch it and whatever. So if you need me to look up, like, Kevin, what are the side effects of Ambien? Okay, you can ask that question. I'll look it up on the internet, because, and you know, that's kind of a fun thing too. They don't get to do that in a real jury. You have no access to your cell phones, computers, any of that. Okay, so you'll get to ask me some clarifying questions. If it's something that's easy enough that I kind of remember what stream it was on and where it's at, I will do my best to try to find that piece of video. Just remember, though, that's going to be kind of hard, because I don't have every single 10 days of stream, like, detailed out timestamps with what everybody said. But if it's easy enough, I can try to find it as quick as I can. But that's going to be my role, and to moderate the commentary, make sure nobody's getting belligerent with each other. You know, just remember, guys, this is supposed to be fun, right? Nobody talking over each other, nobody yelling, nobody being rude and disrespectful, right? You guys just present your evidence, try to convince each other on whether or not Mark Jensen is guilty or innocent. Okay. We're going to follow the Supreme Court rule that you cannot talk about the letter. You cannot talk about the 2 voicemails that we know about. The current jury doesn't know. So those things you cannot talk about. And you have to remember that Mark Jensen is only charged with first-degree intentional homicide. So even though we heard some very damaging jailhouse phone calls that I think all of us can agree, why did Bobby Boyd not charge this guy with conspiracy to commit kidnapping to a witness, right? He's not charged with that. So I wouldn't waste my time arguing on whether he's guilty. You can obviously factor that in for Mark Jensen's character, bad decisions that he's made, questionable things that he's done, but he's only charged with first-degree intentional homicide. So you don't have all these other underlying things to deliberate about. And at the end of it, I'm going to cut it 5 minutes before, and we're going to take a vote. Excuse me. And we're going to tally up what your votes are. And I'm going to put a poll up on YouTube at that point to see what the rest of the chat thinks on your deliberation on whether you guys are unanimously going to find him innocent, unanimously going to find him guilty, or if it will be a hung jury. We'll see what the rest of the chat thinks throughout the jury room deliberation. And I'm kind of curious what the rest of the chat is going to vote. I kind of have an idea, but we'll see how good you guys are as being juror members. Some of you may have been on a jury before, so you'll have a little bit more experience while you're in the room trying to convince your fellow chat members. Some of you, this is going to be new, but it'll sort of give you a little bit of an idea of what kind of being in a jury deliberation is about. So I think it'll be fun. If you guys want to be part of it, send me an email, Never.Stop.Voices@gmail.com. Okay. and we'll start picking jurors. This will be at 7 p.m. Friday night. We'll be live on YouTube. Okay. And just because you're on Facebook, all we're doing is sending you a link. So you don't have to be, you know, some of you I heard don't come to YouTube or
Right, we're
you're
going to go back on the record.
banned permanently, whatever
Mark
whatever the
Jensen,
excuse is.
2002 CF 314.
It's just a link that invites you on the
January
stream. So
25th, 2023.
all right, here we
Further
go.
Appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. The state of Wisconsin appears by Special Prosecutor Robert Jamboys, Deputy District Attorney Carly McNeil, and Public Service Special Prosecutor Beverly Jamboys.
Attorneys Bridget Krause, Jeremy Perry, and Mackenzie Runner appear on behalf of Mr. Mark Jensen, who appears in person. Good morning, Judge.
Good morning. I'm very happy everybody made it in today. It is slippery out there, and I appreciate the effort, even the attorneys and everybody else. It was not an easy drive this morning, but I think this morning is going to be the worst part of the day. So, but I will give you extra for lunch today if you need to travel too. So, okay, let's take a lunch break. Just kidding. Just kidding. All right, we are then in the defendant's case. Ms. Krause, who is the next defense witness?
Mr. Paul DeFazio.
All right.
All right, Paul DeFazio did testify in the 2008 trial. That's who is coming up. He is a doctor, and then we're going to have Dr. I think it's Richard Borman, I think is his first name. So these are two big defense witnesses. We didn't play any of their trial stuff from 2008. I tried not to play too much of the doctor stuff because I didn't want to bore you. Those are long to watch, especially in 2008. They were cringy and very, very long. Even some of those witnesses that we watched, you know, they flew through 5 or 6 witnesses in an hour. Some of those witnesses in 2008 were on the stand for like 4 hours. So this trial, I don't believe, is going to go 5 full weeks.
All right, Dr. DeFazio, if you can remain standing, raise your right hand. I'll swear in. You solemnly swear the testimony in this matter be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. Try to get as close as you can to the microphone. And if you could spell your first and last name for the court reporter.
Paul, P-A-U-L, DeFazio, capital D-E, capital F as in Frank, A, Z as in zebra, I-O.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Krause.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. DeFazio, what do you do for a living?
I am a psychotherapist.
And how long have you been a psychotherapist?
Approximately 51 years.
And where do you currently practice?
I practice, I have an office on Green Bay Road. It's 6125 Green Bay Road in Kenosha.
And what is the name of your office?
Psychiatric and Psychotherapy Clinic.
And have you been working, is this your own clinic?
Yes,
And
in partnership with my daughter, Lisa.
I think you said you're in a partnership with your daughter, Lisa.
Yes,
And you're a psychotherapist by trade.
yes.
I want to talk to you a little bit about your education. What kind of education do you need to have in order to become a psychotherapist?
I have an undergraduate degree, and that could be in almost anything. Mine happened to be in the biological sciences. And then I have a master's of social work. So I am a licensed clinical social worker. Since the time I graduated, which was 53 years ago today, actually. Since that time, they've made changes, and they have the licensing is now licensed clinical social worker, LCSW.
So you have been you got your master's in social work in January of 1970?
1970.
Okay, thank you. And since getting your master's degree, have you been working and practicing in the field of psychotherapy?
Yes, most of the time. I started working at one of my field placements as a graduate student. I went back, they wanted me back, and I worked for the Racine schools at that time. And then an opportunity came with me to start a clinic with the one who started with me, Dr. Harold Kappas, who was general practice in Kenosha and then went back into psychiatry. And I had known him for many years, both in a family way, but also in others. And we kind of joked and said we'd start the clinic at one time when we were both still in school. And it was half joking, but maybe a little serious, but we did. We started the clinic, and that's how that started.
We talked a little bit about your profession being psychotherapy. What is psychotherapy?
Psychotherapy is, and I want to emphasize, I'm not an MD, so I can't order any medications. And that's why it's advantageous to have a psychiatrist that's in hand to be able to do that. But psychotherapist deals with mental, psychological, emotional problems, and one can pick their own subspecialty. But I did a lot of general psychotherapy. So that would be adults, that would be some children, and in family therapy and so forth.
You just said that that's why it's good to have, I think, in hand a psychiatrist. What did you mean by that?
Sometimes with depression or anxiety, medication might be needed. And so at that point, then I refer to the psychiatrist for evaluation. And if the psychiatrist concurs, then the psychiatrist will order the medication and then review the patient's meds periodically. And then I would continue with the therapy.
Do you have to refer them outside your clinic for a psychiatrist?
No, at the present time, and that always changes because of what we've had now. Dr. Newman, Dr. Kappas retired 13 years afterwards, and then Dr. Lee Newman came into the practice, and she was with us, and then she died, I can't say exact, but a number of years ago. And then we have Dr. Ashok Shah, and he is a psychiatrist, and so he's in our clinic. And also Dr. Babu, who is a psychiatrist. She had a clinic of her own, but then when her partner retired, she asked if she could join us, and she joined us roughly about 7 years ago. I'm rounding it off, but somewhere around that time. So we have 2 psychiatrists in the office.
So as part of your clinic, it's important for you to have a psychiatrist also in the clinic.
Yes.
To work with you as you're providing therapy to your patients.
Correct.
Have you seen patients over the last 53 years?
Yes.
And about how many patients do you think you've seen a year?
As I'm getting older, it was decreasing. At one time when I first started practice, I did inpatient as well. And Dr. Kappas was the MD that admitted the patient, and he would have the responsibility, but I would have do the therapy with individual patients. And at that time, Kenosha Memorial Hospital had 4 Palmer, and that was the psych ward. And then St. Catherine's also, it happened to be a 4th floor, but that was at the original St. Catherine's on the north side. And at that time, I saw many patients in the hospital, and then I would do the afternoon. I would go and see the patients in the office could it be follow-up or could be referrals on their own. In those days, this is kind of, I've seen a lot of transition in terms of psychiatry and mental health. And mental health was, at that time, a second-class citizen to the healthcare field. And so as a result of that, things changed quite a bit during my practice years. And then, so in answer to your question, I saw many patients. I mean, I'm sure now into the thousands. It sounds, when I look back at it, it sounds kind of amazing, but the time did go by fast, and I did treat a lot of patients.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the information you get when you're treating patients.
Yes.
Can you tell us kind of what intake of a new patient looks like?
Okay. Intake now, it looks differently than it did back in those days. The intake, one gets usually, the secretary, the front office will get a little bit of a synopsis. Why are you coming? Why are you requesting help? And just get a real pinpoint of the referral. And then depending on that, in the clinic, it's referred to specific patients or specific therapists who at some time will say, I work better with adults, or I work better with the elderly, or I work better with kids and so forth. So at that point, they're referred. Now, if they are referred to someone specific, and many times a general practitioner will refer, then they're referred right to the person they're referred to. So and then we do an intake, presenting problem, what's the situation, and then we provide options, whether it's individual therapy or saying maybe sometimes your spouse may be included, or how does the family feel, because it makes a big difference if we get patients sometimes that are coming and you can kind of tell, okay, the final thing happened over the weekend, now I'm forced to come in. Well, you've got already a resentful patient. But if you have somebody that really said, I've been feeling lousy and I just not feeling good, I got checked over, physically I'm fine, then at that particular point, you have somewhat maybe a little more motivated patient. And so you try to describe to the patient what to expect from treatment. And we take a responsibility of making the patient know what it is that we can do, and also what it is that we can't do.
When you talk to a patient for the first time, do you get their past medical history?
Yes.
Do you get their past family history?
We try to do as much as we can in the first visit. Sometimes we have, or not nowadays, and this, again, a lot of these things have changed from when we started practice, but at the time, now they fill out a form and they kind of like have you been anyplace else before? When was your last physical? Those kinds of questions, so that when we first see the patient, we have a little bit of a direction where the patient has been, and a little bit of insight into what is to follow.
So today you have the patient fill out a form, but in the past you've asked those types of questions.
Correct.
And that would include questions about like family history and prior treatment.
Yes.
And is that both prior treatment medically and prior treatment as it relates to mental illness?
Yes.
Or therapy?
Or therapy.
Now, as a result of the work that you do you keep records of patients?
Yes, we do.
And the records that you keep, are they maintained as a regular course of your business?
Yes.
And do you maintain records for all of your patients?
Yes, we do.
Are those records now electronic?
Yes, they're electronic, and it's done a lot differently. I would also say this, that now that something that happened about 3 years ago, there has been another little change and modification in that due to COVID, we do virtual appointments, and mine are virtual because I have to admit I've kept up on technology in terms of progress in mental health areas, but in technology aspects of things, sometimes I have to ask my granddaughter, if I have trouble with the cell phone, how do I do this? And she'll say, Pa, and then she'll show me how to connect it with the computer. So I admit where I'm lacking in there. So in mine, when I'm doing virtual nowadays, I do it, but there's a definite form I fill out. Patient agrees to virtual contact and whatever it is. And since virtual in the last 3 years, essentially, unless it's a real special favor for somebody, I haven't been taking new patients because I was trying to wind down, still stay on the administrative part of it, but try to wind down on the patient intake. And I always feel one of the mottos in our clinic, and everybody gets to hear this, all the people that work there, patients are first. Then comes the integrity of the clinic in terms of what the provider individual needs are. So patients are first, and for that reason, I don't want to take a new patient and only to say, okay, I'm not going to see patients anymore unless there's some special reason for me to do so.
Back in 1990 to 1991, did you have a patient by the name of Julie Jensen?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to talk to you a little bit about your work with Ms. Jensen.
Okay.
First, Mr. DeFazio, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 100. Are these the records you kept on Julie Jensen during her treatment of her in 1990 to 1991?
Yes,
And are these the records that were kept as part of your business?
yes,
Now, in 1990 to 1991, those records were handwritten.
yes,
And it'd be fair to say that it's a little difficult to read them if you're not the person who wrote them.
correct.
So I'm going to ask you to kind of look through that. The first page of Exhibit 100, that seems to be a list of medications.
Yes,
And then the next few pages seem to be your notes as it relates to your conversations with Julie Jensen
yes,
and your appointments. Is that right?
that's correct.
And then the last couple of pages seem to reflect the conversations you had with Mark Jensen.
Correct.
So when you talked a little bit about the information you get from patients, one of the things you said is that whether a spouse is going to be included in treatment.
Yes.
And why is that something you would talk about?
Many times we look at a situation in terms of a unit rather than an individual, because many times spouses can have a different view. They can be against coming in for therapy. They're against the patient coming in for therapy, or they could actually contribute and be a helpful source. Many times they see things, we all see things in a different way. And so when I'm sitting here now, I see the exit doors and I see people different. I don't see the jury where someone else is sitting. They may see the jury sitting, and everybody's telling the truth, but it's from the view that you're seeing it. So sometimes we have the spouse can be very valuable in terms of helping us to what the issue is, whether it's the person seems to be having difficulty, very depressed, and we notice a change in behavior, or we see a person that, whatever it is diagnostically, that's number one. And then number two, with the permission of the patient, we try to get we encourage at times for the spouse to be involved, because of the fact if the spouse is against it, that can be very hard in terms of prognosis, a favorable prognosis, because it's undermining the provider and what we're trying to do. So it increases understanding for the spouse or a family. It also helps the provider be able to distinguish what some of the situations are in the home.
So that's a question that you ask your patients on the front end.
Yes.
Of whether the spouse is like supportive of the therapy.
Yes.
So I'm going to ask you to go to the second page of Exhibit 100, and I believe that's the beginning of the treatment records for Julie Jensen.
Yes.
Can you tell us what the first date is that you saw Miss Jensen?
June 29th, 1990.
And I'm going to ask you about the notes, Mr. DeFazio, because your handwriting is a little difficult for me to read. So I'm going to ask you to kind of go through those with us. When you're meeting with a patient, do you take notes as you're talking to them?
I do, and I personally do. Some do not, but I do.
And is the first meeting where the most notes are?
Usually, by and large, yes, but not always.
And why would that be by and large where the most notes are?
Because we try to get some of the basic information down, as opposed to, and again, there's been a change from those days to now. We used to call it soap the notes, and that was where you would take an assessment, then you'd have and it would stand, and then have a plan, so forth right away. Now there's actually guidelines that you check, whether it's on the computer or whether it's by itself. So in other words, you actually put the goals, and then the patient consent form consenting for treatment. So there's probably even more on that first one nowadays than there used to be years ago.
So in 1990, when I think you said the first visit was, the first visit was kind of an assessment and then a determination as to what the plan would be.
Yes.
And does the notes from that entry reflect that?
I myself, because it's been so many years ago, and I know I have to rely on the testimony that I did almost 15 years ago, as opposed to what I've done almost 30 years ago. But it did indicate the referral was from Dr. Paul Capelli. So I remember that he referred because we would get referrals from him. And obviously he felt something was in need for Julie to come in. Then I got a brief, sometimes at that point too, and it's not really indicating what I said before, but what we do is we get comfortable feeling with the patient and let the patient feel comfortable with us. And so as a result of that, there are things that we do just to kind of, if the patient feels a little bit apprehensive, maybe we won't be as judicious with the notes in the sense of writing it down in detail and then wait for the next time. But I did get a brief, I can see from here, I got a brief summary, the one son, and married 6 years, and something a little bit about the husband and the place of employment and so forth. And then, then again, it is hard to distinguish some of the things I wrote at that time.
So at the top right-hand corner, it appears to have some basic information about Julie Jensen,
Yes,
like her date of birth.
I think it was 2/26, but at that point, and I can't remember, it's blocked with the year, but obviously I did know when she was, at the time, but I can't see what that says. I can't see it was 58 or 59 or something. I can't see that. But anyway, that's where, and then her address, the 9021 First Avenue.
And then the next entry is, I think you said, a referral by Paul Capelli.
Yes.
And he was a physician?
Yes, OBGYN physician specialty.
And he referred Julie to your clinic?
Yes.
And then are you able to see what the next line says?
I'm trying to, first baby is son.
Excuse me, Your Honor, may I briefly approach I want to see what document he's actually.
Sure, go ahead. Or if you want to look at Ms. Krause's copy.
You're on page 2 of that document, correct? The very first entry as it relates to Julie Jensen?
I'm on the first, well, actually, I'm on page, with the progress note, June 29th, 1990, I'm still there.
June 29th, 1990.
The very first one.
Okay. This one is right here. Your Honor, I don't have this page. Could we have the bailiff make a copy?
You need a copy?
What was
All right, we'll wait a moment and we'll get you a copy.
All right. Bobby Boy already on his nonsense, interrupting testimony. Bobby Boy had a late night last night, chat. He went on a last-minute ski trip. It's snowing in Wisconsin right now. He had to go shovel the driveway. He's exhausted for court. He needs to go take a little bathroom break and maybe make a snowman while he's in there. So once again, thank you everybody for tuning in.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
And here we go.
So it looks like it says something about first baby son.
Yes.
And then does it say something around husband watch with an exclamation point?
Apparently, and it would probably be what would be in my testimony 15 years ago, whatever I interpreted. As I'm looking, it's possible here, but I can't say without it reasonable doubt. But that maybe the husband would watch the baby.
Objection, Your Honor. The witness is speculating about what the term watch means.
Sustain.
Mr. DeFazio, if I show you your prior testimony, would that refresh your memory?
That hopefully would.
What page are you looking at?
Rachel on Facebook says, did his wife supervise the shoveling too? Probably.
Look at lines 2 through 4 and let me know if that refreshes your memory.
Wait a minute, 2 through. Well, Your Honor, under the doctrine of completeness, I'd request that also that lines 5 through 10 be read at this point.
I haven't gotten to that question yet, but I'm sure I will. And if Mr. DeFazio doesn't remember, I'll refresh his memory with those lines.
Well, Your Honor, the thing is,
Why don't we just read all the lines right now and then we're done?
Then I'm going to read all the transcript because my concern is that Mr. DeFazio might not remember everything after 23 years. So that's why I refreshed his memory.
Okay.
except that, Your Honor, immediately after that, he's indicating, I'm not exactly sure what watch means. So that's why I'm wanting it under the doctrine of completeness. And under the doctrine of completeness, you bring that point up right now to put that in context.
How many lines do we have to read right now?
That was going to be my next question. And if he did not remember it, then I would have refreshed his memory with that testimony.
Well,
Because
if we
that's what I have to do in order to get the testimony out, Judge.
refresh his memory as to what you want to do and then read the other lines right after that.
Mr. DeFazio, did that refresh your memory as to what that note said?
That one does, and because as I was looking at it, it meant back to work that Julie would be going back to work, and the husband, that is Mark, would be the one taking care of being with the baby.
And did it say when Julie was going back to work?
Now that BW back to work is 5/1/90, so May 1st, 1990.
And back in 2008, you were asked, do you know what your notation about husband watch refers to after the notation about the first baby? And do you remember responding, I'm not exactly sure watch. I am not exactly sure what that meant at that time. I could only suppose what it might mean.
And that is the same right now.
Anything else?
I think the next three lines through 11 through 13.
Okay, do you have any reasonable understanding of what this is, or is it just merely a guess at this point? And your response, it's merely a guess.
Correct.
And that's consistent with what you just said.
Yes.
Underneath that line, can you tell what it says?
Are married 6 years.
And then under that?
First child.
And then there's a note next to that. Can you read what that says?
I think it said limited postpartum depression, at least from what I see there.
And the limited postpartum depression, do you remember if that's something Julie said or just a note you made?
I cannot recall that.
If I show you your testimony from 2008, would that help?
Hopefully.
So which page?
I'm going to show page 92.
Chat, it's 9 a.m. I'm already irritated with this guy. He wants to argue completeness, and he doesn't do that.
Testimony and have you read 6 through 11. Let me know if that refreshes your memory.
Bobby Boy likes to just talk about certain lines. He likes to just give certain pieces of evidence and not the complete evidence.
It does.
It's unreal with this dude. Look, the attorney's already irritated. Like, you argue completeness, and then on cross-examination.
Was that something she said to you or a note that you made?
I looked at it and assessed what she said, and to the best of my ability was the fact that she had some depression there. I cannot say with absolute certainty that she used that term, but then I interpreted the symptoms that she stated with what would seem to match. The baby was born within that realm of area, within that area of time that would be understandable. And this is not an unusual circumstance for mothers to experience after birth of a child.
So based upon your conversation with her, it's something you were thinking about,
Yes,
and you made a note of that.
yes.
Did you see some signs of postpartum depression?
Basically, I believe, if the best of my recollection there is how she presented whatever she told me, and I can't recall specifically all those years ago what she actually told me, but there must have been something that would indicate that I would write that down. Otherwise, it's something we look for in terms of any mother that would come in recently having a baby, but it doesn't really shine a light unless there's some other things that provide some substance to that would contribute to that type of assumption there. So,
About halfway to 3/4 of the way down the page, it says something, mom, alcoholic, AA. Do you remember having that conversation with Ms. Jensen?
yes,
And why would you have had that conversation with Ms. Jensen?
usually what happens is we try to get a history of the family, the biological parents. Sometimes we can't if it's an adoptive parent, or sometimes they don't know much of the history. Even in those days, not a lot was done in terms of realizing the value of a family history. So they're not like today's world where it's very accurate and can really help out. So I did ask, and she did indicate that her mother had problems with depression, and was depressed, and also alcohol problems.
The mother's history of depression and alcohol problems, is that something that you talked to Ms. Jensen about, if you remember, through the course of her therapy?
I'm sure I can't remember exactly the situation, but to the best of my recollection, I'm sure I discussed that with her, because that was quite important at the time for me to evaluate and treat Julie in the appropriate way. Two ways: one, by how she grew up and what circumstances, and then obviously because she herself now was experiencing some obvious issues, mental issues that were of concern.
And what you testified earlier is like personal history, family history is something you want to know.
Yes.
Underneath that note, can you tell what the next note is? I know it's stamped, but just wondering if you can see that next note.
I think the one right above the stamp says Mother Alcoholic AA.
Right, the one right below that. Can you tell if it says counseling in College Parkside?
It might, I don't know if it says counseling, but it does say College Parkside.
If I showed you a copy of your testimony from 2008, would that help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Page 94. And ask you to look at lines 6 through 8 and let me know if that refreshes your recollection.
I'm kind of worried, Chet. The defense sounds like they're really still going that Julie unintentionally or intentionally unalived herself. I'm not sure that's the right defense.
Counseling in College at Parkside.
It didn't work in 2008, and with all the evidence coming forward,
I know it's
think
hard
that's a
to
mistake.
kind of remember everything that you wrote from 1990 to 1991. So I'm not going to go through every note with you. I'm going to try to pick out some of the specific notes that you made. At the bottom of that page, can you tell us what the note with like the little half asterisk says?
I'm reasonably sure where it says she feels like she is the one that to do all the extra work.
And is that a complaint that she had as it related to her child and her marriage?
Since she's the only one there, and at that particular time, I hadn't really knowingly talked to anybody else about it. I would assume she must have expressed some concern that possibly, and it's understandable if after having a child, your life changes, especially a baby that would require a lot of care and there's a lot more work. So I think I'm reasonably sure that she expressed that, and I put a little cross or asterisk by it, by indicating this is kind of a flag that I need to look at in future.
As a therapist, is it uncommon to see working moms who feel like they are the ones that are taking on the extra work?
Yes, because they are trying to dual role. They get home, and of course, sometimes that can be next to impossible to try to, you can't do what you did before. It's not like getting home, taking a shower and going to bed or just relaxing. It's okay, now you've got a baby either. And even if there's a relative or someone taking care of the baby outside the home, still have the responsibilities, because babies don't automatically stop crying because their parents need to sleep.
So it's a common complaint
Yes.
of new working moms
Correct.
or old working moms.
Old working moms too.
I'm going to ask you to go to the third page of Exhibit 100. And can you read anything on that page about Ms. Jensen's comments to you about her family?
Which date? I'm going to make
Oh,
sure.
the second page, it's the continuation of June 29th of 1990.
Okay. So it says on the top, the first thing, mother, and then father, AMC. I'm going to make sure I got the right.
That's the right page.
That's the right page?
Yep.
Okay.
And are you able to read the note below that?
I believe with uncertainty, women who stay home become brain dead. I think that's
That might have just been a note that you took based upon something Ms. Jensen told you.
correct.
And if you go about a fourth of the way down, something starts with husband. It appears HUSB. Can you read what that says?
Husband knows and is glad that is home for the baby. Is coming for help. Excuse me. Now I know. Husband knows and is glad that the patient is coming for help.
And is that based upon what you talked about earlier, asking her about what her husband knew as it related to her therapy?
I can't really say with certainty.
But the note that you took is husband knows and is glad coming for help.
Correct.
And can you read the line under that?
May be willing to come in.
And is that in reference to the previous note?
Yes.
And so it sounds like the husband would be willing to come in.
Objection. Counsel's leading the witness.
Could you just rephrase the question, Ms. Krause?
Does the note say then the husband may be willing to come in?
That is correct.
And that's information that you got from Ms. Jensen.
Yes.
Now, after that, it appears that kind of what you told us before is that you would set up a plan for the patient.
Correct.
And is there a plan stated there?
Plan to see her in 3 weeks, and then also see husband, get an appointment for the husband to come in.
So at that point, your plan was to see Ms. Jensen 3 more times and then see her husband.
Well, at least to see her possibly in 3 weeks, or 3 more, see 3 times. Correct. Yeah, that's right, because the access times. So see 3 times and then see the husband. So I would get a little feel out of a little more basis with Julie, and then be able to have the husband come in.
Do you remember what your diagnosis was of Ms. Jensen after that meeting?
Yes.
And what was that?
Adult situational reaction with mixed features.
And what does that mean?
Okay. We usually, especially in those days, but even now, we don't want to take a diagnosis on somebody that is worse than or more severe than what they have. And so this means she's an adult reacting to a situation, and having features of depression and anxiety. And we all face, every one of us at some point in time will have this diagnosis if looked at. Something changes, whether it's a job or whether it's moving someplace, or it could be a good thing or it could be a bad thing, but we're reacting with some depression with it, and we're reacting with some anxiety. So what it does is it doesn't relate to the next major one, which is possibly major depression or even regular depression. Regular depression is like getting cut and bleeding, so that if you lose somebody, let's say you lost a loved one, one's going to be depressed, and that's not mental illness. That's human being depressed because they lost somebody. And physically, it's the same as getting cut. And again, it's not that it spreads in a bleeder. If you get cut, you're going to bleed. So at that point, we would use the least amount. We have to come up with a diagnosis. So we used the least amount severe adult situational reaction with mixed features, presenting the fact that I didn't want to go so far as to say the baby, there's postpartum depression there for sure. This was at the beginning of this situation. And I didn't want to also get into if there's a chemical imbalance or some other type of situation.
One of the things you had told us earlier in your testimony was that people with mental illness were kind of treated like second-class citizens.
Yes.
And was that a concern you had after initial meetings with patients back in the 90s?
There was a lot of times that would happen, and it was a concern. And that's why I alerted patients who were seeing us that at the clinic that if they were applying for a job and they were in the list to ask, definitely put down the truth. If you're on an antidepressant, put it down. Don't hide it, because if they do a drug screening and they find that you're lying, you'll probably get terminated. But if you just, nothing hurts the truth. And if they need something, I would write something saying there would be nothing contraindicated from a job. And that did happen. It'd be interesting to see the different people. One person was apprehensive of doing it, put down that they were on an antidepressant, and their immediate boss who hired them said, "Oh, are you on that? I wonder how that works. I'm on this." And they were, so you could just see through the years how more acceptance of the mental illness as an appropriate illness took over. But that's why that situation was that way.
In the early 90s, was there a stigma involved with being diagnosed as depressed?
It was getting better, but it was still there for a lot of people, depending on, and as I think I indicated in my last testimony, we had people running for office that had diagnosis of depression, and of course that became a real issue. And whereas I think nowadays, that part of it, as long as it doesn't affect performing in the particular office, I don't think it affects as much. So there's definitely a lessening. There might be still a little, but I don't think there's anywhere near what used to be when I started. And certainly through the years, it has improved.
So one of the things that you had talked to Ms. Jensen about that you testified to was that her mother was an alcoholic and something about AA.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 101.
What was that? Dr.
This one. Mr. DeFazio, do you recognize Exhibit 101?
Yes.
And what is that?
I, to the best of my recollection, I can't remember if I gave this to the patient or the patient had already presented this to me, because I don't believe that I have seen this in a lot of our records, but it indicates the adult children of alcoholics and the result of how they feel and react based upon the experience they've had with a parent who has problem maybe with alcoholism or depression. And when I say depression, untreated depression, obviously, not depression that's under control with treatment.
And when you look at the second and third page of that document, that's the patient information for Julie Jensen for your clinic?
Yes.
And at the bottom of the third page and the bottom of the fourth page, it actually has Ms. Jensen's signature.
Yes.
Now, did you fill this out for Julie Jensen or did she fill it out?
She filled it out.
And can you read what the first question asks?
Any recent deaths in the family?
I'm sorry, on the first page.
Oh. Yeah. Do you mean as it relates to the dates?
As in the adult children of alcoholics page, the very first page. It asks the question number 1.
Do I often feel isolated and afraid of people, especially authority figures? And she answered, or the answer was yes on here.
And can you tell us what number 2 said?
Have I observed myself to be an approval seeker, losing my own identity in the process? Yes.
And the answer was yes.
Yes.
And what about number 3?
Do I feel overly
Can you,
frightened?
Mr. DeFazio, can you speak into the microphone?
Okay.
Sorry, I know it's hard when you're reading.
Do I feel overly frightened of angry people and personal criticism? Yes.
And number 4?
Do I often feel I'm a victim in personal and career relationships? Yes.
And number 5?
Do I sometimes feel I have an overdeveloped sense of responsibility, which makes it easier to be concerned with others rather than myself? Yes.
And number 6?
Do I find it hard to look at my own faults and my own responsibilities to myself? Yes.
And number 7?
Do I get guilt feelings when I stand up for myself instead of giving it in to others? Yes.
Number 8?
Do I feel addicted to excitement? And there's the answer maybe, question mark, explanation point, or just emotional turmoil.
And number 9?
Do I confuse love with pity, intend to love people I can pity and rescue? Maybe, question mark.
And number 10?
Do I find it hard to feel or express feelings, including feelings such as joy or happiness? Yes.
Number 11?
Do I find I judge myself harshly? Yes.
And number 12?
Do I have a low sense of self-esteem? Yes.
And number 13?
Do I often feel abandoned in the counsel of my relationships?
To say in the
Yes.
course of my
In the cour-
relationship?
excuse me, in the course of my relationships, yes.
And number 14?
Do I tend to be a reactor instead of an actor? Yes.
And that's the document and the answers filled out by Ms. Jensen.
To the best of my knowledge that I can remember, because I didn't fill it out, so I don't.
It's not your handwriting.
It's not my handwriting. It's readable.
You can read the answers. Mr. DeFazio, I'm going to take you then to the next entry of July 6th of 1990. Can you read that first note, July 6, 1990?
Little support from spouse.
And then the note after that?
Childhood. Older brother.
Okay, you have
Child
to read back
abuse.
into the microphone, sir.
Older brother, child abuse. Brother died when he was, I can't see if that was 50 there because that print is in there.
If I showed you a copy of your testimony from last time, would that refresh your memory?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to review slides 5 through 7 and let me know if that refreshes your memory.
Yes.
Can you tell us if that was 5 or 50?
It was 5.
So it's, I think you testified brother died when he was 5.
Correct.
Can you tell what the note is under that?
It says, now I don't know what the one that says Gene, but I can't remember what that was, but underneath children, and it says bad, see in 1 week.
Does that say childhood or children?
Or that might be child, it could be possibly childhood if whatever it would say in that in my testimony there would definitely be the right answer.
On what page? Same page?
Document, ask you to read 13 through 15 and let me know if that's refreshing your memory.
That is correct.
And what did that say?
She had a very unhappy childhood, she felt, and as she recalls it, that it was not a happy childhood whatsoever.
And under that note, is that just see 1 week?
Yes,
The next time it looks like you saw Miss Jensen was July 17th. Is that what that says?
correct.
And are there any notes from that day?
It says see in 2 weeks, but I don't see any here, so I'm not sure exactly. It usually if a person doesn't show or I have to reschedule, I put that down. So there was neither one, so I'm not sure why that is blank.
There's just no notes.
There's no notes, yeah.
And the next note is from September 14th of 1990.
Yes,
Can you tell what that says?
depression seasonal. See husband,
September 4th. Thank you. That's September 4th, right,
September
Mr. DeFazio?
4th. Yes.
And what does that say?
Depression seasonal. See husband next week. And then see in 2 weeks, meaning see her in 2 weeks.
I'm going to ask you to go to the next page of the document. I think it's September 20th of 1990.
Yes.
Can you tell me what that note is?
Discussed antidepressant. See in 2 weeks.
Do you know why it says discussed antidepressant?
I felt at that time that I had seen her long enough to realize that I think she could use medication. And my philosophy is, don't rush the meds right away. Get a feel of the patient, understand possibly what's happening, and then refer for a consultation for medication. And I felt that at that point, I wanted to discuss with the patient and get her okay to say, it's my feeling that you get evaluated by our psychiatrist for meds.
So at that point, as you testified earlier, you don't prescribe medication.
Correct.
So was it your intent to refer her to your psychiatrist?
Yes.
And do you know if that happened?
Yes, it did.
Can you tell what the October 8th, I think that is 1990, is the next
So,
note?
October 18th.
It's 18th.
October 18th.
Okay. October 8th. It's in that kind of blocked text.
I believe it said mental illness mother,
And then next to that to the right,
alcoholism mother, and maternal father.
why would that be information that you need?
Because many times these things can be genetic. They can be learned or they can be genetic. And so therefore, we don't go into, as long as we know it's existing, but it's important to know the cause of it. But at that point, then the treatment is going to be the same essentially for the medication, whether it's genetic or if it's environmental, learned or whatever. So, but it's good to get the knowledge of where this is coming from. And we could see obviously the alcoholism and the mother and also the maternal father.
Underneath that, can you tell us what it says?
It looks like in the writing there, it says something with suicide, brother attempted suicide, age 17.
And then underneath that,
Possible dual diagnosis, but never had been treated as such.
and do you know if that's referring to Julie or someone else?
I really can't see. I don't know if my testimony last time, I can't really say.
You just know that's a note that you put down there.
Correct.
And with individuals that are sometimes facing depression and alcoholism, is it a concern that there needs to be a dual diagnosis of that patient?
Yes.
And what's the reason for that?
We don't know sometimes which came first. Was the patient self-treating with the alcohol? Because obviously short-term, many times it does camouflage or cover up some of the depression, or it definitely deals with some of the anxiety caused. And of course, obviously, if one's treating with alcohol, that's a temporary solution to a problem that's going to get a lot larger. On the other hand, so it's hard to know, since she did have history with the alcoholic mother who was depressed, there was an indication it could be two things going on, but it was too early to really determine, other than the fact that actually she did admit to being depressed and having some problem with, you could see problem with drinking.
And then the next one, can you tell us what that says?
The possible.
I think it says patient denies.
Okay, patient denies suicidal thoughts at this time. I could not do it because of my baby, 8 months, in parentheses, baby being 8 months old.
And based upon the baby being 8 months, that's a note that refers to Julie Jensen?
Julie Jensen's baby being eight months old, and she was asking suicide. No, I wouldn't do that because I have this baby and I'm not going to take my life.
Are patients always honest with you about being suicidal?
It depends on the situation. Many times, if it's an adolescent patient, the patient can be honest, but adolescents are impulsive. But in everything else, there might be a patient, an adolescent patient of mine who's a good student and no problem in school, and all of a sudden on the first spring day, someone says to him, "Hey, let's go out and we'll do this," and cut class unauthorized. Well, that good student, impulsive, just do it at the last minute. As we get older, we tend to realize that sometimes impulsive decisions don't help, and we have to think it out. So the same goes if they're depressed. If a patient is depressed and they think life is not worth living, this is no good, and you don't think of, we're going to get beyond this, or we're going to do this, it'll get better, so they may do something. Also, the other thing that may concern something is if they're drinking heavily, just like with anything, with everybody.
Your Honor, objection, Your Honor. This is an irrelevant hypothetical. It's got nothing to do with this case. There's no indication Julie was drinking heavily. This is simply irrelevant speculation on the part of this witness about things that have nothing to do with this case.
It sounds like a great cross-examination question. He's not a lay witness, so continue.
So anyway, I did not feel at that point, if the question is, I didn't feel that there was any problem, but she needed some antidepressant.
In your experience, have you had patients who deny being suicidal and have committed suicide?
Yes.
And have you ever treated a mother with small children who committed suicide?
To the best of my recollection, no, but I can't say absolutely.
So I'm going to go back to the notes. I think we're on October 18th. That's that bottom of that page. Can you read what that says?
Conference with husband, willing to be involved. And I explain situation to him. See you in 3 weeks.
Okay. And if we go to the next page, October 23rd, 1990.
Discuss situation with patient who wants to try meds, antidepressant, parentheses, open and closed. Husband to be involved in therapy. Ask Dr. Newman to order meds. See in 1 week.
If you go to the first page of that document I gave you, Exhibit 100, I believe it is, there's a list of medications prescribed to Julie Jensen.
Yes.
And who prescribed those medications to Julie Jensen?
Dr. Lee Newman.
And Dr. Newman was the psychiatrist on staff at the clinic.
Yes.
Does it say when the first Prozac was provided to Julie Jensen?
It says, according to the notes here, October 23rd, 1990, Prozac 20 milligrams, one after breakfast.
And does it say whether that prescription was sent in or she was given samples?
Samples, she was given 14 per Dr. Newman.
Now, as we look at the treatment or the medication records for Miss Jensen, when was the last time Prozac was given to Miss Jensen?
According to here, January 30th, 1991.
Is it possible that's April 30th based upon the fact the one above it is April 16th?
Oh, yes. Excuse me. I think part of it didn't come through here. So it would be April 30th, 1991.
Now, when you look at the different entries as it relates to the Prozac being provided to Miss Jensen between October 23rd of 1990 and April 30th of 1991, was a prescription sent to Walgreens or was she given samples?
It looks, from the best of what I can see here, she was getting samples. I can't recall. I can't recall if she had gone to Walgreens or not at that time.
And Mr. DeFazio, if you look at the page after the one October 23rd, 1990, is there a treatment note from Dr. Newman?
Unless the pages are sticking together. Oh, here it is. I got it.
And is that the patient note from Dr. Newman?
Yes.
It'd be fair to say her handwriting's a little easier to read.
Yes, very much so.
And her treatment records were kept in the same records that you kept for Julie Jensen.
Correct.
When you look at the third sentence, cried all the time. Can you tell us what that says?
Objection. This is hearsay.
Sustained.
It's a business record exception, Judge.
No, it's hearsay, Your Honor.
Go take a break, folks.
All right. Well, another lawyer argument. This should be fun. We get to hear Bobby stomp his feet because he's not prepared today. You know, it's, if you guys are like really watching, Bob does the same stuff. And every time the defense does it, he cries. It's really irritating. They do need to hurry up with this witness, though, chat. I don't know how many of you are falling asleep, but they need to move it along, get to the point. I like the guy. It'd be nice if he's, you know, a grandpa, but it's too much. Anyway, welcome.
The jury is outside
Like the
the
stream.
courtroom. Go ahead, Mr.
Share the
Janowitz.
stream out.
Well, Your Honor, when I start cross-examining Mr. DeFazio, I could cross-examine him on this note because it's hearsay that he may or may not have relied upon. But when the proponent of expert testimony is eliciting testimony from that expert, the proponent is not allowed to reveal hearsay in the course of the direct examination of their expert. This is a hearsay document. The note that this doctor made is not the note that Mr. DeFazio made. So it's classic hearsay, and it's inadmissible during the course of their direct examination of this witness. Go ahead. And it's not a business record exception. I mean, a business record is something, a routinely recorded thing like opening up the office, closing up the office. This is a note of a professional concerning a conversation that professional had with Julie Jensen. So it's actually triple hearsay. Go ahead.
He's not an expert. He's a lay witness. So
He's not an expert?
we did not file he's a lay witness. He's a fact witness. He's the individual who treated Julie Jensen and worked with the psychiatrist in his office in order to provide that treatment. I'm not saying that he couldn't be an expert. I'm just saying that the defense called him as a fact witness. So the whole conversation about the information we can get out on direct is different as it relates to Mr. DeFazio. Second, it is a record kept in regularly conducted business. I laid the foundation for that when I first started talking about this. This is information that came out in the first trial per Jensen 2. Statements made by Julie Jensen as to her state of mind are not hearsay, are not testimonial. They can come in. And this is the document that he had in his patient file. It goes towards medical diagnosis and treatment of Julie Jensen, which is also a hearsay exception.
So, Your Honor, just to clarify this issue about hearsay statements, it is the defendant who forfeited his right to challenge a hearsay statement from Julie Jensen on hearsay grounds. The state has not forfeited its right to challenge hearsay statements that Julie Jensen made. It is the defendant that forfeited that right. So this still must pass muster under hearsay. And this is a hearsay statement. Now, counsel's discussion about business records, let's take that analysis and apply it to police reports. So according to her analysis, because a police report is a record kept by a police department, then any hearsay statement contained in there is something that a police officer can testify to. That's not the law. And that's not the law with respect to business records, and it's not the law with respect to this. This statement that Dr. Newman had prepared concerning her conversation with Julie Jensen is a hearsay document, and it's not admissible.
Judge, as to police reports, they're kept in the course of business, but they're for the purpose of litigation, which means that's what makes them not a business record exception. As it relates to a medical file, and the notes are kept as a part of regularly recorded business, it is a business record exception. And we also have the fact that this information is being provided for the purpose of medical treatment and diagnosis.
All right, we're just going to stop for a second. Can I see the document, Mr. DeFazio? Is it one page of Dr. Newman?
It is.
And I don't want to say shocked, but when you said he's a lay witness, he's been saying some pretty technical opinions about depression, alcoholism, talking about history, if it's in the family, what therapists do. He's got a master's degree. I'm not buying that argument.
I was just using the court's own language from the prior objection when the court said that this is a lay witness, so he can testify as.
I said he's a lay witness?
As it related to the objection that we had at the beginning of his testimony, I understand that he very well could lay a foundation to give expert testimony about depression, but as it relates to this case, Judge, he's a fact witness. He treated Julie Jensen, and he worked with his psychiatrist in order to make sure she got the medications that were appropriate, and he continued to provide therapy to her after that date.
And I have no objection to this witness being asked all kinds of questions about his treatment and his analysis and his conversations with Julie Jensen. I object to hearsay. And but furthermore, it is true that that Mr. DeFazio can make his diagnosis based upon hearsay documents, just as, Dr. Mainland did, Dr. Chambliss did. I understand that, but Dr. Chambliss was not allowed to express hearsay through his testimony, and neither was Dr. Mainland. So for example, the St. Louis Forensic Toxicology Lab reports came in through Joe Crafassi, not through Dr. Mainland. Now, on cross-examination, defense counsel could have brought in anything they wanted on cross-examination concerning the bases of Dr. Mainland or Dr. Chambliss's testimony. But, we had this discussion, Your Honor, about the bases for expert testimony well in advance of trial. You probably remember that conversation, the discussion that occurred, the collegial conversation that occurred between the court and counsel, and it pertained to the letter, and I felt that I expressed the view that the state should be able to cross-examine Dr. West about Julie's letter because it was even though it was hearsay, it's something she relied upon. And the court ruled that I couldn't do that. And, I thought that was within the realm of the court's discretion to make that ruling. And we've actually more than abided by that court's ruling. However, there was this discussion about how the proponent of expert testimony cannot bring in hearsay documents. So I'd indicated that I couldn't bring in the letter through Dr. Mainland's testimony or Dr. Shambliss's testimony because I was the proponent of that expert testimony. But that when the defense was the proponent of Dr. West's testimony, I can cross-examine Dr. West about hearsay, which I still can, except everything except for that letter. I can
We're not going to have a Jensen 4.
that is correct. And so, and as you know, the state has sedulously complied with, and in fact has exceeded the court's order. We've gone well beyond what the court ordered us to do in terms of avoiding the reference to the letter like it's the third rail of politics or something. We just don't go into it at all, even as much as we could have. I didn't ask, we didn't present any testimony about the letter. Even admissible testimony, we did not present it about the letter.
I don't
So
know.
we've had this discussion, Your Honor, about what the proponent of an expert can present. And the proponent of an expert's testimony cannot present the hearsay to the fact finder through using this expert as a conduit. Only the opponent on the cross-examination can that be done.
Right, I'll give you one more shot,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Croce.
Mr. DeFazio is not on our expert witness list. He is a fact witness, just like he was last time. The testimony I am getting from Mr. DeFazio is consistent with the testimony that was received last time, including the information that was in the record, the business record of the psychotherapy clinic, which included Dr. Newman's one-page report because of the consultation about medication. This is not hearsay under 90803 sub 6. Records of regularly conducted activity, a memorandum, report, or data compilation in any form of acts, events, conditions, opinions, or diagnosis made at or near the time by or from information transmitted by a person with knowledge, all in the course of regularly conducted activity as shown by the testimony of the custodian or other qualified witness. That's what we have here. Mr. DeFazio, his clinic, testified that these records were kept in the regular course of their business activity and as a result should be allowed to testify, especially since he has the knowledge because he referred Julie Jensen to his in-house psychiatrist. And working together, they provided the information and the medication needed to treat Julie Jensen. This is not a proponent as it relates to an expert. This is a witness, a fact witness of Julie Jensen and her treatment, testifying about records as part of regular business activity.
All right, I gave the attorneys plenty of time to argue the case, and I appreciate your comments, but I'm going to let it in under 90806, records of regularly conducted activity that's been testified to by this witness, that it is part of the information and the records that were kept by his office. So we will continue. Let's bring the jury back.
All right, welcome to day 10 of the Mark Jensen trial, folks. Hello, everybody on Facebook. Hello, everybody on YouTube. Today is starting off spicy already. So one of our YouTube viewers says, my opinion, Mark is guilty of aiding and abetting his spouse's self-unaliving, conspiracy gone wrong, and conspiracy to commit kidnapping and being a complete creep. Great way to sum up this entire case. Put a 1 in the comment section if you want a Jensen 4. If Bobby keeps his little antics up, we might get there. Put a 1 if you want to watch this whole thing over again in Jensen 4. Put a 2 if you want this case to be over so we can move on to the next one. Also, if you guys have recommendations on cases that you want to see, put it in the chat. I'll start doing some research. It looks like it's going to be the Murdoch trial. And we may have to kind of restream that at night while the Jensen thing is going on, so that by the time Jensen is over, we can be caught up and
All right, we got all 16. I think we
right
got one
into
missing.
the Murdoch trial. But if there's another one that's coming up in, you know, another few days or a week, then we may do that one. So put it in the comments what you guys want to watch. What do you want to do next? Besides take a ski trip. And if you want to be part of our jury room on Friday at 7 p.m., be part of our mock jury, send an email so we can get you on the jury panel. We can bring a bunch of you on. The one super
All right,
requirement
we got everybody back
is
in the
that you
courtroom.
guys
The jury's
have
back.
to have
The
had
appearances
watched
are the same.
a great majority of
Ms.
this
Krause, you can
trial.
continue with your direct.
Mr. DeFazio, I was referring to the page from Dr. Newman's notes that are dated October 8th of 1990.
Yes.
And the first couple of lines seem to be some general information that you've already testified to about Julie Jensen,
Yes.
regarding her marriage and her son.
Yes.
Is that right? And then the second line, full line, also talks about her son. Is that what you see?
That is correct.
And then the third line, can you read what that says?
David was for mom
Does it say months?
4 months old. Neighbor lady about her age.
And then can you read the line after that?
First, I don't know what that first word is.
If I showed you your testimony from last time, would that refresh your memory?
Correct. Yes, it would, hopefully.
I think it's let me know if that refreshes your memory.
Okay.
Mr. DeFazio, are you able to remember what that line says?
The overall feeling, I believe, at that point was that Julie was crying all the time. She had a lot of struggle leaving for work and leaving the baby home and the separation from the baby.
And then there's a line that starts, I think, with husband.
Husband feels she is too emotional with child.
Could it be involved?
Involved. That's right. Involved.
And then the next line, can you read that?
No appetite. Enjoyed cooking. Not a, well, can't read that last word there.
Could it say now a chore?
Now a chore. That could be very well.
Is that something you see with a patient who might be depressed? Something they enjoyed is now a chore?
Correct. That's one of the things we look at is things that normally give them pleasure and happiness no longer just make them, they become somewhat apathetic with things and just withdraw.
So that would be like a sign of depression?
Yes.
Objection. Counsel's leading the witness.
Sustained, rephrase it.
Would you consider that a sign of depression?
Yes.
Still objection. That's still a leading question.
It is, but let's stick with the answer. Let's continue.
Does loss of appetite mean anything to you?
Usually that's an indication it's that there is some problem. Appetite is usually affected either, it changes. So either there's an increase in appetite and people gain weight because they're depressed, or people lose weight depending. There's no rhyme or reason, but both qualities. There's a change in appetite behavior.
And when you say that both qualities, what do you mean by that? What does that have some importance as it relates to a diagnosis?
It usually is another symptom, not solely would it be considered, but another symptom among others that there's depression.
If you go to the bottom of that document, the second to last line written by Dr. Newman, can you tell us what that says?
Chronically depressed, cry easily, I think
And-
that is.
So did you say chronically depressed, cry easily?
Yes.
And then what's the last line?
DST arranged.
Do you know what that means?
In those days, again, that was one of the indicators there could be to show a chemical imbalance. We really don't use that now as much anymore, very seldom. But sometimes if it turns out, and it's not an absolute. So if there is an indication of something being positive, it doesn't mean that much, but it's another sign. And so Dr. Newman, at that time, it was prudent to just kind of run a DST on her to see what the results would be.
Do you know what the results were?
I think the best of my recollection, I thought they were, it was normal, but I have to look, whatever it was in the last recording was the testimony that would be accurate. And I think it was normal.
So if you testified last time that it was normal, that's consistent with your memory?
Yes.
I'm going to take you back to your notes. I think we talked about October 23rd of 1990. Do you see the next note is February 12th of 1991?
Yes.
And what does that say?
It indicates that stability, emotional, I think, to the best of my recollection, if what I ever put in the testimony at that point, that she was stable and there was some signs of improving, that there was some improvement noted.
And the next note, what date is that?
There was a 2/26/91 that doesn't have anything after it.
It would be fair, based upon your, how you keep notes, that you saw Ms. Jensen that day?
It's uncertain that I can't really say.
There's nothing there that says patient canceled.
No,
Can you make sure you talk in
No.
the microphone?
nothing there that says that.
And then the next note is March 12th of 1991.
Yes.
Are you able to tell what that says?
I believe it says fight something regarding, I really can't read that.
That's fair. I don't think you could read it in 2008 either, sir.
Okay.
I'm going to take you to March 28th of 1991. Can
Okay.
you tell what that says?
Job, something of husband, increase, it's possible job loss of husband, increase in anxiety, but I'd have to check on what I did at that point. See in 2 weeks.
And if in 2008 you said the same thing, that's
Yes.
what your memory is now?
Yes.
And then the next one, it says, I think, is April 6th of 1991.
Okay. I can't distinguish that.
I'm going to show you your prior testimony from 2008 and see if that refreshes your memory. I can't tell what this is. 120. I'm going to ask you to look at line 25, 24 through 25, and then up to line 3 of the second page. Let me know if that refreshes your memory.
Yes, we're going to start joint sessions, I think it says.
Mr. DeFazio, again, can you tell us again what that says?
It was a time I felt that we should start having some joint sessions. Prior to this, I was seeing them individually, and it developed to a point where it would be advantageous, I felt, to see them together.
Now there's a couple of more notes from April 30th and May 14th. Is that what you see in front of you?
Yes.
And then there's at the bottom, it looks like there's 3 notes, and tell me if you can tell us the dates of those notes.
On the April 30th, I rescheduled because of the fact that it must have been, sometimes what will happen is if I run way behind on the schedule and I don't want to have another session and just do it hastily, it's a waste of time and it doesn't accomplish anything. And then sometimes maybe the patient might be running late, and then you sit there and you are all in therapy. Most of them are time related, so that if a person runs, and it can happen, person runs 20 minutes late and you have a 45-minute session, you can't get done what you're supposed to. So we just kind of reschedule it and so forth. So the IRS stands for I rescheduled, no charge, because if it's something that I do, I don't charge the patient the no-show fee or whatever.
And then May 28th, is that the same thing?
Yes.
It says IRS, is that right?
Correct.
And then there's a June 4th, 1991 that I'm not going to ask you about. And then a June 18th of 1991 right under that. Do you see that?
That's correct.
And do you know what that says?
Patient doesn't feel progress. And I can't read that on the bottom there.
If I showed you your testimony from 08, would that refresh your memory as to what that note is?
Page number.
Bobby's got a hot mic every time. Every time she says, I'm going to refresh your memory, you can hear Bobby's hot mic ask, what page are we on? Bob was up all night, guys. You can hear it in his voice, too. He's not prepared today at all.
Yes.
And what did that note say, sir?
Based upon what I wrote there, and at that time, I should note, since I'm referring back, everything I did after the testimony of during the February 2008 hearing, I feel comfortable with when I left the testimony. So I believe at that time the patient had indicated things weren't moving fast enough, and they were thinking of, or she was wanting to get another therapist.
Do you know if Ms. Jensen got another therapist after that date?
To the best of my recollection, whatever I had indicated there, but I can't think of it as we speak today. I can't recall.
You don't see any referral notes or notes as to another therapist on there?
No.
Or do you see any, I guess I should say?
I don't see any right here.
If we go back to that first page of the document, as it relates to the medication that was prescribed to Ms. Jensen, what was the last date that medication samples were given to Ms. Jensen?
According to here, January 30th.
Is that April?
Oh, excuse me. That's right. Well, there was something here. That is April, because I can't. The writing comes out as on 1 instead of a 4, but I'm comfortable with, April 30th, 1991. And it was the Prozac 20 milligrams.
And that was the typical prescription for Prozac in 1991?
Yes.
Now, during this time, you had did you have some meetings with Mr. Jensen?
Yes.
And do you remember how many meetings you had with Mr. Jensen?
I can't recall exactly.
If you go to the last 2 pages of the document, are you able to tell from the dates and notes how many meetings you had with Mr. Jensen?
possibly 4. I wouldn't say with total certainty, but whatever I indicated in the record there.
There's a number of times from the document that Mr. Jensen rescheduled or you rescheduled.
Yes.
I'm going to refer you to the June 18th, 1991 note, which you just talked about as it related to Julie Jensen, determining that it wasn't moving, progress wasn't fast enough. Is there a note as it relates to Mr. Jensen?
That I don't recall.
Do you see the note there, June 28th, 1991?
June 18th. You mean?
June 18th.
Yeah,
Yes.
June 18th. And can you tell us what that says?
Patient canceled, no charge. Wants marital therapy. Important. Husband, please, but something follow her directive. I can't exactly say what that says in there, but the first part I know. Patient cancel, we didn't charge. Wants marital therapy. Impatient or important. It was either important or impatient. Husband pleased, but something follow.
Does it
I
say,
don't
but
know.
will follow wife's direction?
I think that makes sense. Yes.
And the first time you met with Mr. Jensen was on September 11th of 1990.
Yes.
And did you describe his wife at that time?
I can't say. Whatever I put in there, to the best of my recollection, would be in there in the testimony that I did in 2008.
If I show you that testimony from 2008, would that refresh your memory as to what that note is?
Yes.
I objection, Your Honor. Any statement that Mark Jensen made about his wife is hearsay.
It's an exception under 908.
No, it's not.
Oh, it's regularly business record.
No, Your Honor, it's a state.
Hang on. Guess what? We're taking our morning break, folks.
Thank God. Great time for everybody to make another fresh pot of coffee. We are on break, folks, in the Mark Jensen antifreeze murder trial. Yesterday, the prosecution rested. The defense filed a very expected motion to dismiss. They did not believe that the prosecution
The
presented
jury's outside the courtroom.
Enough
First of all, Ms.
evidence.
Crosby, which statute did you say the exception was?
The same one that we talked about last time, Judge, the business record exception, which would make this not hearsay. I'm not asking Mr. DeFazio what Mark Jensen said, Julie Jensen said. I'm asking Mr. DeFazio what his records indicate Mark Jensen said on that day.
Which means, Your Honor, it's clearly not a business record. It's not a record of his regularly conducted activity. It's a record of what Mark Jensen said to him. That's not a regularly conducted activity. That's Mark Jensen's hearsay statements about his wife's condition. It's not a regularly conducted business. It's not anything to do with the conduct of their business. It's Mark Jensen's hearsay statements about his wife.
Yeah, but he went to see this gentleman, and this gentleman wrote notes. That's his own notes of what was said.
Your Honor, let's get back to this notion about police reports again. Police reports are also business records. They don't come in. However, the business records, the police reports that contain hearsay statements of witnesses are not admissible simply because they're in a police report. And hearsay statements that are contained within a business record are not admissible. The record itself of a regularly conducted activity, like opening the office at 8:30 in the morning, closing the office at 4:30 p.m. Those are regularly conducted business activities. But statements that people make within the context of a business, that doesn't make them automatically admissible. Now, if a statement is made for purposes of medical diagnosis or treatment, when Mark Jensen's talking about his own condition, that's a statement for medical purposes, for treatment, for purposes of medical treatment or diagnosis. But this is Mark Jensen's hearsay statements about his wife.
Go ahead, I'll give you a chance to respond.
Police reports are business records, but they don't fall under this exception because they're made for the purpose of litigation. The records that Mr. DeFazio and his clinic kept, regularly conducted business records, are not made for the purpose of litigation. I already read 90803 sub 6. This fits within the exact same exception as the previous records. These were kept by his business. These are not writings of Mr. Jensen. These are writings of Mr. DeFazio kept as part of his business records. And I already laid the foundation for those.
So, Your Honor, the state can admit.
We'll give you one more time to argue.
The state can admit any of the defendant's statements that we want as a statement by a party opponent. These are statements by a party opponent. The fact that they're made to a third party doesn't make them anything other than statements by a party opponent. Mark Jensen's statements to this person or any other person are Mark Jensen's statements. So the state can admit them as a statement by a party opponent, and the defense cannot.
Judge, that exception statement of a party opponent is a different hearsay exception. I'm not arguing that one. I'm talking about the hearsay exception under sub 6.
All right, we're going to take our break after this. This jury's taking their break. I'm going to let it in again under 90806. So it's coming in. Let's take our 10-minute break.
All right, finally. Wow. I'll be honest, chat, if it wasn't for Bobby's tantrums every 5 minutes, this morning would be a boring day. So we are on break. Jury's on break. Grab your coffee, grab your snacks. Our first morning break. The judge, you can tell, is exhausted. Prosecution is not prepared. But, you know, it does seem, as boring as this testimony really kind of sounds, and this doctor is really struggling with these notes, there's something in here that Bob is very, very afraid of. There's something with this witness's testimony that Bob does not want this jury to hear. Again, we didn't watch his testimony from 2008 because I was trying to not bore you, and I'm kind of glad we didn't watch this one. I think our views would have shot down and everybody would have left the platform. So I don't know. They just, I don't know. Where do you guys stand with this? I think they need to just kind of hurry up. I really want to hear Dr. Borman. I want you guys to hear Dr. Borman. That was good testimony from 2008. Plus, I kind of think Borman is, not to say that this guy's not credible, but Borman was a lot more informative in 2008 with Julie's diagnosis, talking about a decade's worth of medication, the psychosis that she was going through. And we did find out in previous days about all of the deaths that happened in this kind of 10-year period. So if Julie Jensen really is suffering from these breaks of reality, all those family deaths that she was going through as well, pretty consistently in that 10-year period, that is not helping any of what she has going on. So kind of knowing that, and just outside of what we're watching with a murder trial, because we know you guys have sympathy towards Julie, but does that give you a little bit more compassion towards Mark Jensen and what he may have been dealing with throughout this marriage in this kind of 10-year time frame? Or is your disgust and hatred towards Mark so absolute that you have no compassion for him whatsoever? Let me know in the chat. So we will continue to cover this trial, obviously, until the end. It does sound like the Alex Murdaugh trial is what everybody else wants to kind of watch, and the trial that's kind of happening now. They did the jury voir dire, but there was not allowed to be live stream video. So they just did the audio. I'm not going to clip the audio. I tried to listen to some of it last night and this morning. It's kind of cringy audio anyway, and it's just jury voir dire. We don't care about that. So if you guys really, 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 really are interested in the Alex Murdaugh trial, let me know in the chat. And again, I think what we will probably have to do is continue our Jensen trial coverage and start a new stream after we're done for the day with Jensen to be able to, catch up on the Murdaugh trial as we're kind of going along, so that when Jensen ends, we're already caught up. We know what's going on, and we're following it at live with everybody else. It sounds like the suitcase murder trial is not going to be until April, so we have some time on that. Koberger and Richard Allen with Delphi, these are still very fluid pre-trial things that are happening, so that's going to be quite some time away. So as those get closer, we'll look into covering those. Again, we will do a mock jury on Friday at 7 p.m. with our viewers. So that stream will only be live streamed on YouTube. I'm not going to cross-platform stream that. It's only on YouTube. If you want to be part of our mock jury and be one of our jurors, send me an email. There's a lot involved, so we're not accepting people last minute. Friday morning, I don't want to hear anybody's emails. So let's try to get all of this set up now. So I got to ask you the silly voir dire questions. We got to assign a juror number to you guys, right? There's a lot of setup that goes involved in this. So let's get those things going if you guys want to be part of it, and we'll bring you onto the stream. We'll send you an invite link when we start the stream, and that'll bring you guys up. We'll assign you a juror number so you'll have all of that ahead of time. So when you sign into the link and all of that, you don't put your name, don't put your, chat name. You're assigned juror 1, juror 3, juror 6, whatever. Don't turn your camera on, right? It's all anonymous, just like a real jury would be. So even the chat is not going to know who you guys are. And you guys are going to deliberate the Jensen case. I'll act as kind of a jury foreman and sort of a bailiff that, delivers notes to the judge if you guys need clarifying answers, right? If you're kind of confused on a detail of the case, I'll do my best to give you the fact. If I'm unsure, I'll tell you so that I don't give you, mistaken testimony. If there's something that's easy enough that I can go back to a trial day and pull a clip of the video up, I will do my best to do that. I think that's going to be a little hard because there's 9 hours of trial every day. But I will try, especially since we have kind of a lot of the individual testimonies clipped out on the YouTube channel that are available for members. It might make it a little bit easier. If you need me to look something up, since obviously our mock jury people and everyone else with chat is getting all of these background details that the current jury doesn't have access to. So if you need me to look something up, I'll do, I'll jump on the old Googler and we'll look that up. Remember, the old Googler is not always reliable either, so we'll try to decipher facts the best that we can. And then I'm thinking it'd probably be a 2-hour stream, especially since we can bring 11 people onto the stream with the plan that I purchased for the streaming software. So we can bring 11 people. So that gives you guys a great opportunity, on Facebook and YouTube to get in here. There's going to be rules so that there's nobody talking over each other and bickering and arguing and being disrespectful and shouting and yelling and all of that stuff. If that stuff starts happening, we'll give you guys some warnings. If it continues, whoever's the culprit, unfortunately, gets removed from the jury. Now, to make it a little spicy, I don't know if you guys have seen the movie Runaway Jury with John Cusack and Dustin Hoffman and Gene Hackman and all of that. So we thought of this last night. We might put somebody in the jury room with you guys and create a runaway jury situation. So, if you guys haven't even seen that movie, that's a great movie. I recommend watching that. It's pretty fun. But it's a really good movie. So we may put a runaway juror in there just to keep it interesting. Again, this is all supposed to be fun, guys. We're trying to, create some fun, entertainment for you guys. But at the same time, I really am curious what everybody thinks, right? You guys are just, typing out these short little sentences as fast as you can in chat while we watch all these things. So it'd be really cool to give you guys an opportunity, have your voices heard, right? That's a big part of what we do on this platform, of elevating voices, okay, for the unheard, because we do a lot of civil rights things and that type of stuff. So I think it would be great to stick with that theme of what our platform is about and allow your voices to be heard, right? Because you guys watch these trials all the time, okay? So, and just like me, I'm sure you guys can see me in my little tiny video screen on your screen. You see me losing my shit over here sometimes, throwing my arms up. I get up, I'm disgusted. I'm screaming at the top of my lungs. I'm doing what you guys do, right? I'm a viewer as well, when I watch these things. So, and you guys are rattling off these comments. So it'd just be awesome to have you guys be able to, kind of really be able to talk and not be limited to, just a quick sentence, and get your opinions out there and see what everybody thinks. And I'm not going to interfere. I'm just going to moderate everything just to make sure everything is smooth and everyone's still having fun and all of that. So I'm going to say a 2-hour stream, right? We're not going to make it crazy long because that's insane. Although real juries deliberate for days on end, right? We're not going to do that. We'll make a 2-hour stream that should give you guys plenty of time. If when we're getting close to the 2 hours, I'll ask you guys in the jury room, hey, do you want us to cut it at the 2-hour mark, or do you guys feel like you do need a little bit more time? If the jury room says they want a little more time because they're having fun and they're really getting into it, then we'll kind of increase it by 30-minute intervals. But ideally, let's not try to go, for 4, 5, 6 hour streams. I really would not like to do that. And I'm sure chat doesn't want to sit here all day listening. So when we get close to that end point, we'll stop and we'll take a vote. And we'll see what the jury, thinks. Do we have a unanimous guilty plea, a unanimous innocent plea, not guilty? That's what I meant. Or are we at a hung jury? During the stream, I will put up a poll on YouTube for the chat members to see what they think the jury room people are going to decide. So this won't be a poll on whether or not the chat thinks Mark Jensen is guilty. It's going to be, what do you guys think the jury room people are going to vote? So it gives you guys a way to participate in this as well. This is going to be fun. I really want to do this, guys. So, sign up, send me the email at Never.Stop.Voices@gmail.com. Let's get you guys set up for the jury panel. And then we'll do this for every trial. That'll be a nice, fun thing for everybody to be able to participate in. You definitely ain't getting that on no Law and Crime and Court TV. So, and with some of these big trials, you know, especially if we end up covering this Alex Murdaugh trial, you know, I recommend checking out a YouTube channel called The Lawyer You Know, Peter Tragos. He is a it's kind of like a personal injury attorney out of Florida, but he's done some criminal trials. His dad is kind of a beast. His dad has done a lot of federal, like high-profile trials. So what they do is Peter comes on and he breaks down these big cases. Kind of really made a name for himself in the Johnny Depp Amber Heard defamation trial, and he's been breaking down all of these big cases. So he's been starting to break down the Murdaugh trial, kind of deciphering all of that. He goes through these court documents and lets you guys know what all of that means. He breaks down the legal jargon that we don't understand, and he gives it to you, how, you know, what it all means, what it's all about, what we can kind of expect in these trials, you know, speculates on why the defense or why the state is doing certain things. And he's fun. And for the ladies, he's kind of pretty to look at. So he brings his wife on once in a while. She was just on. She just got called for jury duty. So she kind of talked about her experience for being called for jury duty. So that was kind of a fun video to watch. So yeah, I recommend his channel. He's kind of cool guy. We were sending him a bunch of information during the Darrell Brooks case. So, you know, hang out with us during the live streams of the trial, and then at, you know, I think it's like 7 p.m. That's what time it goes on for me. I'm sure obviously time zones are, you know, whatever, figure that out. But it's 7 p.m. for me when I get the notification that Peter goes on. So tune into us for the live stream of the case, and then tune into him to, you know, get all that lawyery stuff. Arm over on YouTube says, kind of pretty. That man is a god. He is pretty to look at, for sure. For sure. I'm comfortable enough saying that. Good looking guy, pretty smart. He's wicked smart. And, you know, a lot of his chat members, you know, because everyone's from around all these different places, whatever, he has actually taken people's cases outside of Florida. So kind of interesting. Rachel on Facebook says Kohlberger won't have any significant hearings until June. Yeah, the Idaho 4 murder trial with Brian Kohlberger, that's going to be forever and a day away. Same thing with Richard Allen with the Delphi stuff. So, you know, let's keep sharing these streams out. Let's build the platform. If you guys can, there's some links where you can donate. That stuff really helps. And that's going to help us, you know, be able to stream all of these other trials that you guys are interested in. So if you really like what we're doing here, consider, you know, donating. We've got GoFundMe, PayPal, Cash App, Venmo, all of that fun jazz. Iceland, thank you for the donation. That helps. We are still asking for your guys' help too. We still need that 4 terabyte hard drive. If you guys want to help us acquire that piece of equipment, we still need some help acquiring that. On YouTube, make sure you guys, when you come in to YouTube, you hit that thumbs up. Keep the chat going on YouTube. All of those things kind of help the algorithm. It's kind of what pushed out. We have a viral video that we put up. It's one of the first videos we put up on this trial when the judge snapped on the defense. That video for us has gotten like over 19,000 views. YouTube has put that out like in front of people's homepages over 18,000 times. So that's kind of interesting. On Facebook, sharing the stream out, commenting, spamming the chat with those likes and hearts all throughout the stream. The more Facebook sees that stuff, they push us out on more and more people's pages. So, keep doing all that. That really, really helps, guys.
All rise for the jury.
If you can't donate, financially, all of that stuff, sharing the streams, putting us on Twitter, putting us on whatever pages you guys have, getting us in these different trial groups that you guys are on. Sometimes it's hard for us because it's considered promotion if we do it. But getting us in all of these rooms, these groups you guys are in, that's a great way to support the platform too. On YouTube, you can join and become a member for as little as 99 cents a month. And there's tons
on the record.
of
Mark
exclusive
Jensen,
content for you guys.
2002
Here we go, chat.
314. The appearances are the same. The witness, Paul DeFazio, still under oath. You can continue, Ms. Krause.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. DeFazio, I'm going to take you back to that September 11th, 1990 note on Mark Jensen's record. I think it's the very first one. Should be the second to last page.
Great.
Do you have it there?
Yes.
And can you tell us what the first line of that September 11th, 1990 treatment note says?
Conference with husband.
And then the second line?
Wanting to make changes.
And the next line?
Dropped out of nursing school.
And the line after that?
Highs and lows.
The next line?
Life. I can't distinguish that next word.
And then the note under that?
Fixed on son, 7 months.
And the line after that?
Stopped breastfeeding.
And then the line after that?
Fears that she will end up like her mother.
And then under that?
See in 3 weeks.
And would it be, is that the first meeting that you had with Mr. Jensen? From your records?
From best of my recollection, I can't say absolutely for sure, but if it would be revealed in the last testimony.
But that's the first notation as to Mr. Jensen's record.
I think so, yes.
And you already told us about the June 18th, 1991 notation, which is the last time you actually saw Mr. Jensen. Is that right?
Correct.
One of the things I asked you about at the beginning of your testimony was whether you have ever had a mother with a young child commit suicide.
Yes.
Do you remember being asked that question in 2008?
No, I don't.
If I showed you a copy of your testimony, would that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Page 109. I'm going to ask you to review like 22 through 24 and see if that refreshes your recollection.
I would say at this point, I remember saying that, but I don't remember I don't see anybody in terms of that in my face that I can recollect.
So in 2008, your testimony was that you did have a mother with small children commit suicide.
That is correct.
What you're telling us is today you can't remember who that would have been.
Yes, that's correct.
That's all I have, Mr. DeFazio. Thank you.
Mr. Jamboys, are you doing the cross?
I am, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. DeFazio.
Morning.
Now, you've been in practice, you said, since 1970, right?
But approximately private practice since 1971.
So 52 years.
That's correct.
And in their 52 years of practice, how many patients have you seen?
It's kind of amazing to count since I never anticipated being in this long, but into the thousands.
And you don't remember every one of them, do you?
Right.
As you're sitting here today, do you have any recollection whatsoever of Julie Jensen?
Yes, I do.
And so you have some recollection of her, and then you're looking at your notes concerning her.
Yes.
Do you have a very clear recollection of it, or is this just a vague recollection of?
A vague recollection.
Might it help you if you saw a picture of her? Might that help refresh your recollection further?
I have seen recent pictures, and yet I recollect a little more. But again, the details of that, having been that many years in the 1990, 1991, I don't know. I can't say with certainty that if I saw her in a store that I would say, "Hi, Julie," and know her.
Well, you know you're not going to see her in a
Right.
store.
That is correct.
I'm going to show you a document, a photograph that I believe is marked as Exhibit 1. Screen, please. Directing your attention to the screen, there's been testimony that this depicts Julie Jensen approximately in the year 1997. Does that provide you any further recollection of Julie Jensen?
I would have to say no.
So the person that's depicted in front of her, the little boy standing, is her son David, and he appears to be about 7 years old at that point.
Okay.
Now, the last time you saw Julie Jensen, David was about 8 months or so old. Is that true?
Yes.
So between the last time you saw Julie Jensen and the time this photo was taken, there's a lot of water under the bridge, right?
Yes.
So anything that you saw or said about Julie Jensen concerning her behavior in 1990 and 1991 doesn't provide a lot of insight into what was going on in her life in 1998, does it?
Objection argumentative.
Overruled. Go ahead, answer.
Did you hear my question, sir?
Yes. I have to think about that. What I would say is whatever I said in that testimony in 2008 would be accurate, because now the years have passed, and what I remembered and didn't remember as far as she goes.
Okay, Your Honor, I'd request that that answer be stricken as non-responsive, and I'll restate the question.
Why don't you restate the question and the answer be stricken?
Now, Mr. DeFazio, between the time that you last saw Julie Jensen in 1991 and the time this photograph was taken in about 1997, there was a lot of water under the bridge, right?
Yes.
And what you saw or experienced in talking with Mark and Julie Jensen in 1990 and 1991, to your knowledge, has no bearing at all on her condition in 1998, does it?
Correct.
And for that matter, what Mark Jensen said in 1990 or 1991 has no bearing on the family dynamics that were at play in 1998. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Because things change.
Yes.
For example, they had another child, as you saw in that photograph. There was a toddler seated on the bike seat behind Julie Jensen, right?
Yes.
And so Douglas hadn't been born when you were talking with Julie.
Yes.
Now, defense counsel on cross-examination or on direct examination had asked you about sometimes people don't tell you the truth when you're seeing them, right?
That is correct.
And that just doesn't apply to women. It applies to men as well, doesn't it?
Yes.
Now, when you were seeing Julie Jensen, this was pretty much what's all about Julie, right? What's wrong with Julie, right?
She was the primary patient.
Yes, and you were diagnosing what's wrong with Julie, right?
Yes.
Would you agree that a fair number of the women you see, the problem with that the women are experiencing is not the woman, it's the jerk they're married to?
Judge, I would object as argumentative.
I like that question. And I'm not making any statement. Don't take my position, but go ahead and ask the question.
So does that mean the objection was overruled, Your Honor?
It's overruled.
Okay. So I'd request the question be read back to him.
Would you agree that a fair number of women you see the problem that women are experiencing is not the woman, it's the jerk they are married to?
I would have to say, with all respect, when you add the word jerk in there, it has a connotation that I would say it would decrease the accuracy of the question being an answer.
Oh, because I described the. So you don't think that you've seen any women who are married to jerks?
I don't believe I said that. I have seen those.
Well, I'm asking you the question. When you've seen these women who've been married to jerks, was that a big part of the problem these women were experiencing?
It's very possible there's a high degree of problem.
Yeah. Now, in this case, Julie Jensen was married to a man who thought that she was paying too much attention to her 8-month-old baby. Isn't that true?
Yes.
She wasn't paying enough attention to him. She was paying too much attention to her 8-month-old baby, right?
There were changes in the situation due to the baby coming into the relationship. And obviously they would have to dilute the relationship between the two of them so that it's a possibility that the relationship was diluted. But
Diluted? I'm not talking about a diluted relationship. I'm talking about a man complaining that his wife is spending too much time on the baby and not enough time on him. That's what I'm asking about. That's what Mark Jensen complained about, right? She was too focused on the baby.
yes,
Do you think it's appropriate that a mother should be focused on her 8-month-old baby?
yes,
Maybe less focused on her adult man, a husband who's supposed to be able to take care of himself?
yes, I think that is true, but it enters in, it's not something that could be answered in a simple statement, one question.
Your Honor, objection. This is non-responsive. Beyond the word yes, I believe that is true.
He's trying to answer it, so let him finish it, and we'll go to the next question. Go ahead and finish your answer.
Many times things are not so black and white in the sense that obviously, as I discussed earlier in testimony, adding a child to the family changes the atmosphere and dynamics of the family. And then one has to go deeper into looking at how the family of origins, the perception of what a role a father is, what a role a mother is, and possibly also it's a complicated situation, what the stress factor is in terms of adding this. Is it a financial stress? Is it a time stretch? Or are there some possibly other issues that come in that was one of the parents not really wanting to be a parent, but did it to please the other parent? So and it's hard for me as a behavioral person to answer the question in a yes or no. It's much like, did you stop beating your wife? Yes or no. It can be a no, not representing anything. But
Your Honor, I object to all of this. This is non-responsive. I want him to answer my questions and not just give us a great big long lecture about things I didn't even ask him about. I'd request you instruct the witness to answer my question.
Ask another question. Let's move on.
So you had indicated that sometimes your patients don't tell you the whole truth. Isn't that true?
yes,
And I mean, probably if somebody maybe they drink a little bit more than they should, when they go to talk to their doctor, they might not say, well, doctor, I drink more than I should. That means people will kind of minimize some of the problems in their life.
yes,
And that's not a good idea, is it? Because we go to people to get treatment. We should be telling them the complete and honest truth, right?
yes,
But in your experience, sometimes patients leave things out.
yes,
Now, in this case, for example, Mark Jensen didn't tell you, Doc or Mr. DeFazio, I have this really strange obsession with penises. He never said anything like that to you, did he?
that is correct.
And a bizarre and total strange preoccupation and obsession with penises could adversely affect the sexual relationship that he might be having with his wife, couldn't it?
I don't feel I'm qualified to answer that.
Well, if Mark Jensen had told you, Mr. DeFazio, I have this very strange preoccupation with penises, and that's affecting my relationship, my sexual relationship with my wife, what would you have done with that information?
I probably would have put that as a thought of possibly other issues in that area and just reserved it at that time in my, whether it's in the writing or in my mind in terms of dealing with, is there some problem there? Or, obviously, is it dysfunctional or has it interfered with their relationship?
So, Mr. DeFazio, the first time you saw Julie, you diagnosed or you had the referral for limited postpartum depression. Is that true?
Yes, to rule out postpartum depression, but also adult situational reaction with mixed features.
Now, let's talk about adult situational reaction with mixed features. Is that just a kind of a fancy way of saying, well, gee, she's got some difficulties in her life?
That's the diagnosis used to indicate that. You're right.
So, for example, if she was married to a self-absorbed guy who doesn't help around the house and doesn't want her spending all her time with her children, with her child, that might reflect a determination of adult situational reaction with mixed features.
With other things, yes.
So with mixed features, it's not some of the other factors, or the situational factors. It's with mixed features like maybe depression.
Depression, yes, and anxiety.
Now, you talked about alcoholism. That was Julie's concerns about her mother, correct?
Yes,
One of her concerns about her mother, correct?
yes.
Julie never exhibited any signs or any manifestation whatsoever of alcoholism herself, did she?
To the best of my recollection, whatever I stated on the notes of the last hearing, that would be accurate.
Well, did you testify at the last hearing? Well, you said you had partial recollection of this case, right?
So at that point, I didn't feel at that point an indication that alcohol was a major problem.
Well, Mark didn't tell you that. Mark was bad-mouthing his wife to you, and he didn't say anything about her being an alcoholic, did he?
Judge, I would object as to argumentative.
Why don't you rephrase it, Mr. Jim?
Mark Jensen didn't tell you that he thought his wife was an alcoholic?
Correct.
And you did an intake sheet with Julie Jensen, correct?
Yes.
You have it in front of you? Make sure we're both talking about the same document. It's Exhibit 101. Defense counsel has graciously advised me. I'm with this document right here, sir.
Oh, excuse me. I don't know if I have it in here.
So, okay, so we'll put it in. So on the bottom of this page, it's signed Julie Jensen and dated June 29th, 1990.
Yes.
And she indicates what the question is, what do you expect to accomplish from therapy? And she wrote, improve attitude and self-esteem.
Yes.
Now, let's talk about attitude and self-esteem. Without you can put the document down now, Mr. DeFazio. Would it be fair to say that a woman who's in an unhappy marriage or an unhappy relationship with an abusive spouse might need to improve her attitude and might have low self-esteem?
Judge,
Yes.
I would object as to argumentative and states facts, not in evidence as to abusive spouse.
I'm going to allow it. Go ahead. I gave you a lot of leeway on direct. Go ahead.
So do you need the question read back to you, sir?
Yes, would you?
No, but I'll ask the reporter to do that.
Talk about attitude and self-esteem. Put that document down now, Mr. Fazio. Would it be fair to say that a woman who is in an unhappy marriage or an unhealthy relationship with an abusive spouse might have a need to improve her attitude and low self-esteem?
Yes.
Now, she also indicated that there's a question, has immediate problem affected your functioning? And the answer is yes, correct?
Yes.
And then then you list things. Number 1, work, and she circled yes, correct?
Yes.
Because now we're looking back at the document again, sir. I'm sorry, I should have made that clear to you. So looking back at that part of Exhibit 101, has immediate problem affected your functioning? And the answer is circled yes, correct?
That's correct.
And then work, and the answer is circled yes.
Yes.
And number 2 is sleep, and the answer circled yes.
Correct.
And number 3 is appetite, and the answer circled no.
Correct.
And then 4, family life at home, and the answer circled yes.
Correct.
She lists her church or group affiliation as St. Paul's Lutheran.
Yes.
Under troubles with neighbors, she says no. Correct. And under alcoholic beverages, she's X'd never and rarely. Correct?
Correct.
And have you ever been treated for alcoholism? The answer is no. Correct?
Correct.
And then there's, but at the bottom, there's a series of questions and epilepsy, convulsions, and so forth. And then under depression, anxiety, the answer is no, correct?
Yes, correct.
In other words, have you ever had any of the following? Please circle depression, anxiety, and the answer is circled no, correct?
That is correct.
And under recent change in appetite, she circled no.
Correct.
And that's as of June 29th, 1990. Julie Jensen was not being treated for alcoholism, and she was not an alcoholic when you were seeing her.
That is correct.
You were treating her, you thought you were ruling out limited postpartum depression, and then you diagnosed adult situational reaction with mixed features. And then on September 4th, 1990, it says depression seasonal. Is that a seasonal affective disorder? Is that what you mean by that?
It's more where sometimes what happens in the fall or spring, depression that does exist, it comes out. Some people beyond just, oh, it's fall and I'm not looking forward to winter, or spring. Oh, good, it's spring, the weather's getting warmer, no snow type of thing. So that could be an indicator of something more than the average person goes. And so that most of us happen to like the spring or the fall. And so, or look at fall as anticipating winter. So could be an indicator.
Now, Mr. DeFazio, have you ever had occasion to treat a narcissist or diagnose somebody with narcissism?
Yes, in terms of the first question.
What are some of the features that you observe in a narcissistic personality disorder?
Pretty much by the definition, they're thinking as the world relates to them, as opposed to as the world relates to the average person. So then, in other words, if you look at somebody that you know is a real good, you like that person real much, and she says or he says to you, I lost my parent to cancer, and it's just a tragic thing. It was a fast death and so forth. You can't possibly miss the loss of that person yourself. You've never met her or him. You don't know that person. But knowing that that person that you like real much is hurting, your feelings can go and extend to that person. You can feel badly that day or that period after getting that news because you know how that person must feel. Our narcissist doesn't necessarily feel that, might feel only, he lost his mother. Now we were planning to go up north skiing and now I can't go because he's got to go to the funeral.
So for a narcissist, it's all about him.
You are correct.
It's like the narcissist is the sun and everything else is a planet that revolves around the sun.
Yes.
So when Mark Jensen was complaining that Julie is too involved with the child, that suggests to Mark Jensen that he's looking at how this child is affecting his life, right?
I would say qualified yes.
And when he's complaining, and now Julie was distraught about having to be away from her baby for 35 hours a week. Isn't that true?
Yes.
She had a job she was a 25 hours a week job, but she had to commute 10 hours during that week to get to and from her work, correct?
Yes.
So she had 35 hours away from her baby.
Yes.
And Julie was upset about being away from her baby.
Yes.
And Mark Jensen thought that she was just too preoccupied with her baby.
Yes.
And Julie was concerned that Mark Jensen wasn't helping her enough around the house, that she had too much to do because she had to work, she had to care for the baby, and then she had to do everything else that she's supposed to do at home, and Mark wasn't helping her out, right?
Correct.
But Mark's concern was that Julie was too focused on her baby.
Yes.
So might that be a contributing factor to the situational, I don't know what they call that, situational reaction?
Features.
I'm sorry,
Adult situational reaction with mixed features.
Situational reaction. So the situation Julie was reacting to was a husband who thought she was spending too much time on the baby and not enough time with him. That was part of the situation, wasn't it?
Judge, I would ask that Mr. DeFazio be allowed to answer the question.
Would you let him finish the answer, Mr. Jambois?
I like the word contributing to as opposed to just being the factor. So it could have contributed, but we can't say not enough information was known on other things to make that statement being the fact that it caused it or anything.
Well, certainly, when we're talking about the information that's known, I asked you about this. Mark Jensen never told you anything about what appears to be a very bizarre obsession with penises.
To the best of my knowledge, I don't remember it. And if I didn't have it in my testimony, I don't recall that.
So I'm asking, well, you understand the jury has been sitting here for a couple of weeks. They've heard testimony that Mark Jensen has like over 2,000 penis photos on his computer. You would agree that reflects a rather bizarre, unusual obsession with penises, doesn't it?
Judge, I would object as to the facts not in evidence and the argumentative nature of the question.
Telling me the issue of the penises is not in evidence?
No, that's not what I said, Judge.
You just said that.
I meant
not
the
in
number.
evidence. That's what the question he asked.
I meant the number, but that's fine. It's also an argumentative question.
Just rephrase it and we'll move on.
Okay. Well, I'm going to ask you a hypothetical question. Okay. Hypothetically, if a man has a whole bunch of penis photos in his computer and they're organized according to files of small, medium, and favorites, and they number in the hundreds, that would reflect an unusual and probably unhealthy obsession with penises, correct?
Yes.
I mean, regardless of whether you're a heterosexual or a homosexual, it's just unusual to have that kind of a preoccupation with penises.
Yes.
You would agree with that hypothetical?
Yes.
And then hypothetically, if you were aware that the man had required his girlfriend to describe to him in great detail the size, shape, and circumference of every penis she'd ever seen. That would also reflect a rather bizarre and unusual preoccupation with penises.
Yes.
And that kind of a bizarre fixation or obsession could certainly adversely affect the relationship that exists between a man and a woman, couldn't it?
Yes.
And so that could also be a contributing factor to this reactive adult situational reaction, correct?
Contributing. Yes.
A contributing factor. So when was the last time you saw Julie Jensen?
I believe it was in 1991. So was that about whatever that date was?
And when did you last see Mark Jensen?
I have to look at what the record would say. It's probably there. I don't. Possible in June or July of 1991. June or July. I would have to look at the exact.
Now, you indicated in one of your notes that Julie, toward the end of her treatment sessions with you, she was talking about going in a different direction. Is that
Yes.
true?
Yes.
Could you pull up that note, please?
I can't really locate. If you could locate that for me, and so I could see it.
I would, except I didn't have that document, so counsel had a second. What page was it? I didn't have that one. I didn't have that one. I'm asking about.
I think I just found it. June 18th, 1991.
And what do your notes reflect, if you can read it?
Canceled, wants marital therapy. Husband, please, but will follow. He was pleased apparently with the current treatment, but he was going to follow whatever she said, that directive, at least the summary of what that note says.
So that was Mark's statement, not Julie's statement.
I can't recall who said it and whether it was a. Right here, I said patient canceled, but sometimes maybe by phone, I'm on, this is a testimony here. It could be that the patient canceled and said, I'm seeking other help. I can't recall that. And whatever I had said in the last testimony would be the valid answer I felt comfortable with. Wants marital therapy.
So June 18th, 1991 says something canceled. What do you
Patient canceled.
wants
Marital therapy. I think that says important.
important, or impatient?
Maybe it was impatient. I can't tell.
So it's either important, maybe impatient.
Husband, please, but will follow
Wife's direction.
Are we on the record or are we asking?
I'm asking him questions about, yes, and I'm hoping this is on the record. It's about Exhibit 100. And as you're sitting here today, do you know if that note was based on Julie's conversation with you or Mark Jensen's conversation with you?
I can't recall.
Were you aware that on June 24th, 1991, Julie Jensen filed a petition for divorce from Mark Jensen?
To the best of my recollection, no, unless something showed up in the testimony that I had before.
Well, what I'm asking you is were you aware, and I will indicate the jury is aware because the petition for divorce was filed by Julie Jensen on June 24th, 1991. And you were not aware of the fact that Julie Jensen was going to file for divorce.
I can't recall that.
And you were unaware that earlier in the year, in the spring, Julie Jensen had a brief affair with a guy by the name of Perry Tarica.
I would have to refer to that testimony that I gave.
Well, your notes don't reflect anything about Julie telling you that she had an affair with Perry Tarica or any other person in early 1991 and in the spring of 1991.
I'd have to give the same answer that I gave the last time.
Well, I know you've raised this issue before about your testimony. All I want you to testify about is what you can see by looking at your notes or what you independently recall from 1991. Now, as you're sitting here in 2023, it would be understandable if you don't have a specific and independent recollection of each and every entry in your reports or in your records. So I invite you to look at your record of the times that you saw Julie in 1991. And that's the first time it reflects February 12th, 1991. Is that true? Do you want me to show you the page I'm looking at, Mr. DeFazio? Would that help you? Here, I'll show you what I'm looking at.
Okay.
So can you find that page? So now we're
Okay, we're on the same page.
So your note reflects February 12th, 1991, stability, emotional, correct?
Correct.
And I can't read what it says underneath there. Can you read it?
Improving.
And then on February 26th, 1991, you got the date there, but you don't write anything, correct?
That is true.
And then on March 12th, 1991, what does it say there?
Fight him regarding outcome. I can't read that note.
Okay, well, let's do this. Look at the note for March 12th, 1991, March 28th, 1991, April 6th, 1991, April 16th, 1991, April 30th, 1991, May 14th, 1991, May 28th, 1991. Just look through all of your notes pertaining to those dates and indicate to me whether or not Julie Jensen, you have any notes in there that Julie Jensen disclosed to you that she'd had a one-weekend affair with a guy by the name of Perry Tarico.
I do not see that.
And certainly if a person you're seeing for marital counseling and other types of counseling had disclosed to you that she just had an affair, that would certainly affect therapy, wouldn't it?
Yes,
You would make a note of that, right?
correct.
And there's no note of that.
Not that I can see.
So perhaps in sometime between March of 1991 and June 18th of 1991, Julie had clearly come to a decision as to what was really wrong with her, right?
Objection argumentative.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Well, there's nothing here reflects that she was satisfied with the treatment she was receiving at your hands. I mean, she didn't tell you, "Oh, I've got a solution now. I'm all better."
That is correct.
So, since she filed for divorce in June of 1991, to be specific, June 24th of 1991, it seems that Julie had come to a realization as to what she needed to do to address her adult situational reaction.
Objection speculation.
Overruled.
She'd concluded by June 24th of 1991 that the problem wasn't Julie, the problem was the guy Julie was married to.
I can only say that she was obviously unsatisfied with her situation and took steps to change it.
By divorcing her husband, by filing a petition for divorce from her husband.
That is correct.
So, in terms of the medication that was provided to Julie, first of all, they were all samples, correct?
To the best of my knowledge, unless there was something in the record, on the record, we put it in the chart if we gave samples, because obviously if it were through a pharmacy, there'd be another recording of it at that point. So I don't know. We used to have drug cards. They were large index cards that would put the medication on there. So if they were coming from a pharmacy, it would be ordered, this would be ordered. So this was samples and they were listed as samples.
And the only drug that was listed is Prozac, right?
That is correct.
Now, did you ever, I forgot, was this a book or an article, something called Prozac Nation? Did you ever hear about that book or that article?
No.
Well, you were aware of the fact that at some point there was this discussion in the public's eye about that there was a lot of Prozac being prescribed across America, correct?
There was some talk, but I can't recall the exact article that you're referring to necessarily. But there's always been in the field discussion of medication versus the therapy or and so forth. So there could be some discussion of that.
And Prozac was very freely prescribed, and probably still is very freely prescribed in America by physicians. Isn't that true?
I have trouble with the word freely.
Well, if a person describes either adult situational reaction or depression or seasonal affective disorder or postpartum depression, what's the first type of antidepressant that's most likely to be prescribed more than any other?
At this point in
I'm talking about 1991.
Okay. Prozac was one of them.
And that's the only drug that was ever prescribed to Julie Jensen was Prozac.
During the time she was a patient of ours, yes. I think from what we see in our records, I can say.
When Julie was talking about not wanting to be like her mother, and directing your attention to, I don't know, the note above the July 6, 1990, you'd asked about her background, and she said mother, home, father, AMC, correct?
Correct.
And she expressed the fear or the concern that women who stay home can become brain dead, correct? Do you see that up there?
Which page are you on now?
I'll show you.
Okay. I recall what you're saying, but I want to be able to see it.
I want you to too. So here, see if you can find that page. Mother, home, father. Above July 6, 1990. Looks like a mother, home. So when we're talking about Julie not wanting to be like her mother, you've got notations here at the top of this page where there's a reference to July 6, 1990, and it says mother, home, correct?
Correct.
Father, AMC, correct?
Correct.
And then beneath that, there's something that you've written here. Women who stay home become brain dead.
Correct.
Now, that's based on what Julie's concern was.
Yes.
So when she's talking about being fearful of being like her mother had become an alcoholic, correct?
Yes.
And Julie had expressed the concern that women who stay home become brain dead.
Yes.
Now, were you aware that Julie was a straight A student in college?
Not to my recollection, no.
Well, the jury's seen evidence. She was a straight A student in a nursing program. She was a very, very, very bright young woman. Did you get that impression that she was extremely intelligent?
I thought she was within reasonable, if not above, intelligence.
Well, she was extremely intelligent according to her transcript. I mean, I wish I had grades like that in college. Maybe I would have gone to medical school, but she had straight A students as a nursing student when she attended college. That's reflective of a very high level of intelligence, correct?
Yes.
So it's understandable if an extremely intelligent woman is concerned, oh, gee, if I stay at home, I'm not working, women who stay home may become brain dead, correct?
It would be appropriate to a thought that would run through her mind.
Now, is this something that she had about her concern, or was she communicating to you that that's something that Mark said?
I really, I can't say from that question, I can't make an answer on that.
Well, when you look down below, after women who stay home become brain dead, and then you go down below that, it says husband something or other. Can you read what that says?
Husband knows and is glad that, and I can't, something is something for, and I can't read my writing there.
So now I'm directing your attention to Dr. Newman's notes. Can you find those?
Yes.
And the benefit of Dr. Newman's notes is that we can read all of them, right?
That is correct.
Even you can read. I mean, when I put it like this, even you can't read some of your notes, correct?
That is correct.
But we can all read Dr. Newman's notes.
That is correct.
So, what Julie told Dr. Newman is consistent with what she told you, specifically directing your attention to husband feels she is too involved with child. Correct?
Yes,
That's what Julie told Dr. Newman, and that's what Julie Jensen told you.
yes,
And then further down, there's do you see this notation, Mark? Do you see that?
how far down?
It's a right-hand side, about halfway down the page.
Okay, yes,
Mark represented emotional stability. So she's indicating that Mark represented for her emotional stability, correct?
yes,
But then below that it says, wants wife not to be brain dead.
yes,
So it was Mark that was expressing the concern about Julie becoming brain dead. So when you go back to,
Judge, I would ask that the witness be able to answer.
Is that a question or a statement?
so
If it was a statement, I would move to strike it.
Go ahead and ask a question.
okay. So looking at that note, it appears that it was Julie was relating that it was Mark who was concerned. He wants a wife not to be brain dead. That was Julie expressing what Mark had indicated, correct?
from the best of my knowledge, reading Dr. Newman's notes, I would say yes.
And so then we can put that in context to this note that I'd referenced earlier, mother, home, father, AMC, women who stay home become brain dead. So that sounds like very similar to what what Julie was indicating. Mark had expressed that concern when she was talking to Dr. Newman. Isn't that true?
Correct.
Now, the last time you saw her was 1991.
Yes,
You didn't see her in 1992.
correct.
You didn't see her in 1993. So I'm not going to go through those. Between 1992 and 1998, you did not see Julie Jensen and you did not see Mark Jensen.
Correct.
So, but even though we haven't seen him since 1991, when you did see Julie in 1990 and 1991, there was no indication that Julie Jensen was suicidal, was there?
That is correct.
Nothing further.
You want to redirect?
No questions.
All right. Do we have exhibits over here? That
We do.
can
We have,
make-
I'd move exhibit 100 and 101.
100 and 101 will be received.
Yes, I got to put that.
That's it, Mr. DeFazio. Thank you.
Next witness for the defense.
Is a video, Judge.
All right. How short is it?
It's like 46 minutes.
Well, let's start it, and
Okay.
at least we'll get halfway through it. Okay. And is it, whose video is it?
Sergeant Mark Hunter.
And your list is number 12. You start playing it. Let's try to go to like 5 after 12, okay?
And it's item number. I didn't make it an item. I'm going to say item number 7. Switch us.
Please state your names.
I know. I'm going to. I don't know why my computer's so much louder.
We're all awake now.
Your name for the court.
Is that okay or too loud?
Hunter,
All right, Judge, I'm going to start it now.
Could you please state your name and spell your name for the court?
Mark Hunter, M-A-R-K, H-U-N-T-E-R.
Mr. Hunter, how are you employed?
I'm a lieutenant with the Pleasant Prairie Police Department,
How long have you been employed by the Pleasant Prairie Police Department?
23 years.
23 years continuously with Pleasant Prairie?
Yes.
Did you have any law enforcement experience prior to joining that department?
I had dispatch experience, and I also worked at Silver Lake Police Department for like 8 months.
How long have you been a lieutenant?
Since 1999.
At some point, did you have occasion to come in contact with a Julie Jensen?
Yes, I did.
And do you recall when your first contact with Julie Jensen was?
I don't recall the exact date. I know it was in 1991, 92. I had been called down there several times for hang-up phone calls that she was receiving.
And was it Mrs. Jensen herself who was calling you?
Yes.
And what did Mrs. Jensen report to you did you actually go over to the house or just deal with this by phone?
I dealt with her, some of it on the phone and some of it at her house, but I remember I had been there in 1991 and she wanted a phone trace put on her phone, which Wisconsin Bell had put one on, and I don't know that they ever came up with any phone numbers that we're calling. And in 1992, on the 8th of January, 1992, I went to her house and she told me that she had still been receiving hang-up phone calls. She suspected that the phone calls might be coming from Illinois, and Wisconsin Bell said that they could not set up a trace that would capture phone numbers from Illinois that were originating there. And she was getting ready to go out of town, so she wanted her house put on extra patrol. And she told me that she was convinced that she thought that a Perry Tariqa had been making these phone calls, but she could not prove it. She told me that about a year or so before she had had an affair with him. And she said that she had broken it off and that she had reconciled with her husband. And she felt that Perry was making the phone calls. I told her that I couldn't prove anything, but I did tell her that I would be willing to call Perry Tariqa in a non-accusatory manner and just ask him if he had been making the phone calls, and that if he said no, fine, and if he had been making them, that he would please stop. And she asked me to do that.
Okay, let me break that down a little bit. So you indicated that this last conversation in which you discussed the possibility of calling Mr. Tariqa took place on January 8th of 1992?
That's correct.
Do you recall how much earlier it is that Mrs. Jensen first contacted you?
It may have been several days before, and I know that it was like the year before. And I know that there were other officers in the department who had also responded for phone calls.
Okay. And do you know whether the other officers were dealing with a situation that occurred in 1991 or 1992, or are you referring to something that took place a little bit later?
I'm not sure the exact dates that other officers had been there.
Okay. Well, let me get some exhibits marked here. Lieutenant, let me show you defendant's exhibits 295 and 296. I'll give you 295 first. And I don't see the name of the responding officer on that. I will tell you, it looks like your handwriting from an incident August 13th, 1991. Do you recognize that as your handwriting?
Yes. I think it got cut off at that bottom because.
Cut off on the, your signature probably would have been on the bottom.
Yeah.
And the August 13th, 1991 report, what does that tell you about the incident? And then why don't I identify the other exhibit here that you're looking at, which is exhibit 296, and that seems to have a date of August 26th, 1991. Is that right?
Yes.
And that's also your report?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me what was occurring in August of 1991 regarding any reports by Mrs. Jensen?
She said that she and her husband had been receiving pornographic letters in the mail, and they had also been receiving these hang-up phone calls. And that would have been, she had called me 7/22 of 91. That was a different case number, 915159. And now she was calling again in August 26th or August 13th at 2:04 saying that the garage door had been opened and that some lawn furniture had been moved around the yard. And she said that neither her or her husband had done it.
And so this is August of 1991.
Correct.
All right. Then the next contact you said you had was on January 8th.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you in fact call Mr. Tarika?
Yes, I did.
Where was he located?
He worked at Dean Whittier in Illinois. Julie gave me the phone number to call there. So at about 8:30 in the morning on the 8th of January, I did call and asked for Perry Tarika. And I told him who I was. I told him where I worked. I said that this Julie Jensen had called us and that she didn't know what to do anymore. She was tired of getting hang-up calls. And I said, I'm not accusing you of doing it. If you have been doing it, just knock it off. And if you haven't been doing it, that's fine. And he got real snappy on the phone and he said, who are you with? What's your phone number? And then he said, well, listen here, mister, how dare you call and harass me? And I told him I'm not harassing you. I said, I just wanted to try to bring a closure to this because it had been going on for so long. And he said, I had an affair with her. I respected her wishes not to contact her anymore. I haven't had any contact with her. I'm not going to have any more contact with her. I'm not going to call her. And he was pretty upset on the phone that I would have even called him to ask him about that.
And what was your response? Were you sort of apologetic to him?
I just said, I'm not here to accuse you of anything. And if it's been going on, fine. And if it's not, that's fine too. Because it was my hope that if it had been him making the phone calls, that perhaps it might cause him to stop calling.
Did he specifically deny having called her?
He denied calling her. He denied having any contact at all with her.
Denied entirely that he had any contact or tried to contact her?
Correct.
Okay. So was that the end of your investigation?
Well, Julie had gone out of town, I believe, the 10th through the 12th, and she'd asked for extra patrol on the house because of the lawn furniture. And when she got back, I was on duty, and she called the police department, and she was very upset. She said that when she returned from her vacation, her sister Jill Griffin, who lives in Kenosha, had called her up and said, I want you to come over to the house. I believe she went over to the house, or if Jill went to their house, I can't recall. But anyway, Jill had received a letter care of Julie Jensen at Jill Griffin's house. And it was from Perry Tarika. And Julie had opened it. It was a Christmas card. There was a rambling letter about how much he cared for her, how much he loved her, wishing her and her new baby and her husband well. There were some like cartoon clippings and some articles about love. And she was very upset by receiving the letter. And I looked at the postmark of the letter, and it said January 6th of 1992. And right away, I thought to myself, I had talked to him on the 8th, and he was adamant that he had not called her, he had not had any contact with her, that he was not going to have any contact with her. When it was mailed on the 6th, he could have easily told me on the phone, hey, by the way, she's going to be receiving a letter in the mail from me that I just sent. And he didn't. Instead, he was very defiant and very upset with me for having called and said that he had no contact in any way, shape, or form with her.
He had basically gotten angry with you for suggesting that he might contact her.
Correct.
And then you look at this letter, and it was postmarked just 2 days before your conversation with him?
That's correct.
Let me see if I can find an exhibit. Tarika. Lieutenant Hunter, let me show you Exhibit 201. And is the first page of Exhibit 201, is that the a photocopy of the envelope that was received by Ms. Griffin?
Yes.
Actually, let me just put that on the screen.
Sure.
If you can identify it from there. Lieutenant, right behind you there. So this is the envelope that was received that was postmarked just 2 days before this conversation?
Yes, sir.
And over here is the postmark that it said January 6th.
That's correct.
And the return address for Mr. Tarika is over in the left-hand corner.
Yes.
And it's one of the enclosures, this Christmas card that's not photocopied particularly well.
Yes.
And then we have this letter. Was this letter part of what was received?
Yes, sir, it is.
And then is this the inside of that card that we saw?
Yes.
Okay. And then you said there were some clippings and cartoons, right?
Yes.
This was all part of the same package?
That's correct.
And some article that nice guys where nice guys finish, right?
Yes.
Did this come as quite a surprise to you?
Yes, it did.
What was your response? How did you handle this, Lieutenant?
Well, like I said, Julie was very upset that she had received this card, and she was even convinced more that maybe Perry had been involved in some of the calls. I told her that I would call him up, and she said, I want something done. I would like to seek a charge of harassment or something against him, because she said, I just can't go on like this. So I called Perry, and I can't recall the exact conversation that I had with, if I could see that report.
Yeah, let me give you your report, which is Exhibit 203. You wrote a report on January 13th, 1992?
Yes. That would have been right after she had gotten back from vacation and had called I called Perry Tarika at his workplace, And he said that he did send a letter to the care of her sister, and he said that he did not consider the letter to be harassment. And he kept saying that harassment would be calling her on the phone, but a letter would not be. And I talked to my chief, and he said that under our local ordinance of harassment, that to go ahead and issue him a citation, which I did. I mailed it to him. He told me that he was still madly in love with Julie, and that he just wanted to express his feelings for her, which is why he wrote the letter. I mailed a citation to him for harassment. And I don't know whatever happened with the case for sure. I do know that after that particular time, when the citation was mailed, that Julie had never called me. I don't know if any other officers had responded, but I had not received any more.
Now, when you spoke with Mr. Tariqa, and it was a January 13th, 1992 that you spoke with him?
The 14th.
The 14th.
At 9:30.
Okay. Was it the 13th that Julie had spoken with you? I thought I saw the 13th.
I believe it was the 13th. It was whatever day she got back from. The 13th. At 9 a.m. is when she called me, and I called Perry that same day at 9:30.
Okay. Now, you indicated that the first time you spoke with Mr. Tariqa, you were pretty non-accusatory and just trying to find out what was going on.
Yes.
Had your tone changed when you called him back?
Yeah, I said, I can't believe this. I said, you were so mad at me for calling. You were adamant that you hadn't. And I said, and here's a letter. And his defense right away was, well, that's not harassment. Sending a letter is not harassment. And I told him that she doesn't want any more contact with you. And in a phone call previous, on the 8th, when I had talked to Perry Tariqa, he had said that he had respected her wishes not to contact her. And so it was just pretty much a surprise.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that Mrs. Jensen, when you first had contact with her, had said that she had had an affair with this individual.
Yes.
Do you recall what she had to say about that affair?
She really didn't, that I recall, go into too much detail. She just said that it had happened a year before, or a year and a half before. And then she said that she had broken it off with that, and that she had told her husband about it, and that they were working through that.
Now, you mentioned something about trying to set up a trace through Wisconsin Bell.
Yes.
They were the local telephone carrier at the time.
Yes.
Something that you had to, were harassing phone calls something that was part of your job duties in 1991 and 1992 that you occasionally had to investigate?
Sure.
And one of the methods by which you try to deal with harassing phone calls might be to put on a phone trace.
Yes.
And did you learn during the course of your duties that you couldn't trace calls to another state?
Yes.
Lieutenant Hunter, were you also present at the Jensen household on the evening that Mrs. Jensen passed away?
Yes, I was.
And what were your duties at the scene?
I was called from home to come there to take photos.
And did you in fact take photographs?
Yes, of the interior of the home.
Any photographs that we have of the interior, those would have been taken by you, is that correct?
Yes.
And did you make your own decisions as to what to photograph, or was that done at the direction of Detective Ratsberg or someone else?
I was told to, Lieutenant Ratsberg was there, and I was told to go in and just take photos of each room as it was. And that's what I did. I just proceeded through the house.
Do you know what time that you took the photographs?
I don't. I know that I was called at home at about 5 p.m. So I'm thinking of 6:30-ish, 7. I would have to double check what time I arrived at the house.
Do you have any reports relating to your activities at the house that night?
Yes, I do.
Do you have a page and a half narrative of your activities at the scene?
Yes, sir.
And is there any indication in there as to precisely what time photographs were taken?
No, I don't believe so. No, there isn't.
And is there any other document that you're aware of that would tell you when the photographs were taken?
No.
Now, I see from the from your report that you seized a leather-bound daytimer calendar of Mark Jensen's. Is that correct? And I'm looking at the second page of your narrative report.
Yeah, I don't know that I seized it. I saw the black leather-bound daytimer, and there are different notations on different dates inside of it.
Okay.
I believe that Lieutenant Ratsberger or Sergeant Riley would have collected it if they did collect it.
Well, you reviewed that calendar, correct?
I remember paging through it, and we were, I believe, in the home office area, and Lieutenant Ratsberger was there too.
And did you identify that as an item that should be seized in your investigation in this case?
Lieutenant Ratsberger was in charge of the scene, and any decisions on what to take. I know that he took the computer and other things, so I don't know that I personally said we need to take this, but I do remember that there were notations in it.
Okay. Did you alert him to the notations and suggest that it might be important?
I think, I can't remember if Sergeant Riley was standing next to me. We just more or less saw it there and, thought that it might be important to the case in somehow. I mean, we didn't really know at the time what had happened or what value it may have, but.
Okay, and this was an item then that you did seize at the time?
Yes.
Okay. Lieutenant, just to finish up here, I just, you indicated you took photographs at the scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just like you to identify a few photographs here. This is Exhibit 132. Do you recall taking Exhibit 132 at the scene?
Yes.
Okay, I would move, and this is of the computer room.
Yes.
And we can see the computer right over here, correct?
Correct.
I would move Exhibit 132.
No objection.
It will be returned. You also took a photograph of, this is Defense Exhibit 171.
That's correct.
And do you recall if that was the Jensen bathroom connected to the master bedroom?
Yes.
And we have some Dixie cups here on the counter.
That's correct.
Were you asked to seize those?
I don't recall if those were seized or not.
Okay. I move Exhibit 171 if it hasn't been previously admitted.
Any objection? No, Your Honor.
Proceed. Show you Exhibit 172, Lieutenant Hunter. And this is of the kitchen area in the Jensen household?
Yes, sir.
And all these pictures were taken on December 3rd, 1998, correct?
That's correct.
And we have some various glasses on the kitchen counter here.
Yes,
And do you know whether all those glasses were seized?
that I don't recall.
Okay. You don't recall if you did it, or you don't recall doing it?
I don't recall what, if I had like an evidence list, but I don't recall actually being like the collector of any evidence.
Okay. Have you had any role in the investigation of this case since December 3rd, 1998?
No.
Let me just put on the screen. This is, whoops. This is exhibit 170. And do you recognize that as the bedside table in the bedroom?
Yes, I did.
And you see that there's a phone there next to the bed?
Yes.
And do you recall whether officers seized those dish items there on the bedside table?
I believe one bowl had macaroni and cheese or something in it, and they did seize that.
Okay. And that's exhibit 170, which I moved in the event it hasn't already been received.
No objection.
And here's a more close-up view of the items on the bedside table: the phone, a blue glass, some tissues, a moose lamp, and it looks like the macaroni and cheese that you previously mentioned, correct?
Correct.
I would move 169.
No objection.
Received. And I have two newly marked photographs here, exhibits 297 and 298. And I'll have you look at 298 first and invite your attention in particular to the lower left-hand portion. Is this a picture again of the kitchen counter at
Yes.
the Jensen home?
Looks like a dishwasher right there.
Okay. And can you see what appears in the lower left-hand corner of 298, what appears to be a Walgreens prescription envelope?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then if you look at 297, does that appear to be a close-up of the Walgreens prescription envelope?
Yes.
And can you read the date and time on that prescription envelope?
December 2, 1998, 11:13 a.m.
At 11:13 a.m. on December 2nd.
That's correct.
And that was the day before Mrs. Jensen's death.
Correct.
And I would move exhibits 297 and 298.
Any objection? No, Your Honor.
Proceed. Just one last thing I'll ask you about. Well, do you know whether Pleasant Prairie has a building inspector's office?
Yes, they do.
And they're in charge of issuing building permits.
Yes.
Are you familiar with the documents that are issued in regards to building permits?
No, I know if you want to get a fence or sometimes site or something, I'm not sure of all the, what it takes to get one.
Okay. You don't have any authority for prosecuting those kind of violations for a building code violation or failure to get a permit or anything like that?
No, the building inspector, just like the fire department, they do have the authority to issue citations if there was non-compliance with someone who got a, or
Okay.
did not, or did something and did not get one. But we would not really have any authority or contact with.
Okay. I have here a certified copy of documents relating to a building permit for a deck at the Jensen home in 1994, which I moved as a certified copy. Any objection?
No objection.
And I know you may not be familiar with this, but maybe you can help me out here. We see that there's a list of inspections relating to this deck. Do you see that?
Yes.
And does it appear that there was a final inspection of the deck, indicating that it was finished?
It says 10/3/94 pass. I don't know if that would, but it says final, yes.
Okay, and it looks like it may even say pass. Let me put
Yes,
that
sorry.
on the screen. First, we have a building permit for a deck for the pool, issued on July 8th, 1994. And then we have record of inspections. And down here where it says final, October 3rd, 1994, and perhaps that says pass there, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
Yes.
Request or request or
Cross.
Your Honor, since it's noon, would this be a good time to stop? Since it was
No,
just
it's a
started?
good time to stop. All right, folks, we're going to go to all the way to 1:30 for your lunch today.
Jury is excited about a 1:30 lunch break. So I'm going to play some footage. This morning we played some footage as we were waiting for the trial to get started. And I think one of the big key parts of the trial that a lot of you are still kind of hung up on, I think this might be a big thing to be arguing about in the jury room that we're going to be putting up, is who was on the computer. I think that's one of the biggest things. If you guys can think of another big element that you guys are stuck on in deciding whether or not Mark or Julie did certain things, whatever, if you want to refer me to another video, a certain person's testimony, we'll try to play some of these things for you guys during all these different breaks so that when we get to the jury room, you guys are as informed as possible. If you want to watch just individual testimonies of people, we do have them clipped out on our YouTube channel for the members only.
Now, going back to the Jensen computer, we talked about some ways to know who is sitting in front of a computer.
Correct.
And because there was no social media or anything like that on this case, you actually have to look at the data and try to compare it to other things to determine if anyone was there and who it was.
Correct. So like you'd have to compare to times when somebody's home, types of sites that somebody's usually going to, things like that.
And so if there's two adults at home at the same time and the internet is accessed, you wouldn't be able to tell me who that is based on the computer itself.
Without knowing the background of the individual and the types of websites they're going to, I wouldn't be able to physically do that.
And making those type of connections, that's not your job. It's your job to analyze the computer and bring the data.
Yeah, my job is to show you what's on the computer and the nerdy side of things.
So now you were shown an internet history that you had created, right?
Yes.
Now, you'd said the computer was originally turned on in July,
Yes. Yes.
but there's actually some things in that that predate July of 1998, isn't there?
Correct.
How's that happen?
So a lot of files come to your computer. So if you are ever like me and you like looking at some of that old stuff, you can see when certain files are originally created back in whatever warehouse they were created at, because everything has timestamps. Microsoft often, like all businesses, I'm not going to pick on Microsoft, reuses a lot of things. So you might have files that have dates from, in this case, dates from like 1999 or 1996, 1997 that are on your computer. You didn't have your computer in 1996, 1997 because those are system files that the company itself made, and those dates remain the same. So yes.
And that also can indicate that you're transferring something over from an old computer, right?
It is possible.
So things like there's, I believe, a baby shower that was
Yes.
predating.
I recall.
Did you look at that file?
I believe I looked at if I'm thinking of the correct one, yes, I believe I looked at it.
Real quick chat. One of our viewers said Beverly Jamboy is Bob Jamboy's wife. So we got that confirmed. Sorry, I'm over here listening to testimony. Beverly is Bob's wife.
I'm going to show
Thank
you
you.
Defense Exhibit 67. Do you recognize that?
I do indeed.
What is it?
This is a baby shower invitation. And it was, I believe the program it was created on was Publisher.
And how do you know it was created on Publisher?
Because I recognize it, because I remember looking at this exact image.
What is Microsoft Publisher?
So Microsoft Publisher is to kind of simplify it, it's essentially a means to design your own cards, and I guess you could design your own books and stuff like that, book covers.
Now, on the back of that, there's some writing, right?
Yes.
And what does that indicate?
It indicates an invitation to Robin and Doug's baby shower by the Jensens.
And who do you have to RSVP to for the party?
Julie.
And then it gives a phone number?
Correct. Well, it's a little bit broken up on here, but yes, it gives a phone number.
You saw that on the
Yes,
computer screen.
yeah.
So even though my copy isn't perfect, it is a true and accurate representation of what you saw on the computer.
Correct.
Now, there's a difference between an internet and an intranet, right?
That is correct, yes.
So internet is when we're talking about the World Wide Web.
Yes. So if you think about networking and computers, the intranet is literally the network of networks. So it's networking a bunch of different networks together.
And then an intranet is actually specific to a company or a website or something like that.
Yeah, so an intranet would be a network, like an individual network. Like, for example, some of your jobs might have internal systems, internal files, and things like that you have to log into, or there might be certain websites that you can only access at work. That would be an intranet.
And typically, to get into an intranet, you'll need a password.
Correct.
Did you see any indication on your analysis that there was a password needed to get into the intranet?
I only saw that the intranet was actually accessed. I didn't see specifically how it was accessed, whether it was logged in or it was just saved on the computer.
So you don't know if you had to put in a password or not.
I would only speculate.
Please don't do that.
Yes.
But so once you're in an intranet, you have the ability to access just about everything on that network, right?
Yeah, whatever security permissions that you have.
Now, in this case, there was logins to the Stifel intranet.
Correct.
And so anyone who gets into the intranet from the Jensen home computer could look at the information on there.
Yeah, as long as they had access to it, yes.
And when we're talking about that Stifel intranet, that also included the email server.
Correct.
I want to talk specifically about the searches and or websites accessed from October 16th of 1998.
Okay.
So this early morning string of searches, there's a Yahoo search for drugs,
Yes.
then a Yahoo search for botulism.
Correct.
Then we end up at a website defining botulism.
Correct.
Then we end up with this website on nitrate.
Correct.
And that website on nitrate actually indicates that it shows up, botulism shows up naturally in food and drink.
I guess so. I don't fully recall what it said on those websites.
Well, it was talking about a meat cure, right?
I'm objecting. We're getting into the content of the website, which I thought the defense wanted an instruction against.
I thought we all agreed that any website we can't believe.
That is true, but I'd like to talk about what was displayed.
Well, we know it was in food and drink, so let's move on. Okay.
So then we had a search on botulism and low acid canned foods,
Correct.
again about food and drink.
Yes.
And we have an article on botulism,
Correct.
another search for botulism.
Correct.
Then we end up at this page called the recipe link.
If I recall, yes, yes.
And that's a place where you could search for different recipes.
I believe so. Yeah. I don't know if that's true or not, but from what the website looked like, yeah.
You haven't used the recipe link yourself?
I don't even know if it's I don't know how many of those websites are even
Weren't
around
an elementary
anymore.
school chef?
No. I did home ec, but I don't think anybody wants me to cook. So
Well, and then we end up with another search for botulism. And that lands us at a page about flavored oils and their potential for botulism.
I believe I recall that, yes.
So then again, we're talking about food and drink.
Possible, yeah. Like
Well-
in this case right now, while we're talking, yes.
Just what the page showed.
What the page showed, yeah. I mean, yeah.
Well, flavored oils are something you would,
I believe you would probably put into food. I don't know.
do you recall on that page that there's actually a notation about the possibility of poisoning your friends by giving them flavored oils?
Based on the totality of the searches in that time frame, I could assume that yes, poisoning was in there somewhere.
And then we finally end up with the search for poisoning.
Correct.
And then after that, we don't have another access until that night.
Correct.
And it actually starts again at 11:57 p.m.,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And at 11:57 p.m., we end up with this first thing being an article about a guy who tried to pipe bomb his wife.
Yes.
He was not successful.
He was not, no.
It was an attempted pipe bombing of his estranged ex-wife.
Yes.
And it was an article talking about his charges and the allegations.
Correct.
And his sentencing, right?
Yes. It was like a sentencing article, correct.
Right. And he got something like 50 years.
Yep.
So then we moved on to a site about mercury fulminates,
Yes.
but there's no search in between that you saw.
None that I was able to recover, no.
And then we have this going to pool fun.
Yes.
And that talks about reversing the polarity of a pool filter.
I believe that was in there, yes.
Do you know that reversing the polarity on a pool filter is actually how you would dissolve scale from the electrodes in the pool filter?
I'm objecting. How would this?
That's just he's not a pool expert.
Okay.
He's an IT expert, so let's stick to the area.
Just wanted to know if you knew.
I understand. Let's continue.
You can't guarantee that any of the information on that would actually be able to harm a person.
I would not. I mean, I know that website, and I know that it's not all accurate. Some of it is. I don't know.
Well, and then we end up with some nicotine searches, right?
Correct.
Then there's a look at these Stifel branch listings.
Correct.
Now, there's an email between Mr. Jensen and Ms. Labonte that was accessed.
Correct.
Now, that email was actually sent during the afternoon hours
Yes.
at like 3:25 in the afternoon,
Yes.
not when it was being accessed here.
Not when it was being read and recorded as being read. Correct.
Okay. And so then we have a listing of the Colorado Springs office.
Yes.
And about 1 a.m., we end up with the Stifel Find Names website.
Correct.
And I think it's fair to say that a search was done for the first name Kelly.
That I don't recall, honestly. I think I remember that was in there, yes. But
Well, the next page that you saw was a bunch of Kellys.
Oh, yes. My apologies, yes.
So whoever did this search must have been looking for a Kelly without a last name.
Correct.
Because you ended up with a Kelly Labonte, a Kelly McDonald,
Yes.
a Kelly Snyder,
I believe. Yeah, I don't remember.
and a
all
Kelly
the-
whose last name I'm not even going to try to pronounce.
Yeah, I believe.
So whoever did that search didn't put in a last name,
Correct.
because otherwise you would have been limited to whatever that last name
That
is.
seems fair. Yeah.
And these searches on December 2nd and 3rd. Now there's this first search that we talked about is this search for paroxetine.
Yes.
And that happened at about 4:35 in the morning.
Correct.
Then there wasn't another web page or anything that you saw for about 3.5 hours.
Correct.
And that next search would have been at about 8:16 a.m.
That sounds right. Yes.
Now, these December 2nd ethylene glycol searches occur in that magic weekday business time of between 8 and 5, right?
Correct. They occur between that time period. Yes.
Right. And this is the first time that we see any site that actually gives descriptions of ethylene glycol.
I do not believe so. I believe ethylene glycol was searched earlier than that, but that I'd have to look at the actual record itself.
Which record would help you more, the PowerPoint or the list?
By the total list.
I don't know if you guys are paying attention, but I am over here having a good time. I'm not sure how well my camera comes up for you guys, but whew. Chat, these are all things that we pointed out. We've said this.
Clerk, could you turn us on, please?
They literally touched on everything so far that we talked about at the end of yesterday's
There we
stream.
go.
Everything I pointed out. defense is on it. They're on it. Now, I'm going to say that they watched
How
our
would you like
stream
to do this,
and we gave
Mr.
them the
Rao?
idea.
So the easiest way probably would be if you do just like a Control F and then type in.
You want to say for the record what we're looking at? Because is it an exhibit that's been marked or is it the PowerPoint?
I think this is from Exhibit 55.
Okay.
The Exhibit 55 includes the thumb drive. So it has this internet history that was testified to on direct, as well as the
All right.
PowerPoint.
Thank you.
If you want to type in like Ethel or something like that, just so I can see which dates it was again.
Well, there was a notation of ethylene glycol on a search page from November 10th,
Correct.
correct?
Correct.
But that was not what was being searched for at that point in time.
I don't believe so. No, I don't know.
It just showed up on the page.
It's on the page, yes.
And that's actually the first time you see ethylene glycol was that November 10th page.
That sounds about right. Yes.
Then, do you recall seeing it again until December 2nd?
I am not aware. There's so many dates. I don't remember.
Get the search results here for glycol. It's coming back to December, right?
Okay, yes.
So fair to say that
Fair to say, yes.
well, yeah. And then we have the anatomy.atom.com.
Correct.
And that search started at about 11:45 in the morning.
Correct.
And that's again within that magical weekdays between 8 and 5 time, right?
That is between 8 and 5, yes.
Now, we don't actually have like a computer webcam that could show us who was sitting there.
No.
Not on this computer.
No.
And we don't have like, in fact, when you were given the computer to work on, or when it was given to the crime lab, I should say,
Yes.
was there a monitor included?
That I don't even know because I was working off of the forensic images.
Okay, so you never saw a keyboard
No.
or a mouse,
None of the peripherals. No.
and you're not aware of any testing done on those?
Nope. Nope.
All right. Now, we talked a little bit about November 10th, right?
Correct.
Now, on November 10th, there was an alt.suicide news group that was signed up for. Did you see that in your analysis?
I did see it, yes.
What's a news group?
So back in the day, this was probably even before, well, around the time, if people remember, like AIM or instant messaging and stuff like that, there were also things called bulletin board systems, which is, without going too deep into it, it's very similar to that. So they were essentially groups where people could talk about certain topics related to whatever, in addition to each other. So, yeah.
I think most people are familiar because of alt.Scientology.
That I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know.
But these were basically a place where you could sign up and then be a part of these bulletin boards.
Yeah, so the bulletin board systems, you would generally have to connect through some sort of like IP protocols and things like that. So yes.
Now, also on November 10th, there was searches for suicide.
Correct.
In fact, there was a page accessed, included a search about physician-assisted suicide.
Yes.
There's a web page about Noel Early,
Yes.
and he, according to what you saw,
Yes.
was an advocate for physician-assisted suicide and euthanasia.
From what was portrayed on the webpage, yes.
We don't know if that's true or not.
Yes, correct.
Just like we don't know about the polarity of pools being true or not.
Correct.
Now, November 10th, like I said, was the first time that we saw any reference to ethylene glycol in the computer.
Yes.
Now, Ms. McNeil had you read one of the links on the toxicology website, right? Or the searches?
Yes. Well, she showed it to me and I said yes, yeah.
In fact, that was under the search for toxicology, right?
Correct.
And we can't say that anyone actually clicked on that link.
Clicked on the actual toxicology or the website that
The website that says ethylene glycol.
There was nothing saved that I could see, no.
Right. So, and the next page that you saw was about nicotine.
Correct.
Now, with all of these searches, there's nothing in the computer specifically that says this was searched by Mark Jensen or this was searched by Julie Jensen, correct?
I wouldn't be able to tell who was physically hands on the keyboard.
Right. And there's no way that the computer could tell you that based on what was available at 1998.
You just have to go off of internet history and who's looking at what.
No further questions.
Redirect.
Do you still have the paper exhibits in front of you?
Yes.
I'm just going to get the number.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks.
So looking at exhibit 67, is that the invitation?
Yes.
Do you have any idea who Doug or Robin are?
I have no idea who Doug and Robin are.
Do you have any idea whose friends they are?
I do not.
And when you looked at the program that would have been used to create that invitation, is what you see there on the page, is that essentially a template?
Yes, it's a template.
So nothing too creative happened, just someone typing into a template?
Yes.
And then looking at exhibit 66, these quicken access times.
Yes.
Do you have any idea what was actually happening with the quicken program during those times?
I do not. It looks, yeah, I do not.
So you can't tell if something was being edited or added or anything like that?
No, they look like updates.
Okay, and so what do you mean by it looks like updates?
Just based on the how it's going, the last accessed, file created, and last written. It's basically happening in a matter of like 2 seconds in each item. So the update was created, for example, let's look at, I'll just pull up the first one. It says that it was created, this is November 30th, 98 at 2:29:36 seconds. And then it was last written 2:29:38 seconds. So that looks like it was just a file update.
And is that something that would happen automatically, or do you know about Quicken?
It could possibly happen automatically.
And so this exhibit here doesn't really tell you what activity is actually happening on Quicken.
No.
And there's some reference on this Quicken both to Jensen and to Sorensen, correct?
Correct.
And we saw on the screen the Sorensen account with all the stocks.
Correct.
And again, you wouldn't have any knowledge of who that actually is.
I do not.
Or why someone would be accessing that on the Jensen home computer.
No.
And then the last thing for this exhibit 66, for these times, do you know whether they would be the Pacific times or whether they would be the Central times?
I would have to know a little bit more about Quicken. just because it would be based off of if it's a web based thing. So if the web had to be accessed, it would be in Pacific time.
So if these times are being pulled based upon the internet being accessed and what you explained to us about the computer being on Pacific time, then these are Pacific times.
Correct.
Versus 1998 Quicken, whether this was actually accessed through the internet.
Correct.
And did you try to find information about 1998 Quicken?
I did.
Was it pretty limited?
It was very limited, yes.
Now, you described for us that based on what occurred on December 17th, that some files in the, I think, did you say the unallocated space would be overwritten?
Correct.
Okay, and why would that have occurred with the booting of the computer?
So the files that would have likely been overwritten, it would have been based on however large those system files were when they're overwritten. What would have been recreated are those system files, and their timestamps would have changed. Because if you remember yesterday, I kind of explained how computers are essentially giant filing systems, sort of like a card catalog or something like that. So it'd be sort of like, to give you an example, it'd be like, let's say you go to a library, you check out a book, the librarian marks when you check it out, you turn it back in, they mark when you check it back in. That would have been basically what was overwritten.
And is it fair to say that when a computer is normally being used and it's being turned off or turned back on, that's just happening all the time?
Yes.
So it's not something that was unique to December 17th of 1998. Throughout the use of this computer, if it's being turned off and turned back on, that same thing is happening.
Correct, in that sense.
And just to be clear, when we went through this internet history, all of those dates and times, was that impacted at all by the computer being turned on December 17th?
Those dates and times, no.
So those are accurate?
Yes.
So if we were seeing those searches for ethylene glycol on the 2nd and the 3rd, that didn't just appear on those dates and times because of some change from December 17th, correct?
No.
And in fact, when we're talking about dates and times being changed due to the computer being booted on December 17th, we're actually talking about the date being changed to December 17th.
Correct, yes.
And so because you have knowledge of what occurred on December 17th, you know to not attribute December 17th dates to any suspect.
That is correct.
Now, you were asked some questions about the search for botulism and the various things that were accessed, correct?
Yes.
And the search was just for the word botulism.
Correct.
Okay, so it wasn't more specific like botulism in cooking or how to avoid botulism when I can foods or whatever.
Yeah, it was simply botulism.
And that series of searches is the one that ended in the search for poisons, correct?
Correct.
Now, we went through in great detail the use of the computer and the dates and times in which it was being used over the months of use that we had, correct?
Yes.
And you showed on the screen, or we saw on the screen, those calendars of the dates and times.
Yes.
And almost never was the computer being accessed from the 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. times in terms of the internet.
That is correct.
And then we talked about December. We talked about December 2nd and December 3rd.
Correct.
Those dates and those times are pretty unique in the use of the computer internet, correct?
Correct.
And so when we're talking about the regular use of this computer over the course of months, when a person who has a 9-to-5 type job would be at their job, the internet wasn't being used.
Objection, misstates the evidence.
Overall, go ahead, answer the question.
It seems that way, yes.
And in fact, when we did see specific times during those months, during the day when there was internet activity, I showed you on the internet history what was happening, correct?
Correct.
And it didn't appear to be browsing sessions.
Correct.
So that would make December 2nd and December 3rd different in terms of the usage of the internet during those daytimes.
That is correct.
Now, you were asked some questions about November 10th, and the search is done beginning with suicide.
Yes.
and then physician-assisted suicide.
Correct.
And then among the string of searches happening on that day, one of them was nicotine.
Yes.
Now, clearly, in terms of who is actually sitting at this computer when this activity is occurring, there's really no way to know that.
Correct.
And even in modern times, you still don't have a camera recording someone sitting in front of a computer when you analyze current computers today, right?
For the most part, yes.
Computers hopefully are not recording us as we're sitting in front of them, right?
Correct, unless somebody's recording themselves.
So even today, when you're doing an investigation, if there is a question in terms of who was at the computer and who was using it, you have to look for some type of context clues.
Yes.
Now, for instance, it could be very easy where there's a login and a password.
Yes.
And so it makes it unlikely that it's anyone but the person who's logged in.
Yes.
But not impossible if their password is available or someone knows it.
Yes, that's correct.
But this computer was not that way because the username was Buddy and there was no password.
Yep.
And so when examining this computer to determine, well, who was using it, who was conducting these searches, you had to look for clues.
Yes.
So clues like that might align with the person's life and with their interests, right?
That is true. Yes.
So things like fishing.
Correct.
Things like what to do in Chicago.
Correct.
And things like vacationing at Big Cedar.
Correct.
And so whether that means anything to you personally as the computer analyst, that's what you're looking for in terms of clues of who's accessing the computer.
Yes.
All right, and then same date, just a little after this, do we see the user accessing emails?
Correct.
And on this home computer, these emails that were accessed appeared to be from someone by the name of Kelly Labonte.
That is correct.
And so in your analysis of this computer, did you see a variety of emails between Kelly Labonte and Mark Jensen?
I did.
Now, from what you could tell, this is accessed through his work email, right?
That is correct, yes.
And so is that the same how people do it today, accessing their work email?
Primarily, if people are accessing their work email, I guess it depends on where you're working, but either you would have to have access to your internal system, or I suppose if...
All right, so I'm going to pause right here, chat. So I know there's quite a few of you still in here watching. So this is the part that I'm talking about, and there's going to be some more. The way that the state just said this, so what you're looking at is they're accessing this through the work email. And it makes it seem like Jensen is on here accessing his work email, right? And they're really, and this is why a lot of you are confused, they're really pointing to the fact that Mark Jensen is logging into his work email and looking at these emails. Now, this is the part where I'm saying, and other people in the chat, you guys are very divided on this topic. Mark Jensen has already sent these emails. He's at work. He's already sent these. Mark Jensen is looking up all of his, holiday trips and things that he's going to take Kelly on. He's doing all this at work. Isn't it convenient that we don't have the work stuff? Where's the forensic diagnostics of the work computer? Right? Isn't that crazy? No one's talking, day drinker. No one's talking anywhere in any of the chats. Everyone went quiet for a while now, over an hour. So Mark's already done this. This is my theory. Mark has already looked at all these things on the work computer. He wants to take Kelly to Big Cedar. He's Googling all this stuff on the work computer. This screen that you see right here, we'll pull it up a bit bigger. Whoever is at the house in the middle of the night, logged into Mark's work email, because it's a little different. Some of us that do have jobs where we're not using Gmail or Hotmail or something like that, right? It's a specific company email. You got to log in, whatever. But other people, you may not know that. So whoever it is pulling up all of the emails from Mark and Kelly. Why? Think about this logically. And if you can debunk what I'm saying or refute what I'm saying, give me a logical answer, put it in the chat. Why would Mark be pulling up every single email that he sent to Julie? Okay. And we're going to see throughout this testimony, right, that they pull up an email, even emails that Mark sent like earlier that day. He's at work. He sends his little love letter email to Kelly. Later on that night, somebody goes on the computer and pulls up that email. Okay. And then they're talking about, Big Cedar. So they go on Yahoo after reading the email and they pull up Big Cedar and then start clicking around the Big Cedar website, looking at how much cabins cost, right? And all these things. Okay. Did I say Julie? Kelly? Did I say Julie? I thought I said Kelly. I don't know. Between Mark and Kelly. So whoever's on the computer now looks up the Big Cedar. They start searching around the internet for that. Okay. And because there was an email that was sent to Kelly, after they're done looking at Big Cedar, they log on to the Stiffle-Nichols directory, and they're searching for all these different Kellys. And then the next search is all the branches. They're trying to figure out what branch these different Kellys work at. Mark already knows what branch she works at. She's in St. Louis. Why would Mark be doing that? And it's not like he's going on and he's got to click on Kelly Labonte, St. Louis branch, and then, that brings him to his email and he's going to send an email. There's no email sent to Kelly at 1 o'clock in the morning. And then following all that are now more poison searches. And then we have the broker search stuff. Our theory is that because Julie is trying to catch Mark cheating, she's being that spouse that is trying to catch her husband cheating, and she's tracking his emails. She's spying on him, right? And then looking up all the stuff so that at some time she can present the evidence of, look, you cheating bastard, I got you. Who is Kelly Labonte? Why are you planning a trip to Big Cedar? Why are you planning a trip to Patagonia? Why with the Windstar? Okay. And then they're searching for the poison stuff, right? Now, obviously, we can check that in a Julie column, and we can obviously check it in a Mark column, right? But the part that really gets me is the alternatives to glycol ethylene and then how to counteract glycol ethylene. And we're learning a lot about, she took a teaspoon of antifreeze, okay? Not a liter like they've been describing prior to this trial, right? She took a teaspoon. So this is somebody who's trying to make herself sick to frame the husband for intentionally poisoning her. And then she's got to figure out how to counteract all this so she can just miraculously be better. And Mark is, you know, in jail. But the email situation is a big point of contention on both platforms, YouTube and Facebook, in our chats. So that's my theory. That's what happened. I'm going to just say that's what happened. So debunk that. Give me a logical explanation of why Mark is going back to relook at all of his emails, relook at Big Cedar and all these other places he's planning. Okay. Then go and search for Kelly Labonte on his phone directory and what branch these different Kellys work at. Give me a logical reason on why he would be doing that.
They're less secure. You could go to a website and just log in. But usually, yeah, most of the time people don't have a personal and a work email.
So the user of this computer was accessing Stiefel work email.
Correct.
Through dial-up internet.
Through dial-up, yep.
All right, and then shortly thereafter, this is where you see the actual emails, right?
That is correct.
And so again, a bunch of these were recovered from this computer, correct?
Correct.
All right, so now let's go to the times for October of 1998, the times of internet usage.
See, and then I don't know how well you guys can see the previous screen on your phone, but that email was sent at 4:18 p.m. 4:18. But now they're accessing this in the middle of the night. It just seems odd that Mark would be rereading his email. What's up, Scout? I'm still here too. That whole thing this morning was very irritating. And that really, his whole like with the penis obsession, and isn't that weird that that a man would be looking at penises? Dude, his whole anti-gay shit, like, it just really bothered me. I know I don't want to make this a political thing, but on this platform, we support LGBTQ rights. I was really upset by that. That really pissed me off.
Now, if we look at the very beginning of the month of October 1998, we are not seeing internet activity during that time period, correct?
Correct.
None that you were able to recover.
None that I was able to recover, no.
So these 3 days, beginning of October, no internet history.
That is correct.
Okay, so then going to Sunday the 4th, you were able to recover internet activity in the late evening hours?
Yes.
Then the 5th, early morning hours?
Yes.
The 7th, I think when I zoomed in, I lost the date. Let's go to. All right, so October 30th, 1998, 11:56 a.m. And for some reason, I don't know, maybe it's not large enough, the date disappears. Oops. Okay, so what is happening at that time?
So that specific thing is a cookie that we talked about. Cookies frequently update themselves based on connection to the internet.
Okay, so this internet activity that was noted is not a browsing session.
No.
And that's the only daytime internet activity during the month of October during the week.
Correct.
All right, so let's go back to the 1998 internet. So now, once again, we see one of these screens with the date and the time and the HTML, correct?
Correct.
Here we go again at 12 o'clock
So
in the morning.
on this October 5th, early morning hours, we see some emails being accessed, correct?
That is correct.
And once again, these are the emails with Kelly Labonte, correct?
That is correct.
See what I'm saying? They never say emails sent. It's just somebody that is accessing the emails, and then they're going and searching all the subject matter that's in the email. I really want one of you. There's people watch. I want somebody to debunk what I'm saying, right? When we do our I've said this a million times. When we do our investigations here at Never Stop Media, some of you are unfamiliar. We actually do investigative journalism, and our job is to prove or disprove whatever story it is. Okay, and we're trying to do that here with this case too. But I'm kind of playing the bad guy, and we're kind of doing the defense side of things because that's what we do. We come into a situation and everything we hear is bullshit. We don't believe any of it. And that gives us the non-bias, right? And then we go and find evidence to either prove or disprove. So I want one of you that thinks that this is adamantly, you are so convinced that Mark is the one doing this computer stuff. I want you to come on here and literally debunk what I'm saying to you. Give me your best argument. What's up, Ann? So I want you guys that believe Mark is guilty. He's the one on the computer. Debunk me. Give me your best argument on why you think this is Mark. And if it's easier for me to send you a link and you come on so you can like talk, we'll do that too. We'll have you come on during a break or something, or at the end of the stream, whatever makes it easier. But I want somebody to debunk what I'm saying. Okay.
And shortly after these emails are accessed, what is this page?
This is a page. It appears to me to be a like financial page or website of some sort.
Okay. And did you see pages that appear to be from this website pretty frequently?
Yes.
Okay. And then it says on the bottom here, thestreet.com.
That is correct. Yes.
So like Wall Street.
Yeah, Wall Street.
Okay. Shortly thereafter, more email.
Correct.
Email. Okay, now moving to October 9th, early morning hours. Email again.
Correct.
Mark Jensen, Kelly Labonte.
Correct.
Email again, Mark Jensen, Kelly Labonte.
Correct.
All right, so then moving to Sunday, October 11th at 2:37 p.m. So this being a Sunday, this is midday browsing, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And this website that we see appears to have something to do with phishing.
Yes.
Okay. Now, how come when we're looking at the 1998 internet, how come we can't see whatever these things are?
So the little boxes with the X's, those are the other things in that browsing history that you see that don't have that HTML. Frequently, those are tied to advertisers. So the website administrator themselves isn't the person who's actually controlling what goes inside of those. It's whatever advertiser is currently in those spots. So those were not recoverable since they frequently change.
Okay, and so when we're looking through the websites and we see this kind of box with the red X, that's an HTML that couldn't be recovered.
Either an HTML or an image or something, some sort of file.
So it could be a picture or something.
Could be a picture, yes.
All right, so looking at the same Sunday, more phishing.
Correct.
Right. Okay.
This part could legitimately be Mark. So for me, this is in my Mark column. He might be, because he's planning this whole, he likes fishing, but the family does too. They all went camping. So Julie might be looking at this as well. This is in both columns, but it is definitely in my Mark column. He definitely could be looking up fishing gear. That's kind of a guy thing to do, right?
Yes. I believe Google came around in 2004,
So Yahoo searches.
Yahoo searches.
All right, so the first search we see on this computer that you're seeing on this slideshow is for this Patagonia.
Correct.
Okay. And then did you see that the Patagonia website is accessed?
Yes.
Okay. And again, we can see the words by these red X's, but there's some kind of image or something that's missing.
Yes.
Okay. And so there appears to be some online shopping here, right?
That is correct.
So again, Patagonia is an outdoor gear company. It's actually a good website. You guys should go check it out if you're into outdoor stuff. Patagonia, they're pricey because it's like super high, like name brand. It's kind of like North Face. I don't buy from big name brand companies. I prefer to purchase my
Okay, so now moving on to later in
hiking
the day
gear
on Sunday,
from,
October 11th, 10:36 p.m.
from cottage companies.
Once again, we're seeing the emails between Mark Jensen and Kelly Labonte, right?
That is correct.
So here's my thing with this too. Okay. I am kind of thinking that earlier email in the morning, kind of midday, this is Mark looking at, I gotta pause. This is Mark looking at fishing gear, right? Sally, but my Patagonia fleece lasted 22 years. They do make good stuff. Don't get me wrong. They do. I just like with cottage companies, they're like the smaller, like independent companies. I kind of prefer to support those types of companies as opposed to like these big giant, conglomerates. And cottage companies make really, really good stuff too. So that's just me. Being a long distance hiker, I just prefer the cottage companies. I do have some name brand stuff, but I like the cottage companies. So I definitely think Mark is on Patagonia. He's looking up all this, outdoorsy gear, whatever. But then again, here we are now at 10 o'clock at night, and somebody is now looking at Mark's emails. So could it have been that he's on the computer during the day? Julie's aware of this. And then at night, maybe when Mark went to bed, he may have been an early bedtime guy because he's got to get up early for his brokerage job and, talk about stupid things at work. So she may have been on here going, what was he doing on the computer? Let me look at his emails again. That's my theory. If you can debunk my theory, please do it.
Okay, so now moving on to Monday, October 12th, 1998.
1:26 in the morning.
Now we see on this date that Mark Jensen under mjensen@execpc.com appears to be sending an email to various people with Stiefel addresses, correct?
That is correct.
Including a jensenm@stiefel.com.
Correct.
And this email, it appears to reference an online article, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, and then on the computer, you can actually see this online article that was emailed, right?
Correct.
So the article that's referenced in the email is recovered in the HTML.
That is correct.
And this is the Wall Street article?
Yes.
So this is the next day. This is not what we were just talking about. This one definitely could be Mark, right? Which I believe is going to put some doubt in people's minds about late night access. So I'm with you here. I got you here. This definitely could be Mark because you got Kramer. I think if this is the right person I'm thinking of, Kramer actually had like a stock TV show. I forgot what it was called. If this is the right person I'm thinking of, he had a TV show and he did like a lot of like Gallagher style stuff, just like real goofy. So this could be Mark sending this article to people at work plus himself so he can refer to it while he's at work. So this might be him, which really screws up the theory that Julie's on the computer.
Yes.
So if we page through it and get to the bottom. thestreet.com.
Yes.
Okay. And this, once again, was from the early morning hours.
Yes.
Okay. Then we return in the same early morning hours to the emails between Mark Jensen and Kelly Labonte, correct?
That is correct.
This email is 40 minutes later. 40 minutes later, this email is accessed. So that's, if you guys like, I know a lot of you watch this on your phones, right? But if you like want to be part of our jury room thing that we're doing on Friday, where you guys all get to go in the room and deliberate, watch this stuff from a computer. Or some of you watch from your TV. That's going to be really big because you can really see these dates and times. But this is the act. Looking at Mark's emails now is 40 minutes after the stock email was sent.
And on this page, then we can see a list of emails from Kelly Labonte.
That is correct.
And again, this is all recovered from the Jensen home computer.
Yes.
Okay. Just more emails between these two individuals. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. So now moving to Tuesday, October 13th, 1:14 a.m. We see another search being conducted.
Correct. Yes, that's
Correct.
a
And
search.
this one is for O'Hare Marriott.
Yes.
Okay. And around the same time period, early morning hours, October 13th,
Yes.
we see the O'Hare Marriott website accessed.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right. Then, same time period, we see a search for Morton's of Chicago. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that's right after the Marriott's being searched for, right?
That is correct.
Okay, so 2:43 a.m. And then Morton's website.
Yep, that is correct.
You can't see much because we don't have the images, but
No,
you can see the
don't have
words, correct?
Yes.
Now go into the menu,
Yes.
directory of locations. For Morton's.
Further information on Morton's.
And then directions for Morton's.
That is correct.
Now, a clever thing that the state has not really done, but they scroll kind of quickly at these emails, and this is what I'm saying. You got to catch these little things. They're not really necessarily talking about every single thing that's in the emails, and that's where, because I'm watching this, I have this on two different computer screens. One is on a big giant ass screen that I'm staring at. Okay. And they are literally looking at stuff that has already been talked about in emails that was sent 12 hours earlier. So the state is being very clever at how they present this.
Okay, here's the menu. No prices on this menu.
Correct.
Scout, I'll put the link in the YouTube chat right now. But yeah, on every
Okay.
For those of you that are looking to join the platform as a member, a monthly member, there's a join button on the home page. So you have to back out of the stream and then go to our home page, and then you'll find either a join button. It usually says join, or if you can't find that, it's there. I promise you, it's there. If you can't find it, click on any of our videos, and in the description is join as a member, blah, 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 all of that. And you can do it that way as well.
After that, right after those websites are accessed, we see emails again.
Yes.
Kelly Labonte, Mark Jensen, subject, Chicago.
Okay, this is the perfect goddamn example. This email chat was sent at 2:31 p.m. between, Sally says on an Android, just close the chat and it's there. So that might be similar kind of thing on an Apple phone. This email was sent at 2:31 in the afternoon chat. Mark's at work. Okay, we know he's at work. The subject of this email is Chicago. The body of the email is all the O'Hare, the hotel thing. And here they're accessing the email. They're searching all of these things. They never say an email like the person is looking and they're, oh, let me check out this hotel. And then they go and send the email to Kelly after researching all of the hotel stuff. There's no email sent. So the person on the computer is looking up all of these things due to the contents of what the email is. Somebody please debunk what I'm saying.
Correct.
All right, so now moving to Wednesday, October 14th, 11:36 p.m. Did you see this website being accessed for Sprint?
I did.
So that's phone service?
Yes. It's the homepage for Sprint phone service at that time.
Okay, and then immediately after that is the website accessed for Sprint St. Louis coverage?
That is correct, yes.
Yeah, you may
And
have
then
to
Sprint
back
Milwaukee
out of the stream completely to find. I promise you, it says either the word join or it says membership. If you can't find it, go to any of our videos. Probably not the live stream videos, but any of our videos, because we post all of our links. That's why even sometimes when we post like a 2-minute video, there's a description in there that tells you what the hell you're even looking at. Let me show you. Let me show you, baby birds. Okay. This is our YouTube page. Some of this will look slightly different because I have way more access. This is what our homepage looks like, right? And you see a bunch of videos and all this stuff. Somewhere up at the top, you will see the word join. Somewhere. Okay? You might, all these tabs, and especially if you're looking at your phone, you can scroll to the left. And then all these start moving over. So like, you want to go to the playlist. Here's all your different Mark Jensen trial, all the press conferences that whatever we've recovered. Press conferences, police brutality videos, interviews we've done, whatever, right? You scroll down, there's highlighted content. So this is all like body cam footage and stuff from the Kenosha stuff. We've got some other trials. We got this little documentary series thing that we did about Wauwatosa, blah, blah, blah. Community tab is where we kind of post like little update, newsy kind of things. Whatever. You might have a membership thing. And if you click on membership, this brings up like all these videos that are members only. So it shows you. So even before you even sign up, you get to look at what you get access to. There's tons and tons and tons of things. Videos, posts, all types of stuff. Now, if for whatever reason you can't find any of that, okay, click on any of our videos, and you can do this on the phone or your computer. You're going to see that there's a description. So I think on a phone, you'll see the views, and then just to the right of that, there'll be a show more, and you click on that, and this is what pulls up a description. So if we are putting like newsy content in there, so you know what happened in pertaining to whatever video, this is going to be a whole bunch of like news words. And then below all of the news words would be join this channel to get access to perks and a link. And then if you wanted to make a direct donation, all of that stuff is down there as well. So if there's newsy content, we put all of this at the bottom because we want you to know the newsy content first. Make sense? If you can't find it, drive to my house and I'll teach you how to use a cell phone. Ha.
Correct.
Now, if we could ever get our cell phone turned back on,
Okay, so now we see another Yahoo search.
Couple members that know my
Bass
phone
Pro?
number.
Yes, this would be a search for bats.
Couple members that know my phone number. We've talked on the phone and I've kind of walked them through. But we need our cell phone turned back on first.
Thursday, October 15th, 12:52 a.m., Big Cedar.
Correct.
This is a website for the Big Cedar Lodge.
Yes.
One hour south of Bass Pro Shops. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
So we can see the Big Cedar related websites that are accessed.
Yeah, that would. Yes. This would be the price site for it.
For instance, the honeymoon cabin in the middle here.
Correct.
With prices.
That is correct. Yes, that's the honeymoon cabin. HTML.
All right. So, did you ever see when you were examining this Jensen home computer? Did you ever see an email sent by Julie Jensen?
Yes, I've saw quite a few emails.
No, sent by Julie Jensen.
Oh, sent by Julie Jensen? No, I did not. Fishing shop?
And the phishing website being accessed?
That is correct.
Thursday, October 15th, 12:52 a.m., Big Cedar.
Correct.
This is a website for the Big Cedar Lodge.
Yes.
One hour south of Bass Pro Shops. Is that correct?
Yes.
So we can see the Big Cedar related websites that are accessed.
Yeah, that would, yes. This would be the price site for it.
For instance, the honeymoon cabin in the middle here.
Correct.
With prices.
That is correct. Yes, that's the honeymoon cabin. HTML.
All right. So, did you ever see when you were examining this Jensen home computer? Did you ever see an email sent by Julie Jensen?
Yes, I've saw quite a few emails.
No, sent by Julie Jensen.
Oh, sent by Julie Jensen? No, I did not.
So the emails you saw are the ones that we saw on the screen. Mark Jensen, Kelly Labonte.
Yes.
Yeah, there was another part that played while we're on this long lunch break, right? Where Julie Jensen is designing a baby shower invitation on the computer. So everyone testified that Julie doesn't know how to work a computer. Like the lady doesn't even know how to turn it on. You know what I mean? And we're hearing all this testimony about how Julie actually did know how to work a computer. And now we hear even too that she knows how to use design stuff on a computer, however archaic that would have been back in the day. So we played that earlier in the lunch break. And it's sneaky. It's maybe not sneaky. Sneaky might be the wrong word. It's very clever by the state how they're kind of not showing the email being pulled up first and then the contents of the email being searched. They're doing this in kind of this weird, clever way that makes it look like, oh, all these things are searched first and then the email is sent. But there's never a sent email.
Okay, so now we have another Yahoo search here on the bottom. And that one's a little hard to read, but does that say WinStar?
Yes, it says WinStar.
Again, another email that's already sent earlier in the day.
WinStar-related searches, October 15th, early morning hours. Is that accurate?
Yes, that is accurate.
Okay, and was the WinStar website accessed?
Yes, it was accessed.
Sally, I don't know if I'd say a sociopath married a sociopath. I'd say a very depressed individual with some serious psychosis happening in her life, married probably a narcissistic person, sociopath as well. That's probably the better. That's probably how I'd say it. The better way of saying it. I don't think Julie's a sociopath. Although I mean, that could be, because if we're going with the Gone Girl theory. But I don't know. I still don't think I would actually classify her as a sociopath, right? Because if she's having, you got to think, right? If she's having because we already know that there's some. Well, if you were here with us when we do the marathon streams, and we haven't gotten to Laura Coster yet for you guys that haven't been with us, that Mark Jensen's sister testifies that there's these delusional breaks in reality where Julie is freaking out that something's happening, and everybody comes home rushing because she's losing her mind, and everything Julie's talking about, none of it has actually happened. So it's all in her mind. So, and then a lot of people have challenged, well, if that's, if you're having these breaks in reality and you're having all this serious mental health crises, then you can't be smart enough to plan, all these things. That's not true. And that just kind of shows how uneducated a lot of us are when it comes to mental health issues. So I have some firsthand experience with serious psychoses and people plotting and scheming some shit. And I took that experience from somebody I was with, and then from watching the Travis Reinking trial, because we streamed that one too, I learned a lot during that trial when it comes to mental health issues and having breaks from reality. He was a paranoid schizophrenic, which is what I thought Julie might be. A lot of people in chat were saying that it's more likely that Julie has bipolar 1, which could be the case. But you are very, very capable of planning something to the T. So yeah, it's kind of interesting, the level of what just a lot of us are just so uneducated when it comes to mental health and talking about mental health, with our loved ones, and ignoring it. And then different, demographics of people, how they deal with mental health. The Black community is different, how they deal with, gay issues or mental health issues than how us as white people would deal with that. And again, this is not for everybody. There's obviously exceptions, and we're not stupid over here. We get that. But the reason I say this, because of some of the stuff we cover, there have been some people that have been shot by police, and they're having a mental health thing, and the family knew about it. And I had to go ask some people that, I trust that they're not going to yell at me when I ask that uncomfortable question. And I had to learn a lot about Black culture and how they deal with or don't deal with, when their kids are hey, I'm gay, or hey, I'm trans, or they've realized that there's massive mental health things. A lot, it's more ignored in that culture than it is with us. But obviously, again, there's exceptions, right? And there are families on, all the different nationalities that, they comfortably talk about those things. But, that's why we ask the uncomfortable questions. It's why we dive into things so much, so we can kind of be as educated as possible on different things, and try to give you guys some of the background. Except the emails weren't imaginary, but I've watched little nor followed. No, you're right. The emails are not imaginary. The emails are there. That's real shit. But that's why we're saying, if you actually pay attention to the times of everything, because they're just highlighting that Mark is being this sneaky bastard at night, and he's sending these emails while Julie's asleep, and he's looking all this up, and oh, it's funny that the email talks about Big Cedar, and we just saw all these searches. That's why I'm saying they're doing this stuff backwards, in reverse, right? But they don't say when the email that they're showing, they never say what time that email was actually sent. So it puts an inference into the jury's mind that, all of these searches are done, and then the email is accessed, whatever. So
Okay, so for instance, on the WinStar website, then we see a variety of cruises being offered.
Yes.
But that's what I'm saying. Even about this, we know that Mark was planning some WinStar thing. It's a cruise with Kelly. We know he was planning that because we saw the email between the two of them about the WinStar cruise, and Kelly testifies that they were planning to do this cruise. But this email is already sent earlier in the afternoon. And now somebody in the wee hours of the night, okay, goddamn gremlin woke up and is now looking at the email and then searching all of the contents of the email. That's why none of this makes sense that Mark is doing this. He's already done it. And the email was sent 12 hours earlier. You guys know, dude, if your spouse is cheating on you, you're going to be an absolute batshit crazy lunatic, and you're going to become super sleuths. And you're going to be searching and spying and doing whatever you got to do to catch that person so you can confront them. Here's the envelope of evidence. I got you. I want a divorce. That's what we believe she's doing. Nobody can come on here and refute that yet. I'm challenging you guys. Come debunk that. Give me a logical reason. Debunk all of this. If you can convince me, I'll put this in the Mark column. You guys are going to have to, this is what you guys are going to have to be talking about when we do the jury room on Friday. You guys are going to have to be deliberating this because this is big. This is one of the key pieces of evidence that the state is saying why Mark Jensen is guilty. And you guys are going to have to be convincing each other one way or the other that this is Mark or it's not Mark, and whatever theories, you have. Now, we are going to change things because the defense is still going with this bullshit about Julie intentionally unalived herself. I don't think any of us on my stream, I don't think any of us believe that. You know what I mean? I don't think any of us believe that the woman did that. Now, however, there's obviously when people are having a mental break, shit does happen, but it's usually an impulsive thing. They're not sitting here plotting and scheming how to, for months and years that on this day, I'm going to do this, right? So I think that's why for all of us, I think we can safely say we don't believe she actually, intentionally unalived herself. And they used that damn theory in 2008. And from everything I've gathered, and let me know if you guys agree with this or not, but everything I've gathered, they're doing it again. And I said from the beginning, if they once we kind of were like, oh shit, Julie had access to this computer too. Oh shit, Julie was on the computer. You know what I mean? Once we realized that Julie had access to things, it put a lot of doubt. And I started saying, like, if the defense goes and does their case in chief and they continue with that 2008 theory that she intentionally unalived herself, this guy's going back to prison. And so far, from what we've seen, that's the same theory that they have. I don't know why. If they know, because they do, they know, because they've said that, and they said this in 2008 as well. So obviously this defense is aware of it. They are aware of the Gone Girl theory. They're aware of it because they said that Julie staged this to frame Mark. So if they know that she staged all of this stuff, why they went with this whole intentional thing, I don't know. But man, bro, they're right. And Julie had her broker license. That was another thing, dude. That was like, there were a few kind of really like holy shit moments for me. You know what I mean? And when I found out Julie worked at a brokerage firm, when I found out that Julie got her Series 7's license, I was like, bro, come on. You know, if that never would have happened, then her medical nursing school stuff. How convenient is it that the classes she takes, she didn't just sign up for nursing stuff and they're doing like, you know how you sign up for college and you do your little gen eds and all that. She didn't sign up for like beginning nursing classes. You know what I mean? Intro to what a nursing outfit looks like. You know what I mean? Intro to medical terminology. She is signing up specifically for classes that really this entire damn case is about. The effects of chemicals in the body, of medications in the body, the decomposition or whatever it was about the death of a body. You know what I'm saying? Specific. So it's like, it's crazy. And then she conveniently doesn't finish her nursing schooling. Now, again, you guys can argue, well, she had babies, Kevin. Yep, you're right. You're right. But she was in school when she had some babies, right? Then, as we're getting closer to her demise, okay, around the time, conveniently, that this syringe is found that is going to, you know, measure out exactly whatever it was, like 30 milligrams or whatever the measurement was, right? This teaspoon, this baby syringe is going to measure that out, right? So conveniently around the time that this is a big piece of evidence too. Around the time this happens, she goes to the hospital to be a candy striper. That makes me wonder if there was something in the hospital. Now, we're not dumb, chat. We know this happens, right? We've seen crazy cases where they're jaw-dropping and we've gone, oh my God. But it's convenient that she goes back to the hospital to now be a candy striper. And I'm wondering if there was something in there that she needed, whether it's the syringe thing that is, and you know, it's easier for us to get that now. We can just go to Walgreens or Walmart and buy that for whatever overpriced tag it is. But I don't know, was that easy to buy in 1998? I didn't need to buy that yet. I didn't have my daughter yet. You know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe you could only get that from the hospital. But was there something at the hospital that she needed? Because she didn't stay long. So it's like she was in and out. She grabbed what she needed and then quit the job. A lot of weird stuff. But these are the big issues that you guys are going to have to deliberate when we do our jury room. So again, if you guys want to be part of the jury room, our little mock jury, send an email, Never.Stop.Voices@gmail.com, because we're doing this Friday at 7 p.m. Okay? Send this stuff now. I'm not accepting anything any time on Friday. I want this set up, you know, now so we can get this done and have everybody ready to go. So we have today and tomorrow for you guys to do this. It's all going to be anonymous. You're going to get jury numbers. You're not turning your cameras on. Your names, your real names, your platform names are not being used. It's going to be super anonymous, just like it is in real life. Yeah, it's not a real syringe, Sally. There's no needle. So those, it's like when you have a baby, like you're feeding the baby the medicine. That's what it was. I mean, you can go down the food area, housewares or whatever in Walmart and buy you can buy one of those for food. So I don't know. There's a lot of things. And you guys are going to have to deliberate this stuff. So I'm pointing out some of these big topics that I'm watching in the chats that you guys are divided on this. You're back and forth on it. And this computer thing is one of the biggest things that has divided you guys. And the one area that we're just going to ignore, because I think the defense is just on a wrong path, is whether or not Julie intentionally unalived herself. Although you guys can talk about that too if you want. I just think that's the one element that we're all in agreement. So I don't know if we necessarily need to spend, a significant amount of time in that when you guys are in the jury room. I don't think we need to spend time on stuff you agree on. But it's your jury. You guys can argue about whatever you want in there. We put a poll up on YouTube. Was Perry Tariqa harassing Julie by phone? 80% of the people said yes.
Something happened.
Please rise for the jury.
One thing to remember, platform rules, guys, please do not post in any of the chats about watching something else on somewhere else. That pulls people from our streams, that affects us. We don't allow that. So if you post something like that and your comment
are back
moved,
on the record on Mark
that's
Jensen,
why.
2002 CF 314. The appearances are the same. The jury's back in the courtroom for the afternoon portion of today's trial. We're watching the interview of Mark Hunter. I believe it's Exhibit 104. I know we're at least halfway through it, so we can continue with it, Ms. Krause.
I will, Judge. It looks like over break my computer reset, so I'm just trying to find the right spot.
Showing exhibit.
So yeah, anything that pulls our viewers away from our stream, especially while we're live, that stuff gets deleted, guys.
Lieutenant Hunter, you were showing exhibit 201. Do you still have that up there?
I have 203, 295, and 296.
Okay. Did you put 201 back? 201. It's the letter for Perry Tariqa. She says you didn't give it back. Exhibit 201, it's the letter from Perry Tariqa.
Sorry about that.
You identified Exhibit 201 as the letter that was given to you by Julie Jensen from Perry Tariqa.
That's correct.
And on the first page of that exhibit, is that a photocopy of the envelope that the letter was sent in?
Yes, it is.
Is there a return address on that envelope?
Yes, there is.
And what does the return address section say?
P. Tariqa, 7309 North Nora, Niles, Illinois, 60648.
And this was sent U.S. mail?
Yes.
Did any of the other harassing material that Mrs. Jensen had received up to this point have any return addresses listed on the envelopes?
No, not that I'm aware of.
In looking through Exhibit 201, the letter from Mr. Tariqa, are there any sexually explicit photographs contained in there?
No.
Are there any references in writing to sexual acts or positions?
No.
Is there anything obscene about that letter?
No, nothing obscene.
And sending one letter to a person you previously had a relationship isn't really harassment, is it?
Well, objection, it resulted in a ticket, so.
Well, who would be in a better position to know than the person who issued it? The objection's overruled.
Yes, she, state law harassment or local ordinance. I mean, there's a lot of, in villages and cities, they may not be tied to just state charges like, say, a sheriff's department or what. And even then there's some, like, there's a local ordinance that says obedience to officer, which I don't even know what that means. I suppose if I told someone to sit down and they wouldn't sit down, I could write them for obedience to an officer. foul language. There's an ordinance that says foul language. So if I heard someone swearing, I suppose I could write them a ticket for, does it rise to a state level charge? No, but our harassment under a local ordinance, at least at that time, didn't get into a pattern or course of conduct. And when I had talked to my chief and he said that she had received this letter, he suggested that I issue him for harassment, which is not, may not rise to the level of, say, a state charge, but like I said, the local police departments have ordinances that that may not be a state charge, but they're there for us to use. So I don't know if that answers your question. It certainly was, in her mind, when I talked to her harassment, she was just very upset that she had received the letter.
And at the time that she received this letter, she thought Mr. Tariqa was responsible for all the other harassment that had been occurring up to that point also.
I wasn't sure of all of the harassment that had been taking place. I mean, she didn't say to me, I think he's the one then that moved the lawn furniture, but she, in asking me the first time to call him about the phone calls, what she had told me was that the only person that she could think of who was making the calls was him. And so I know when she got the letter, she was really upset, but that's all that I recall about.
Okay. Well, I guess what I'm asking you is, if there had been no other sexually explicit photographs being left, no hang-ups, no furniture being moved around, and all you had was this one letter, is that something you would normally issue a citation for?
I may have called him up and warned him, but I think that because he had called in the conversation just 2 days before, he had said that he has not called her, has had no contact, has had planned to have no contact with her. I think that's what, and at the time, it certainly fell within maybe not a state charge, but our local ordinances that we have.
Now, you were shown, I believe, a police report from August of 1991 that you wrote. Do you have that up there?
Yes.
Okay. What exhibit number is that?
295.
At the time that you had this conversation with Mrs. Jensen in August of 1991, did you ask did Mrs. Jensen tell you? Well, let me rephrase that. Did Mrs. Jensen tell you that she and her husband had been receiving pornographic letters in the mail and obscene and harassing phone calls at home?
Yes.
And then did you ask to see some of the letters?
Yes, and I would have to read through here, but I believe she told me that they had disposed of them or they didn't have them.
And do you recall why you asked to see some of the letters?
Well, if we could get a letter, there's a possibility we could hydrogen spray it and get a fingerprint off of it, or if there had been, I didn't know if there had been any handwriting in it, possibly we could have tried to do something with that.
Okay, so did you tell Mrs. Jensen that you wanted to see some of the letters so that you could try to lift some fingerprints off of them?
Yes.
Did you check back with Mrs. Jensen a few days later to ask her if there had been any more harassing behavior, and she said no?
Just reading it on Wednesday, 8/28/91 at 1 p.m. I called Julie Jensen home and she said that it's kind of gone. Yes, she said that she has had no more calls and will let us know if she does.
Okay. Did you also then, you spoke with Mrs. Jensen again in January of 1992, correct?
Yes.
And this is approximately 5 months after this last conversation where you asked her about any letters so that you could lift fingerprints?
Yes.
And at that time, did Mrs. Jensen tell you that her husband was receiving harassing letters at work?
That's what she said, that she'd receive at home and her husband would receive at his workplace.
Referring to harassing or obscene letters, correct?
Harassing phone calls.
Okay. Did she also tell you that her husband had thrown away the obscene letters that he had received at work?
Yes. Next sentence down, I did see that. Yes.
So as a result, there was nothing, she had nothing to give you in order to try to get fingerprints off of them?
Correct.
And that's because her husband was throwing them away?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Lieutenant Hunter, inviting your attention back to the your report of August 26, 1991. Could you give me the exhibit number on that letter, please?
296.
Thank you.
Sure.
Exhibit 296, and I'd invite your attention to, it's about 7 lines from the bottom, a sentence that begins, "I asked." Do you see that sentence that begins with "I asked" at the end of the line?
Is that on page 1 or page?
Yeah, thank you. It is on page 1, about 7 lines from the bottom. It's the last 2 words of the line. Begins with "I asked."
Oh, yes, I see it.
Okay. And what your report indicates is that you asked to see some of the letters so that, is that Lieutenant Wagner? Correct. Try to lift a fingerprint. And she said, and she referring to Mrs. Jensen, is that right?
That's correct.
She said that she had thrown the letters away. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you thought it would make sense to get a fingerprint from these documents, correct?
Correct.
And were you aware from your contacts in the department that there was some continuing problems that the Jensens had with receiving harassing material after your contacts with them ceased?
Yes.
And were you aware of whether they ever tried to get a fingerprint from this material?
Then I'm not sure. I just know that at roll call, we share information about cases. So I'm not sure what was going on with every aspect of those things, but I was aware that it was a continued problem.
Okay. And was that mostly through Officer Cosman? Do you recall?
I believe Officer Cosman, and I can't remember if anyone else had mentioned going down there.
And at this time, do you recall whether Officer Cosman ever indicated that materials actually were turned over, that photographs were turned over to the police by the Jensens?
Not that I'm aware of. I never saw any.
And are you saying you don't think that happened, or that you just don't recall anything like that at
I just don't recall being aware that anything had been collected from the house.
Okay. But based on what you did in 1991, you would have believed that good police work would have been to get some fingerprints from these kind of materials.
Or handwriting, if there was any handwriting on there to match it or compare it, yes.
On August, it looks like the August 26th incident was sort of wrapped up by you. If you go to page 2, it was just 2 days later on August 28th that you called back and provided Mrs. Jensen with the information. Well, she told you that Wisconsin Bell could not trace calls in another state.
Correct.
And she simply told you at that time that between August 26th and August 28th, they hadn't received any calls. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
And during your experience, you've had other occasion to investigate, I guess, contacts of a harassing nature.
Yes.
And in some instances, does the harasser try different methods, that is sometimes being nice and sometimes being mean?
Yes.
I mean, there's an attempt to win back the person and at the same time to do bad things to the person to punish them for not coming back.
Yes, I've investigated a number of stalking type cases, and it is that.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
Any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you.
So Judge, I would move in Exhibit 106, which was previously 203, 108, which was previously 296, 105, which was previously 295, and 107, which was previously 299.
All right, they will be received.
And then Judge, I would like to show the two photos that were shown to the jury. And they're on Exhibit 104, Item 5, and Item 6.
All right, go ahead.
And this is Item 6. And I would move those in with Exhibit 104.
They will be received. Who does the defense wish to call next?
Dr. Richard Borman.
All right. Number 4 on the defendant's amended witness list. If you could remain standing, doctor, raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. You solemnly swear the testimony is meant to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. Try to get as close as you can to the microphone. And then spell your first and last name for the reporter.
Richard Borman, Richard J. Borman, B-O-R-M-A-N.
Who's asking the questions?
I am, Judge.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Dr. Borman. I'm going to ask you a little bit about your employment or past employment.
Okay.
Can you tell us how you are employed or were employed?
I've been retired since 2010, and I was, the last thing I did, I was employed by Kenosha Hospital Medical Group for about the last year of my practice. When I was taking care of the Jensens, I was in private solo practice.
And were you licensed in the state of Wisconsin?
Yes.
And what was the nature of your private practice?
Family practice. So I did everything from taking care of babies to old people and hospital and office and assisted at surgery, a lot of things like that.
And how long did you do that?
So I graduated medical school in 79 and finished my residency in 82. Finished my Air Force time in 86. I've been in Kenosha since 89. I ran a residency program that was based out at Parkside. And then I was in my own private practice from 93 until 2009, and then worked for the hospital group for the last year, retiring in 2010.
And were you board certified as a family practice doctor?
Yes.
Have you ever done any teaching in your career?
Yes. Yeah.
And what was that?
A fair amount, actually. So after my residency from 82 to 86, in the Air Force, I was on a faculty of a family practice residency program and taught residents, medical students, and PA students. Then I came after my military service up to Milwaukee, and from 86 to 89, I was on the faculty at St. Mary's Hospital up in Milwaukee. And I came down here in 89 and took over the directorship of the residency program, where I did the same thing, teaching residents and medical students as well as private practice. Then from 93 on, I was in solo private practice.
And I think you said it was when you were in your solo private practice that you treated the Jensens?
Correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 99.
Oh, yeah.
Dr. Borman, do you recognize that document?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors what that is?
This is a portion of my medical record on Julie Jensen.
And was that kept in the regular course of your medical clinic business?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you a little bit about, if you remember, how Julie Jensen became a patient of yours.
Right. So when I went into my private practice, part of what I did is assume the practice of Dr. Fred Wood, who was an internist in town for many years, and he took care of the family before I did. And so as part of my practice, I took over his patients, many of his patients, and hired his staff. Also brought my own patients from my previous practice out at Parkside as well.
And did you treat anyone else in the Jensen family?
Everybody, Mark and the boys and parents, and yes.
So you were their family doctor?
Right.
Now, I want to talk to you just briefly about whether you treated David Jensen.
I did.
And you had testified that you had also treated Douglas Jensen.
Right.
And were Julie and Mark Jensen and the boys patients of yours through December of 1998?
Yes, they were.
And did Mark Jensen and the boys continue to see you after Miss Jensen's passing?
For a while, yeah. I think they transferred in about 2000.
Based upon your experience with the Jensen family, can you tell us who handled like the medical issues with the Jensen family, if you remember?
Well, sometimes Julie would call for Mark. Occasionally, Mark would call for Julie. They'd make each other's appointments. Julie would call and have prescriptions refilled, that sort of thing, time to time.
Would she also make appointments for the boys?
Yes.
And was she the primary person that brought the boys to your office prior to January of 1999?
Yeah, it's been a while, but I think so.
Now, can you tell us if you remember in 1997 to 1998 whether David Jensen had some health problems?
Yeah, he had a kind of recurring cough, which was kind of a nuisance, and it sort of defied diagnosis and seemed to be a tick of some sort. And I saw him several times for that, and actually sought some reinforcement from the specialist at Children's Hospital.
Do you remember when you started seeing David Jensen, what year it was for these coughing or this tics?
I don't.
If you look at the document in front of you, which I marked, what exhibit did I tell you, sir? 99. And you look at that September of 97, can you tell in your notes, which I cannot read, whether you spoke about David Jensen at Miss Jensen's interim physical?
Let's see. Mark and cigars. I didn't really say anything about his health at that point.
At some point, you started to see David Jensen for these tics or this cough?
I don't have those records in front of me, but I did see him on several occasions. Yeah.
And you were trying to figure out what was going on with him. Is that fair to say?
Right.
At first, you thought it could be like Tourette's.
Objection. Counsel's leading the witness.
Why don't you just rephrase it?
At first, did you consider anything that could be causing like the coughing and the tics?
Well, you know, the usual things, you know, cold, sinus, reflux, something like that, reactive airway disease.
And did you send him to specialists, or did you have him sent to other doctors to see or rule out any of those things?
Again, I don't have the records. We talked about that. I don't know that the appointments were ever made. I suggested a couple of options, and they were thinking about it.
If I showed you your testimony from 2008, would that help refresh your memory?
Sure.
Page 9.
Oh, 19.
No, you're on the right. I'm going to show you this document and ask you to read from page 9, starting on line 19, through the next page, line 9, and let me know if that refreshes your memory.
Sure. Right. So I guess I did send him to an ear, nose, and throat specialist and an allergist as well.
Do you remember at any point setting up a neurology appointment for Mr. David Jensen?
We talked about that, but I don't know that that happened.
At some point after December of 1998, did you continue to treat David Jensen?
He was still in the practice. I don't know if I saw him, but I did hear that his cough went away.
Now, I want to talk to you a little bit about the treatment records that are in front of you as it relates to Julie Jensen. And these are the records, I think, of the last 4 pages of her treatment file. Would that be fair to say mid-1997 to December of 1998?
Right.
I've lost a page. I'm going to actually ask you to begin with page 3, I believe it is, and it's the September 21st, 1998 notation, if you see that.
Yeah.
And can you tell from your notes what that visit was with Ms. Jensen?
I'm sorry?
Can you tell from your notes what the purpose of that visit was?
Right. So that was an interval exam and annual physical.
And what do you mean by interval exam and annual physical?
So the adults in my practice, we'd like to see at least once a year to kind of pull everything together, what kind of interval history they'd had, emphasize some of the preventive medicine things, and take care of whatever problems might need to be handled.
And can you tell us what her weight was by your records?
Yeah, 123 and a half.
And her height?
5'6".
Does it indicate whether she had any allergies?
None known.
And whether she was taking any medications on September 21st of 1998?
Multiple vitamins, calcium, and Clearasil topically.
When you look at your notes over on the side, does it indicate what you discussed with Ms. Jensen at this interval exam?
Yes.
And can you tell us what some of those notes say?
So we talked about David's tics, and I put that in quotes because it was still kind of undetermined.
And that was on that September 21st visit?
That was the first thing we talked about.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And then we had talked about her family history of depression.
Do you know why you talked about Ms. Jensen's family history of depression?
I don't remember the details at this point.
Okay. Next thing.
Yeah, we talked about she'd had a tubal ligation from Dr. Snyder and that her menstrual period had been regular, that she seemed to have a little bit of premenstrual syndrome at present.
All right. And then is there a part where you talk about past family and social history?
Yeah, she was volunteering at school. At home was Mark and the two boys. No smoking, occasional alcohol. She'd had concerns because her mom was alcoholic and she was especially careful. She didn't want to proceed down that path.
And that's something she discussed with you on that September 21st?
Yes.
Okay.
Admitted to about a cup of coffee a day and no other drug use.
Did she mention whether she was tired?
Yeah.
What does that say?
Right. So she was tired, and in the past, she'd had an episode of depression and taken Prozac for a time.
And did she make any indication about the being tired as it related to that past treatment?
I don't remember that.
Okay. And then what is your next note?
She wore reading glasses, hearing is okay, up to date with the dentist. Then I mentioned that her father had died of lung cancer in his 70s.
And at some point, did you start talking with Ms. Jensen about depression?
Again, I don't remember. There were other elements of our visit. I did an exam. We talked about some other health maintenance type things.
Is there a reason why the discussion of Prozac and prior counseling would have come up?
Yeah, we were talking about her family history of depression. I guess I asked her if, I don't remember, if she'd had a previous history.
And do you remember if you felt that she was depressed on September 21st of 1998?
Objection, counsel's leading the witness.
Rephrase it.
I didn't imply the answer. I asked if he.
Can you just rephrase
I'll
it?
try,
We'll
Judge.
move on.
I'll try.
Thank you.
At the end of the visit, did you have an opinion as to whether Ms. Jensen was depressed?
Yeah, one of the diagnoses was mild depression, and I put down counsel. We talked. With her previous history, she was tired. She was definitely stressed and concerned about David's tics, and then having what I thought was some premenstrual symptoms and maybe perimenopause stuff. We talked about all of that.
So I think you said it said something about, did you say depressed and counseled?
Right. That was a diagnosis, mild depression, and then I counseled. We had discussed that.
So when you say counseled, are you saying that you referred her to counseling or you counseled her?
I did it at that point.
And is that something you generally did with your patients in general practice?
Frequently.
Did you have any training as it related to counseling someone for mild depression?
That's part of family medicine training. That was part of my residency and lots of experience over the years. In the kind of practice that I did, people would often have psychological issues that they would bring. And oftentimes they'd be an, oh, by the way, kind of going out the door. And it turned out that was the most important part of the visit. So yeah, considerable experience.
And as it related to Ms. Jensen, you counseled her on that day as it related to the mild depression?
Yes.
The next note on Ms. Jensen's record, I think, is from September 25th of 1998.
Yes.
And can you tell us what that is for?
So that was a phone call, and she wanted a refill on Cataflam, which is an anti-inflammatory, and we were changing it to a different pharmacy.
Does it say what the change in pharmacy was?
Pardon me?
Does it say what the change in pharmacy was?
Right. So from, let's see, it was done at Walgreens in August. Then she wanted it at Good Value. And so we called it into the Good Value pharmacy.
And Doctor, would it be fair to say that the next couple of entries in Ms. Jensen's patient file have to do with this medication,
Correct.
this Cataflam and the generics?
Right. And then, as happens oftentimes, so insurance coverage, we needed to change it to a different medicine, which we did. And then I think it eventually got filled. And I think she took that for headaches from time to time.
I'm going to take you to the next page and refer you to the notes on December 1st, 1998.
Right.
Can you tell me what this visit was for?
Yeah. This one, it's on Tuesday, December 1st, 98. And it was at the end of the morning. We worked her in. Because it seemed like she needed to be seen. And you want me to go through my note here?
Not quite yet, but I will.
Hmm?
Do you remember if she was with anyone when she came to see you?
I think she was alone.
And then on your note, can you tell us what the first part of the note reads?
Right. She was miserable and depressed and decreased appetite, having some diarrhea, talking about marital problems. She specifically denied being suicidal or homicidal and denied any domestic violence that anybody was doing to her. Again, we discussed her strong family history and then her past history of Prozac and some counseling.
So I want to break that down a little bit for you. On the left-hand side, there are also notes as it relates to Miss Jensen, right?
Pardon me?
On the left-hand side, probably in a little bit better penmanship, there are some notes relating to Miss Jensen.
Right.
And that's the December 1st, 98 office visit, correct?
You just translated some of my my writing, but yeah.
And what does the first part of that say?
I think I just said it, but
No, I mean the part that you can read a little bit better.
Oh, the reason she was there was discuss a personal matter.
And then did it have her weight at that point?
Yes, 115, which
And
is 8.5 pounds less than she was 3 months ago.
does it also talk about allergies?
Still said none known.
And what about medications at that point?
None.
So then we went into your handwriting, which you read to us, and you said
That was my nurse's handwriting, by the way. Excellent. Very, very good. Yep.
And in your handwriting, can you read to us again what it said?
Right.
Just the first couple of lines, please.
Right. I remember that clearly. She was miserable, depressed, decreased appetite and some diarrhea, and then concerned about marital problems, not suicidal or homicidal, denied any domestic violence. And then we talked about the strong family history, depression, and her previous history with Prozac for a time.
When you wrote down that she was miserable and depressed, do you know if that's what she said to you, or is that that was your impression?
Probably a little of both.
And when she talked about decreased appetite, is that something that she said to you?
I probably elicited that by asking her questions.
And did you ask her questions because of the miserable
Well,
and
I
depressed?
noticed, right, I noticed her weight was down. That's concerning. That amount, she was thin to begin with. And I mean, she looked depressed, and those are some of the things that we talk about with depression. And so I was kind of covering some of those bases just to kind of flesh things out a bit.
So were you trying to find out what potential symptoms there could be?
Right.
And one of those was decreased appetite that she told you?
Yes.
Now, you said that you wrote a note of marital problems. Do you remember what she told you?
That I don't.
If I showed you your testimony from 2008, do you think that would refresh your recollection?
Sure.
What page, Counsel?
25.
Thank you. I'm sorry, what page was it?
Doctor, I'm going to ask you to review 15 through 17 and then 20 through 25, and let me know if that refreshes your recollection.
Right. Okay.
That refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Did she describe what she meant by marital problems?
Right. That she'd had a brief affair in the past, and that Mark had never really forgiven her for that. She was worried that she was losing her marriage, and her kids meant everything to her.
And did she tell you she didn't want to lose her kids?
Yes.
Now, you also testified that you asked about domestic violence.
Yes.
And when you say domestic violence, what specifically do you explain to your patient as to what domestic violence means?
Well, a lot of different areas in that, but in particular, she didn't mention anything about worried that somebody was trying to kill her, that there was any physical violence, that they were anybody keeping her hostage in the house, taking her money, anything like that.
So when you say taking her money, is that like financial domestic violence?
Right.
And she didn't say anything about that?
Nothing.
And why do you talk to women who appear to be depressed about domestic violence?
Pardon me?
Is there a reason that you talk to women who appear to be depressed about domestic violence?
Sure. It's a common problem, unfortunately. And a lot of times it's not something that the lady might bring up spontaneously, especially when there's some emotional or psychological issue that has to be something that you think about.
At some point, did you discuss medication with Ms. Jensen?
Yes.
And what was decided at that point?
So I talked with her. She was distraught. She was in tears. And we discussed some options and thought that at least a short-term go with an antidepressant would be indicated. I had, back when we had sample closets, I had some Paxil in the closet, and I gave her several and tried to refer her for counseling, set it, and encourage her to come back and see me in 2 weeks, if not sooner. And we tried to help her set up an appointment, but she decided not to do that at that time.
So, doctor, in 1990, did you see a stigma with someone being diagnosed with mental health issues?
I did mention that, and I think that's still the case. There's a shortage really of mental health professionals, and a lot of the mental health is done by primary care providers, physicians, family practice. Sometimes it's difficult to get in. Person happens to be in my office, it's something that we can do right then and there. Versus, if I'd have just said, okay, well, we're going to send you to see a psychiatrist, maybe it's a month, 6 weeks later before they get in. So we address that and start what I thought was appropriate treatment right then.
And you, I think, testified that you referred her for counseling?
Suggested that she do that, and we were going to help her make an appointment, but she declined at that time.
Did you ask her to come back and see you at some point?
2 weeks.
And did she schedule an appointment when she left that you know?
I don't know.
Is there any note about an appointment on your?
No. I'll specifically say though, she didn't act drunk at the time that I saw her. She was tearful, but she was clear and appropriate.
She didn't appear to be intoxicated.
Not at all.
That's what you're saying? Okay. You said that you asked her if she was suicidal or homicidal.
Yes.
And what was her response?
No. Definitely not. I mean, she loved her boys, and she would do nothing to hurt them, and they meant everything to her.
And as someone who had practiced and also counseled in mental illness cases, is it fair to say that suicides are hard to predict?
Correct.
And would it also be fair to say that suicides brings somewhat of a stigma to an individual?
For sure.
Could someone be hospitalized if they were suicidal?
Oftentimes, yep.
Could someone be committed to like a mental health institution if they were suicidal?
Objection. These are irrelevant hypothetical questions.
We'll let you ask the last question and we'll go to the next area.
Thank you, Judge. Could someone be committed in a mental health hospital if they were suicidal?
Yeah, there's an emergency commitment procedure to give at least 72 hours to sort that out.
The other thing that you talked about when you were going through your treatment notes is a strong family history. Is that something you talked to her about?
Yeah, but I don't remember the details on that one either.
Is there anything in your notes besides strong family history?
Actually, I think in the previous note, her mother had problems with alcohol and had a tragic death. I don't remember other details.
If I showed you your prior testimony, would that help refresh your memory?
Sure.
The witness has already testified in manners precisely consistent with what's contained in
Are
this.
you trying to refresh his recollection? Go ahead.
Your Honor, his already testified exactly the same way was set here. He doesn't need his memory refreshed.
I don't know. I don't have the transcript in front of me, but let's see if it helps him.
I'm going to ask you to review from 9:15 through 9:18. Doctor, does that help refresh your recollection as to what Ms. Jensen and you talked about as it related to strong family history?
It does.
And what did she tell you?
She's concerned about her mom's course, and she didn't want to go down that same path, and didn't want to be labeled as crazy, and didn't want to lose her kids.
And that's something she discussed with you?
Yes.
Now, the next part of your notes, I think, is considered maybe the objective part, what you see from Ms. Jensen. Do you say that in your notes? Oh.
I'm sorry?
Do you see in your notes where it says oh and it's the objective part of your notes?
Objection. Counsel's leading the witness.
Yeah, I do.
Ask the next question. Go ahead.
And can you tell us if there's any notes there about what you saw as related to Ms. Jensen versus what she told you?
Right. She was in tears. And then I put down we counseled for 15 plus minutes.
Did you see her crying?
Yes.
Now, you had been treating Ms. Jensen for a number of years.
Yes.
Had you ever seen her in this state before?
Never.
And can you tell this jury how you would describe her demeanor on December 1st?
She looked depressed and distraught.
We talked about what your plan was for her already, so I'm going to skip past that. And what was your diagnosis of Ms. Jensen on December 1st of 1998?
Depression, anxiety, and marital problems.
I'm going to take you to your next note, which is December 2nd of 1998. Do you see that there?
I do.
Can you tell us what happened on December 2nd of 1998?
Right. So that was the next day after I'd seen Julie and given her a few samples of Paxil. Mark appeared at the window of my office about the same time of day. And he was concerned. He'd had some information from the internet about side effects from Paxil.
Objection. This calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Judge, it's 90803 sub 6, which we discussed previously. It's a business record exception.
Coming for that exception. Let's go.
Thank you. Can you finish what you were saying, Doctor, as to the note from December 2nd?
Yeah, he was concerned that Julie was not sleeping. And we asked, she still hadn't set up any counseling. Thought that if she could get some sleep, she might feel better. So I gave him a prescription for her of a few Ambien and strongly reinforced the follow-up either with me or a psychiatrist, psychologist, and that to the emergency room if worse, and then suggested that they reduce the Paxil by half for a few days.
Did he talk to you about I think you were saying something about side effects of her taking the Paxil. Did he describe that to you?
Well, I think he was concerned about her, she wasn't sleeping, and thought that if she got a little sleep, she might feel better.
I want to take you back just a couple of other entries as are related to Miss Jensen. On the first page, there's an entry from June 19th of 1998. Should be the first page of Exhibit 99 at the bottom, June
Right.
19th, 1998.
Okay.
And can you tell us what that note is about?
Phone call, had a sinus headache, wheezy, chest congestion, no fever. She was seen in the ER on the 14th of June, diagnosed with a sinus infection, bronchitis. They gave her a Z-Pack. She finished it, and she was taking some Duravent. And I thought she had some reactive airway disease and gave her a prescription for a Medrol dose pack and a Max Air inhaler. So some anti-inflammatories and a bronchodilator.
And was that prescription based upon you seeing her or just a conversation you had with her?
Actually, I discussed that with my staff. She called, talked to one of my staff, and then I saw the note, and that's what I suggested they do. And then they called in that prescription. So I didn't actually talk to her about that one.
The next entry on the next page is June 22nd of 1998 at, it looks like 9:30.
Right.
And can you tell us what that contact with Miss Jensen was?
So that was another phone call, and she called about David that time. His cough had recurred. The last one had lasted 3 months, and he was well, and then now with the same problem. And my staff recommended either the Aurora walk-in clinic or the emergency room if necessary. And of course, I'd be happy to see him and follow up.
And then the next visit, it looks like, was August 12th of 1998.
Right. Another phone call. And that one was from Julie, and question about bronchitis. She was coughing for a week, green stuff coming up now, using the Max Air and the OTC expectorant. Coughing problem at night, chest tightness, throat dry, and I gave her a Z-Pack, which is an antibiotic, and then suggested either an appointment with me or emergency room, depending on how she did.
Do you know if she ended up going to the emergency room after that?
I don't have a record of that.
And then we already talked about the ones on the next page. Dr. Borman, when you look at these last 4 pages of your visits with Miss Jensen, do you see any visits from November of 1998?
No.
Did you receive any calls from Miss Jensen in November of 1998 about any illness?
No.
Illness?
No, I didn't.
And Doctor, the last note as it relates to Miss Jensen's medical record, which I have lost, is from December 7th of 1998. Is that right, the last page?
Right.
And that wasn't a meeting with Miss Jensen. She had passed away by then. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
And can you just tell us who that was with?
Right. So that was a phone call with Roger Johnson, the medical examiner. And I don't remember if I called him or he called me, but that was after her death. We discussed her untimely death, and he said that the toxicology and tissue tests were pending. The initial autopsy was unrevealing. I told him I was a little curious. I was not notified or questioned. I found out about her death by reading her obituary in the paper on Saturday, the 5th of December. Again, I'd seen her the 1st, Mark was there on the 2nd, and I didn't see anything until the obit in the paper on the 5th. I paid my respects at the funeral home and saw Mark there. He had said that she wouldn't get out of bed. Her breathing seemed heavy, then changed and possibly congested. She repeatedly claimed to be okay and declined any medical care, either with me or the emergency room. And then he returned home at some point and found her dead. She had not taken extra pills. That was my first concern, that she took all my pills. Even if she had, that wasn't enough to do her in. And then the medical examiner said he'll call if they needed any further information or when the results were available.
After you spoke to the medical examiner, did you speak to anyone in law enforcement?
Subsequent to that, I did. Yeah.
Would that have been January 14th of 1999?
Sergeant Ratsberg, yeah.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 98. Exhibit 98. Dr. Borman, do you recognize that document?
I do.
And is that a letter written by Detective Ratsberg or written by you?
By me to Detective Ratsberg.
Is it on your clinic letterhead?
It is.
And in that letter, did you write about your observations and your meetings with the Jensens on December 1st and December 2nd?
I did. I summarized the visits that we had talked about and those last couple of interactions that I had.
Did you also talk about your meeting with Roger Johnson or your telephone call with Roger Johnson?
I did.
And did you also write in there about your appointment with Mark and the boys on December 14th?
I did. Yep.
So I'm going to go back to your treatment of the Jensens. Do you remember Ms. Jensen contacting your office to talk about any medical issues as it related to Mark Jensen?
I reviewed my notes, and there were a series of phone calls over the years where she'd call for either an appointment or a prescription refill.
And do you remember what prescriptions Mr. Jensen had in the fall of 1998?
Not offhand.
If I showed you a copy of your previous testimony, would that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
If I can find it. That refreshes your memory.
Yeah. Right. So okay, so we'd called in a prescription for Zyban for smoking cessation for Mark, and then Nicotrol, which is another nicotine replacement.
Doctor, do you know if Zyban is used for anything other than to help someone stop smoking?
It's an antidepressant.
You had testified that you had gone to Julie Jensen's wake.
I did.
And you had had a conversation with Mr. Jensen.
I did.
Did he seem appropriately upset to you?
He did.
Dr. Borman, when you saw Ms. Jensen either in September or September or December of 1998, did at any point she tell you that she was afraid of her husband?
Never.
Did she mention that her decrease in appetite was because she wasn't drinking or eating anything her husband gave to her?
Didn't.
Did she mention anything about being afraid of being poisoned?
Did not.
Thank you, doctor. I don't have any other questions.
I take it, Mr. Jamboys, you're doing the cross?
I am, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
So, Dr. Borman, when Julie Jensen spoke to you on December 1st, 1998, she didn't tell you that she had seen that her husband was looking up things on the internet about how to kill her?
Did not.
She didn't mention that she'd seen all these poisoning sites?
Did not.
She didn't tell you that she thought her husband had previously tried to poison her?
No.
She didn't tell you that her husband repeatedly was pushing her to go see a doctor, did she?
No, she didn't.
And you have no idea as to why Mr. Jensen would be seeking to get his wife to go see a doctor, did you?
No.
Would it surprise you to learn that, well, within 3 days of Julie seeing you, she was dead, right?
That surprised me a lot. Yeah.
And so if Mark Jensen was trying to get his wife to drink things and she was resistant to doing so, would one way possibly to get her to consume something would be to have her doctor prescribe medication for her?
I don't understand that question.
Oh, okay, well, if Mark Jensen was trying to get Julie to say drink wine or drink juice and she was refusing to do it, let's assume from what that happened before December 1st, 1998. He was trying to get her to drink something and she wouldn't do it. Can you assume from what that happened?
We didn't discuss that.
Okay. Now, if Mark Jensen, however, was having that problem, getting her to drink juice, do you think that one way maybe he could get her to drink some juice is to have her take some medication from the prescribed by the doctor, and then drink some juice to get the medication down? Would that be one way to get her to possibly drink something that she otherwise would not consume?
So he's asking me for an opinion?
Yes, I'm asking you for an opinion.
You could face the attorney. If there's an objection, we'll let you know, okay?
Okay.
Did you understand the question, sir?
I hadn't thought about that.
Well, would it surprise you to learn that Mark Jensen had thought about that?
Objection, Judge, speculation.
No, there's actually evidence of it, Your Honor. The jury's heard evidence of it.
Ask the question.
Okay, would it surprise you to hear or to know that this jury has heard evidence that Mark Jensen thought that one way to get his wife to drink the stuff he was trying to get her to drink would be to get her to go to the doctor? Would it surprise you to hear that?
Yes.
Would it surprise you to hear that the reason that Mark Jensen went to see you on December 2nd was to get medication to get Julie to sleep? That, I mean, you heard that. That's what Mark told you, right?
That's why I thought he was there. Yeah.
In fact, you indicated he was concerned that she was not sleeping.
Correct.
That's what he told you. But at the time that he told you that, you were looking at that from the perspective of a family physician, correct?
Correct.
And in your experience as a family physician, when a husband comes to tell you, I'm worried that my wife is not sleeping, you infer from that the husband is actually has his wife's best interest at heart, right?
Right.
Because so you, the physician, and he, the husband, all have one interest in mind, and that's the welfare of Julie Jensen, right?
That's what I thought.
That's what you thought. Now, what if this jury had heard evidence that the reason that Mark Jensen was concerned about Julie Jensen not sleeping was because she was manifesting symptoms of antifreeze poisoning at 2 o'clock in the morning. And she was upset about that, and he wanted her to sleep through the effects of antifreeze poisoning. Now, what if the jury had heard evidence to that effect? If you had heard of information to that effect, you would not have prescribed Ambien in this case, would you?
Judge, I would object as to speculation and argumentative, and
It's a hypothetical question, Your Honor.
to a lay witness.
Take it one step at a time, Mr. Jones.
Okay. If Mark Jensen had told you, you know, I'm trying to poison my wife with antifreeze, and she just won't die. She's acting drunk, and then she's asking me questions about it, and I just wanted to sleep through it. If he had told you that, you wouldn't have given him an Ambien, would you?
Well, he didn't tell me that. And if he had told me that, I certainly wouldn't do it.
You would
And I
have called
probably would have called the police about that.
would have called the
Sure,
police.
Yeah.
So Mark Jensen, if in fact his purpose was to get the Ambien so his wife would sleep through the side effects of antifreeze poisoning, if in fact that was his purpose, he couldn't relate that to you, could he?
Objection, argumentative.
Overruled. Go ahead.
A lot of ifs there. That wasn't what I saw.
That wasn't what he told you.
Correct.
I mean, in terms of, that's a good point, Doctor. And I hope you don't get the impression that I'm that I'm going after you here. I mean, you're a family physician. You were deeply concerned about the welfare of your patients.
Correct.
You loved your job and you served your community in that capacity and did so honorably and with ethics and with concern for your patients.
Did.
And by the way, I didn't say this, so I want to thank you for the service to your country in the Air Force, and I want to thank you for your service to the people in this community as a family physician. That's honorable and important work. And I don't want to give you the impression that I'm in any way demeaning you at all for what you've done. I
Do we
think
have a question?
you're going to get one. I just don't want him to get the impression that I'm going after him.
Let's ask the question.
So doctor, you only have a certain amount of time to spend with each one of your patients, right?
That's right.
Because you had a very busy practice.
Right.
And so you tried to get as much information from your patients as quickly as you could so that you could see to their needs and then move on to the next patient, right?
Correct.
And so, for example, when you were interviewing Julie on December 1st, 1998, you employed what is it called? The SIGE caps? It's an SIGE, SIGECAPS. That's an acronym, correct? SIGE caps?
It's a mnemonic.
Mnemonic, okay.
For depression.
Okay.
Right.
And so we'll go through the alphabet one by one here as to the letters for SIGE caps. One is, the S is for sleep problems, correct?
Correct.
So when you're going through SIGE caps with your patient, you're doing this as quickly as you can. So the first thing you ask about is sleep problems, correct?
Sometimes, not all the time. Yeah.
Well, isn't that what SIGE caps means? This is your shorthand process for assessing somebody for depression.
I didn't put that in my note from that visit.
But that's what you employed, correct? SIGE caps?
Well, that's one of the things that I do. Right.
And when you interviewed Julie Jensen on December 1st, 1998, she didn't make any reference to any sleep problems, did she?
No.
And then the next thing, the I stands for interest, correct?
Correct.
And then the next thing is G, and that stands for guilt, correct?
Correct.
And then the next thing is E, and that stands for energy, correct?
Correct.
And the next thing is C, that stands for concentration, correct?
Correct.
And the next thing is appetite, and that stands for appetite. I mean, A, that stands for appetite, correct?
Correct.
And then psychosocial retardation, that's the P stands for that, correct?
Right.
And then the final thing is S, and that stands for suicidality, correct?
That's right.
And so when you went through this SIGE caps thing, that's what you do with your patients when you're assessing for depression, correct?
Correct.
And she had no sleep problems, correct?
I don't remember if we talked about sleep.
But well, you didn't make any notations that she had sleep problems on December 1st, 1998, did you?
I didn't.
And if she had mentioned to you that she had sleep problems, that's significant. That's something you would have written in your report, isn't it? Or in your notes, correct?
Wouldn't it change what I did at all or my impression?
I understand, Doctor, and please understand, I'm not trying to criticize even your notes, although I can't read them, but nobody can read my notes either. So we have that in common. But if she had told you that she had sleep problems, you almost certainly would have made a notation of that, don't you think? That's a significant thing.
Well, right.
And you didn't do that.
There's only so much. I mean, it's limited. It's not a word for word transcription of the visit that we do.
I understand that. I mean, you're busy.
In fact, I worked her in at the end of the morning because I thought she had something that really needed to be addressed.
Yes. And during the course of that interview with her, she referred to marital problems. She alluded to an affair that she had in the past and felt that Mark had never really forgiven her for that. That's what she told you, correct?
Correct.
But she didn't tell you that during all the time that you treated her, she didn't tell you that she'd been the object or the subject of a years-long pattern of sadistic.
Judge, I'd object as to argumentative. It's the language.
Well, why don't you tell the sadistic information that you're trying to ask?
Okay. Well, let's put it this way. She didn't tell you that somebody had engaged in a pattern of repeated hang-up calls and leaving pornographic photos around the house and allegedly leaving pornographic photos at her husband's place of business. She never told you that, did she?
Never did.
Would you agree that if somebody, I mean, it goes on for years. So let's take a look at Julie's notes concerning this. Did you know that Julie kept a log of the harassment that she was subjected to for years and years and years?
Judge, I again would object as to Julie being subjected to. All of the testimony is that the calls were to the Jensen's home and that the photos were left at the Jensen home, including Mr. Jensen's vehicle.
That's your interpretation.
I
We'll
think
let the
that's
jury
testimony.
make their own interpretation.
I agree.
We
with
all
that.
have our jobs here. Let the jury do their job.
Judge,
So
I-
the question will be allowed.
So, Doctor, I'm just going to show you. I'm going to show you something, and I'm going to ask you if Julie ever talked to you about this or she ever showed this to you. It starts on page 32 of this document in the upper left-hand corner, then through.
Talk to me about that at all. And I never saw a log like that.
So a log starting January 19th, 1992 of hang-up calls, and then pornographic photos being left around the house, and penis photos being left around the house. She never told you about any of that.
None of that.
And if this went on for years and years and years, and Julie didn't know who was doing this, that would be upsetting to the normal person, wouldn't it?
Yes.
And if it was being done by Mark Jensen without Julie's knowledge, that would reflect a sadistic frame of mind on the part of the person who would do something like this to a person, don't you think?
Judge, I would again object as to argumentative.
Overruled. Go ahead. That means
Yeah.
you can answer.
Yes.
That would be. I mean, if it was intended to humiliate and demean and embarrass Julie again and again and again, from 1992 all the way through August of 1998, that reflects a high level of a sadistic intent on the part of anybody who would do something like that to Julie Jensen.
Right. Yeah, that'd be in the category of domestic violence for sure, psychological.
So this kind of psychological abuse that Julie was experiencing at anybody's hand, Julie hadn't told you about this during the time that she was your patient.
Right.
Now, do you have an independent recollection of Julie now as you sit here today?
I'm sorry?
Do you remember Julie? Do you remember what she was like? Do you remember anything about Julie?
Well, I saw her a number of times through the years in my office, right?
I'm going to direct your attention to the television screen, Doctor.
Pardon me?
I'm going to direct your attention to the television screen. I think that's the easiest one for you to see. Is that the Julie Jensen that you remember?
Yes.
And that's David?
Yes.
And that's Douglas?
Douglas, sure.
And you treated Julie, David, and Douglas, true?
Did.
And you'd indicated that Julie seemed to you to be a very devoted mother?
Yes.
She loved her children dearly, didn't she?
Seemed to.
Now, going back to the treatment that Julie received, on June 19th, 1998, of your notes, actually, we'll start with September 29th, 1997. Do you have see that part of your notes, sir?
I do.
And on September 29th, 1997, you've got her name, her telephone number, and then URI. And what is that? That stands for upper respiratory tract infection.
Correct.
Has gone into chest, PND plugged.
Postnasal discharge.
Yeah. Weight on chest. Now, tell me, doctor, and then on June 19th, 1998, sinus headache, wheezy, chest congestion, correct?
Correct.
No fever, sinus infection, and bronchitis. Now, tell me this, doctor. You also knew that Mark Jensen was a heavy smoker, correct?
I did.
And did Julie complain to you that he would smoke in the house and she couldn't get him to stop smoking in the house?
I don't remember talking about that.
Well, if in fact Mark Jensen is a heavy smoker and he smoked cigars and cigarettes and he smoked them in the house, might that account for the continuing cough that David was experiencing?
Could contribute.
That would certainly be an exacerbating factor, wouldn't it?
Yes.
So you treated Julie Jensen for years, is that true?
From 93 until her death.
And she complained about some measure of depression in September 21st, 1998. Is that true? Is that true?
True.
She never complained about depression in any of the years before that.
Not while I was taking care of her.
And then she complained about, on December 1st, 1998, she said she was depressed and she said there were marital problems, correct?
Correct.
But she didn't tell you what all the marital problems were, did she?
Right.
She didn't tell you that her husband, Mark Jensen, that she suspected he was having an affair with another woman.
Don't remember.
She didn't tell you that part of the marital problems was she suspected her husband was trying to poison her.
She definitely didn't tell me that.
She didn't tell you that she suspected that her husband was going on all these business trips so he could be away with his lover.
Did not.
And when you talked to Mark Jensen on December 2nd, 1998, he didn't tell you anything about his girlfriend on the side, did he?
Did not.
So on November 25th that Julie had contacted you about trying to get an appointment for a specialist for David?
Correct.
Did Julie tell you that the reason she was able to do that is because Mark finally gave her permission to talk to you about having David see a specialist?
Did not.
Now, when you prescribed the Ambien, when you gave the Ambien to Mark Jensen, you didn't tell him to give her Ambien as soon as he got home that day, did you?
Did not.
Were you aware that's what he did? As soon as he got home, he gave her Ambien?
Objection assumes a fact, not an evidence.
Overruled. Go ahead.
It's in the interview, Your Honor.
Overruled.
So, were you aware that as soon as he got home, he gave her some Ambien?
Didn't know that.
Were you aware that he gave her another dose of Ambien that night?
Did not know that.
Did you know that as soon as she woke up the next morning, he gave her another dose of Ambien?
Didn't know that either.
On the morning of December 3rd and throughout the night of December 3rd, 1998, the early morning hours of December 3rd, 1998, were you aware that Julie was laying in bed unconscious and breathing like this? Did anybody tell you that?
No.
When you saw Mark Jensen at Julie's funeral, did he tell you that?
You mentioned that she was breathing heavily.
Did you ask him at that funeral, well, gee, Mark, I told you if her condition worsened, you should take her to the emergency room or call me. Did you confront him with that?
No.
But you did tell him that when you saw him on December 2nd. You told him if her condition deteriorated, he should call the emergency room and take her to the hospital.
I did.
And you are aware now from other sources that in fact her condition clearly deteriorated quite substantially, didn't it?
Did.
On the morning of December 3rd, 1998, would it surprise you to know that Mark Jensen told a variety of people that Julie Jensen couldn't speak?
Didn't know that.
That she was too weak to get out of bed?
Didn't know that either.
That she had to be propped up in bed so her children could kiss her goodbye when they went to school? He didn't tell you that?
No.
That the children begged him to take mommy to the doctor or call an ambulance? He didn't tell you that?
No.
He didn't tell you that after that he told him, well, if mommy doesn't get better, we'll call an ambulance when you get home from school? He didn't tell you that, did he?
Nope.
If Mark Jensen had told you, if he'd called you on the morning of December 3rd, 1998 and said, my wife can't get out of bed, she's comatose, she's non-responsive, she's too weak to get out of bed, you would have told him to call the ambulance or rush her to the emergency room, wouldn't you have?
Definitely.
But Mark Jensen didn't call you on the morning of December 3rd, 1998, did he?
No.
He didn't call the emergency room, did he?
I don't know.
In 1998, we had an effective 911 system in this Kenosha County, didn't we?
Right.
If you call 911, they'll dispatch an ambulance, correct?
Right.
In fact, on the afternoon of December 3rd, 1998, when Mark Jensen reported Julie's death, the emergency room, the paramedic arrived within 2 minutes of receiving the phone call. Were you aware of that?
No.
So certainly paramedic services are very much available, and they were available on December 3rd of 1998.
Yes.
And Mark Jensen on December 3rd, 1998, after listening to his wife gasping for breath, struggling to breathe, waking up, finding her semi-comatose and unable to get out of bed and unable to walk, he did not one damn thing.
Judge,
Isn't that true?
I would object as to argument.
We will sustain that.
Well, on the morning of December 3rd, 1998, he didn't call you.
No.
He didn't call 911.
I don't know.
He didn't take her to the hospital.
Judge, this is all asked and answered.
Well, he can ask the questions one by one. I sustained his objection. Go ahead.
I didn't hear anything from the second until I saw the obit in the paper. Didn't hear anything. No phone calls, nothing.
When you saw the obit in the paper, you were shocked and deeply, deeply saddened, weren't you?
Yes.
You knew Julie Jensen.
I did.
What a terrible loss for her family, correct?
Correct.
At least for her children, correct?
Definitely.
You were unaware that in October of 1998, Mark Jensen was planning to go on a cruise with his girlfriend in October of 1999. He didn't tell you that, did he?
No.
And assuming that is true, and the jury's heard evidence that that is the case, if he was going on a cruise in October of 1999 with Kelly Labonte, you don't imagine he was planning on bringing his wife Julie with him, do you?
No.
So sometime between October of 1998, when he was proposing this cruise to his girlfriend Kelly Labonte, and October of 1999, when he was planning to go on this cruise with Kelly Labonte, he had to do something about Julie Jensen, didn't he?
Judge, objection, argument.
Sustain.
So you never prescribed Librium for Julie Jensen, did you?
I prescribed that for Mark.
Mark had the prescription for Librium. Would it surprise you to know that at the time of her death, Julie had Librium in her system?
Yes.
It wouldn't surprise you to know that she had paroxetine in her system.
I gave that to her.
It wouldn't surprise you to know that she had paroxetine in her system.
And Ambien.
And Ambien. She had Ambien in her system.
Right.
but you would really surprise you to know that she had antifreeze in her system.
Objection, Judge, argumentative.
Overrule, go ahead.
That was a surprise.
Thank you, Dr. Borman. I don't have any further questions.
You have a lot of redirect?
I have a,
How much?
I don't know, maybe 15 to 20 minutes, Judge.
Let's take a short break, folks. All right, let's take a 10-minute break.
All right, chat. Listen close. Everybody paying attention?
I do.
Can you tell us what happened on December 2nd of 1998?
Right. So that was the next day after I'd seen Julie and given her a few samples of Paxil. Mark appeared at the window of my office about the same time of day. And he was concerned. He'd had some information from the internet about side effects from Paxil.
Objection. This calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Judge, it's 90803 sub 6, which we discussed previously. It's a business record exception.
Comment that exception. Let's go.
Thank you. Can you finish what you were saying, Doctor, as to the note from December 2nd?
Yeah, he was concerned that Julie was not sleeping. And we asked, she still hadn't set up any counseling. Thought that if she could get some sleep, she might feel better. So I gave him a prescription for her of a few Ambien and strongly reinforced the follow-up either with me or a psychiatrist, psychologist, and that to the emergency room if worse. And then suggested that they reduce the Paxil by half for a few days.
Did he talk to you about, I think you were saying something about side effects of her taking the Paxil. Did he describe that to you?
Well, I think he was concerned about her, she wasn't sleeping and thought that if she got a little sleep, she might feel better.
I want to take you back just a couple of other entries as a rate of.
So, my YouTube chat. When you guys come in and you've missed stuff and then put misinformation on the platform and I correct it, don't argue about it. If you need clarification, we are happy to do that. But when I correct something, don't argue. We've warned everybody on this platform before. Stop arguing. Court is on break, everyone. Court is on break. So on YouTube, they're talking about the statement that Joseph Manji said, he's the principal of the school, about Mark's alleged statement that he'll be sleeping, or Julie will be sleeping for a long time. So Nans says that there's no proof that that statement actually existed other than Joseph Manzi's testimony. But is it possible that the statement was taken out of context? If you imagine taking a sleeping pill, you'll probably be sleeping for a long time. And did it seem weird then, considering Julie died shortly after, that people are thinking, wow, that did seem weird after the fact? What else? What other thoughts do you guys have? Where are my mods? Are my mods in here? We did a poll on YouTube, kind of where we're at with all of the testimony so far on whether or not people thought Mark was guilty. And I think it said 56% of our viewers on YouTube that participated thought he was, 50% said not guilty. 37% said undecided. 12% said guilty. Ruben says beyond a reasonable doubt, no. Ghost agrees that it was likely the comment was taken out of context about the sleeping for a long time. Nans says would be interesting to hear from those undecided. Exactly. And that's why we want to do this jury room thing on Friday at 7 p.m. So if you guys want to participate in that, send me an email. We're going to ask you silly voir dire questions, assign you a jury number, accept you to the jury, give you all the parameters and the details, the rules, all of that stuff in those emails. And then Friday at 7, we will be live streaming only on YouTube. We will not cross-platform live stream this. So if you want to watch it, you have to come to YouTube. But if you want to participate, you don't need to be, some of you don't, some of you don't have Facebook, or some of you don't have YouTube, whatever. You don't need either of the platforms. We'll send you a link. We'll email the link to you, and that invites you onto the stream. The stream has nothing to, our streaming software has nothing to do with where you can watch stuff. So we'll invite you on, lay out the ground rules one more time so that the viewers know what's going on, and then you guys deliberate. So yeah, it would be great. It'd be very interesting with the undecideds and even the guilties. The not guilties, I'm pretty sure it's because there's doubt, and we're not supposed to be convicting people unless it's, you know, we're 100% sure beyond a reasonable doubt that somebody is guilty. We're not supposed to convict them. That's the job as a juror. So I think it'll be fun to hear what everyone has to say, deliberating as if you guys were on this jury. And you got to think, a lot of the things that we're talking about in the chat and all these different things, and even me with my theories, right? The stuff that we're catching, it's so funny to me that like all of you guys here, like I don't think any of us like Jamboy. And that stupid video that's gone viral on our platform, everybody that has commented, and there's like 85 comments, and like they all hate the defense lawyers. They can't stand them. And I've seen those comments on a lot of our videos already, that they cannot stand the defense team. It's kind of interesting. So you got to think, like, there's all these differences of opinions. There's all of these things that, you know, people are seeing differently. And even like we're arguing on YouTube chat right now because people aren't listening to stuff. People are missing things, right? Then we have people that are at work and then they pop in and they have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. And understandable, because people have to work, other than me apparently. But you have distractions when you're watching the case. And you can imagine, for those especially that have been in here for at least 75% of the time, how many distractions have happened in this court case. We got jurors being named. They're out of the courtroom because we got to argue. You know, there's all these different things. And how much of that information that you heard during the testimony gets scrambled up in your brains when you go back into the jury room and you're not allowed to talk about these things? How much, when the day is over, you've just sat here for 9 hours, and then the very next day you come back in, how much of that information was retained from the day previous? And Christ, even think about 4 days earlier. Are you remembering that stuff? You know, we have the luxury of writing this stuff down, right? Going back and watching the streams, and, you know, we have that luxury. Jurors don't. They're not allowed to do that. They can't take notes on this stuff. Some courts allow that, others don't. I did tell you guys to remind me about something on YouTube. You guys failed. You didn't. And thank God I looked at my other computer. So one of the drugs that was given to Julie was Duravent. And Duravent is used for like severe coughing, bronchitis, things like that. And so normally when they're mentioning these drugs and things, and this is what I'll do for you guys during your jury thing, your jury deliberation thing. If, you know, like, let's say one of you guys that's in the jury room wrote down Duravent, and you're like, Kevin, can you look up Duravent and tell us about it? Kevin, can you look up Paxil and tell us about the side effects? So I'll jump on the old Googler and I'll look that up and give you guys the information. You know, a lot of that stuff you don't get to do as an actual juror, but we're going to do it for the sake of, we're just trying to keep this interesting and fun. So Duravent, I looked up the side effects, and there's a lot that Julie's dealing with. So just think about all of the shit that we've found out is in this woman's system. Forget the antifreeze. Just forget that for a second. This woman has so much crap being pumped into her. And we're finding out that a lot of it she's taking. It's not even Mark. It's her. You know what I mean? And then yesterday we heard that there's possibility, and I don't think any of us even thought about this, but that she may have been drinking at this time too, prior to being very sick. But real quick, because I saw heads. So little or no urination. That describes one of the things a lot of you brought up. Fast or slow heartbeats, confusion, dizziness, feeling unsteady, nervousness, sleep problems, insomnia. Hence, goddamn 1 o'clock in the morning, you know, fucking Yahoo searches. Severe nausea or vomiting. Severe headache, blurred vision, pounding in your neck or ears. So she could have been scratching at her neck. hence why there's a fingernail print, slow breathing, or unusual changes in mood or behavior. So maybe it wasn't the Paxil making her act like a drunk monkey midget on acid hanging from the ceiling fan. Maybe it was this goddamn thing. Dizziness, drowsiness, sleep problems, nervousness, restless, irritable. And imagine, dude, this jury can't look this shit up. So all of us, dude, the little amount of information that we know just as human beings about mental health, about these different medications that are just being pushed on us by goddamn big pharma paying these doctors. You know what I mean? Giving them kickbacks for pushing these
Back on the
drugs.
record, Mark Jensen, 2002 CF314, the appearance.
There's so much that really played into this poor woman's death.
Dr. Richard Borman is still on the stand. He's still under oath. And Ms. Krause, you can start your redirect.
Thank you, Judge. Dr. Borman, I want to go back to something you testified to on cross. You were asked about Librium. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And who did you prescribe Librium to?
Mark.
And it's your understanding from Attorney Jamboy's questions that Julie Jensen had Librium in her system at the time of her death.
That's what I understand.
Did you have other conversations with Mark and Julie Jensen about using each other's medications, if you remember?
No.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 109.
What page? So it starts at
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 109 and refer you to June 8th of 1998. Can you tell whose medical record that is?
So, yeah, June 8, 98, phone call by Julie regarding Mark. Mark had been using her Cataflam, which is an anti-inflammatory for headaches. And current problem with nipples itching and swollen, 1 hour taking the Cataflam. Duration for 12 to 24 hours, could be med-related, and I said yes. And so our recommendations, try Tylenol, or I gave a prescription for ANSAID, which is a different, ANSAID, which is a different kind of anti-inflammatory.
So in June of 1998, this is a note regarding a call that you had with Julie Jensen.
Julie called and talked to one of my staff members, generated the note, and then I looked at it and responded.
And that was about Mark using her medication.
Yes.
I'm going to refer you to the top of that page. Is there another call from Julie Jensen about Mark Jensen?
Yes.
And what's the date of that call?
That one is kind of cut off, but it looks like March 2nd of 98.
And what is the nature of that call?
The nature of that call. Julie called regarding Mark. He put washable marker on his face. It didn't wash off with soap and water. Used Castrol Super Clean, caustic agent that caused a chemical burn, painful, looks like sunburn, not blistered or weepy. What should we do? And then kept him awake most of the night. So I did call back and talk with Julie and suggested cool moist compresses and gave him a prescription for a mild steroid cream to put on the burn.
Dr. Borman, was it unusual in 1990 or 1991 to talk to one spouse about another spouse?
Every family is different, but that's a fairly common deal. Especially when the wife is at home and the husband is working, oftentimes that would happen.
Any objection from the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right, receive.
Dr. Borman, one of the other things that you were asked on cross was about David Jensen and his tics.
Correct.
And you were asked if there was somebody who smoked inside the house, if that could contribute to a cough.
Yes.
And you knew Mark to be an avid smoker. Is that what you testified to?
Well, I didn't know how much he was smoking. I knew he smoked. And then I put a note in there about cigars too. So, but yeah.
And you continued to treat Mark after December of 1998.
For a while, yes.
And he continued to smoke.
As far as I know, yeah.
And I think you testified previously that in the spring of 1999, David Tix had gone away.
Yes.
You were also asked on cross-examination about referring David to a specialist. I think it was November 25th of 1998.
Right.
And do you remember what specialist that was that you were going to refer him to in November of 1998?
Yeah. Well, first the ear, nose, and throat, and then the allergist. Then there was a neurologist, a pediatric neurologist that I use quite often, but he was out of their network. And so then we talked to the people at Children's, a resident and a physician about making a referral up there.
November 25th of 1998, was that the first time you ever referred David Jensen to a specialist?
Don't remember.
Do you remember if you had referred him to a specialist, to the allergist and the ear, nose, and throat prior to that date?
I thought I did, but I'd have to see the record.
And he had actually gone to those specialists, correct?
I don't know.
I'm going to, if I give you a copy of your prior testimony, would that refresh your recollection?
Sure.
What page, Counsel? Page 9.
Lines 8 through the next page, lines 9. Let me know when you're finished, Doctor.
Okay. So I don't remember seeing the reports, but apparently he did see a couple of specialists locally.
Prior to that November 25th,
Yes.
referral to the other doctor.
Yes.
You'd actually been treating David Jensen through 1997 and 1998 for these tics.
Correct.
And I think one of your notes from Julie Jensen at her interval appointment in 1998 September 21st, 1998, one of the first things you talked about, I think you told this jury, was David's tics.
Correct.
This is an ongoing conversation with the Jensen family.
With Julie, yep.
Was she the one that brought David to those appointments?
Yes.
And was she the one that talked to you about how you could help him with his tics?
Yeah.
And was she brainstorming with you ways to address the coughing and the tics?
Objection. Counsel's leading the witness. Just rephrase it.
Was Julie Jensen talking to you about options as it related to treating David Jensen?
She was very concerned and wanted to do something to get him better.
And that was that throughout 1997 and 1998?
I think so.
Was that do you think so from the refreshing your recollection from the notes?
My testimony.
The other thing you talked about on cross was that Julie Jensen didn't tell you about these phone calls and pornographic images.
Not at all.
You did talk to her, though, on December 1st about domestic violence.
Right.
And you discussed with her whether she was the victim of domestic violence.
Right. I didn't go through every scenario of every kind of domestic violence, but she didn't say anything about any threats to her life, any poisoning, any intimidation, anything like that.
And I think you were asked on cross about whether Mr. Jensen advised you on December 2nd whether he was having an affair.
Didn't talk about that, no.
And do you have any knowledge about when the affair started or when the affair ended?
Not at all.
Do you know if the affair ended prior to December 2nd, 1998?
Don't know that.
On December 1st, 1998, who was in the office when you were talking to Julie Jensen?
In the room, just Julie and I. That was it. And, my staff was there to check her in, and they all noticed that she was upset too and concerned. But the interaction was just between the two of us in an exam room.
And was it based on that interaction between just you and Julie that you made the diagnosis of depression?
Yes.
And was it based upon that diagnosis that you provided her the medication?
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Borman. I have nothing further.
You have any recross, Mr. Chairman?
No recross, Your Honor.
We need to make sure that any exhibits over by the doctor. We have nothing there? Okay, you're free to go. Thank you.
Okay, so that was the doctor. So for those that were here during our marathons,
We have all the exhibits we used on the table, right?
he was a way better
believe
witness
so.
in 2008 than he was now.
Okay, next witness.
Judge, we are going to play a video for Miss Dawn Cooper.
Oh my God, with the videos chat, this is killing
And
me.
add it to Exhibit 104.
And that's number 6.
The more and more
Again,
I'm
how long
hearing,
is the
I'm really
video?
thinking she
I believe
planned
it's
it.
30 minutes
Everything
prior
went
to playing the video
sideways.
because the entire video doesn't represent the beginning of the
And
transcript.
now, we're
Attorney Renner
hearing
is going to
all
read
of
the
the
beginning of the transcript.
stuff that was in her.
I think it's 5
There's
minutes.
no
of reading.
way she would have
Let's do
accounted
that.
for any of that.
Okay, hold on, let me get the.
There's no way. And I'm getting irritated with
Again,
all
this
these
is Lori
doctors.
Brown.
No.
Dawn Cooper.
Dawn Cooper.
What numbers, Cooper?
I mean, you think, like, don't
This
they
is
have some
Dawn Cooper.
culpability in her death?
Correct.
Madam Clerk, is it okay if I add this after we play it? It's just downloading slow onto the drive.
You want to play the video first?
And then add it to the drive? Okay.
Ms. Cooper being duly sworn. Question. Could you please state your name and spell your name for the court? Answer. Dawn, D-A-U-N, Cooper, C-O-O-P-E-R. Question. Ms. Cooper, what do you do for work? Answer. I work for a stock brokerage firm. Question. Who do you work for? Answer. Stifel Nicholas. Question. And where is that? Answer. In St. Louis, Missouri. Question. Do you live in St. Louis? Answer. I live across the river in Illinois. Question. Did you just fly up here today for this proceeding? Answer. Yes, sir. Question. How long have you worked for Stifel Nicholas? Answer. I had worked there previously for 11 and a half years, and I've been back there for about a year and a half now. Question. What are your job duties? Answer. I'm a sales assistant to a broker. Question. And what does that entail, being a sales assistant to a broker? Answer. Kind of like being a wife. You do everything. Work with the clients, answer questions, make sure things get done, if funds need to be wired, that kind of thing. Checks issued, whatever. Question. Do you have a broker's license to be a sales assistant? Answer. It's not required, but I do. Question. You do have a broker's license? Answer. Yes, I am registered. Question. What kind of license do you have? Answer. Series 7 and 64. I'm sorry, 63. Question. What does a Series 7 license allow you to do? Answer. I could be a stockbroker, buy, sell, contact clients, research, suggest stocks, that kind of thing. Question. So having a Series 7 license in itself would allow you to be the broker rather than the assistant. Answer, if I wanted to, yes, sir. Question, you've chosen to do the assistant job rather than being a broker. Answer, that's correct. Question, were you working at Stifel Nicholas in 1998? Answer, yes, I was. Question, how long had you been there at that time? Answer, about 10 years. I went to work there in November of '88. Question, what was your job position at that time in 1998? Answer, at that time, I was a registered sales assistant also. But in addition to my duties, I assisted with what they call the transition team. And they would borrow me whenever we were opening a new branch or had a new broker coming in as needed. Question, what would you do as part of the transition team? Answer, we would assist in paperwork, getting accounts opened, answering questions for the brokers that had come in. If it was a new branch, setting up the cashiering office, whatever needed to be done, basically, answering whatever they needed. Question, and in 1998, did you have occasion to come to Wisconsin to open any new offices as part of a transition team? Answer, in '98, I was in Appleton. Question, in Appleton, Wisconsin, opening an office? Answer, it was a new office in Appleton, yes. I think I was also in Oshkosh for a short period of time. Question, okay. There was an office that opened in Racine that year as well? Answer, mm-hmm. Question, you have to say yes for the court reporter. Answer, oh, yes. Question, and did you help in opening that office? Answer, no, I was not part of that one. Question, is there a conference that's held annually for Stifel Nicholas called the Blueprint Conference? Answer, yes, sir. Question, do you recall when that was held in 1998? Answer, it was in November sometime. I don't remember when. I just know it was in November. Question, prior to November 1998, did you know, or prior to the Blueprint Conference, did you know a person named Ed Klug? Answer, yes. Question, how did you know Mr. Klug? Answer, because I was involved in opening and helping with the Appleton branch when they came over to Stifel. Question, was Mr. Klug a manager of that branch? Answer, he was a co-manager. They actually have two managers there. Question, how many times had you met Mr. Klug prior to that Blueprint Conference? Answer, as I recall, I think I was there twice. Question, were you there the weekend that the office opened? Answer, no, I went afterwards to help out. Question, did you go by yourself or did you go as part of a team? Answer, I was there, I think, both times. Yeah, I was by myself. Question, so you came up from St. Louis on 2 occasions in October of 1998 to work on the transition of that office? Answer, yeah, it was either September or October, right around in there. The court, I beg your pardon, I didn't hear you, ma'am. The witness, it was either September or October, I don't remember exactly. Question, but you were not there for the weekend when they first opened? Answer, no, I was not. Question, you were aware that people from the transition team came up for like an opening weekend or to make the initial transition? Answer, yes, sir. Question, and were those the only times that you had met Ed Klug prior to the Blueprint Conference? Answer, as far as I can remember, I don't think he was in St. Louis for anything else, so I don't think I had seen him any other time than up there in the branch. Question. Okay. And prior to this Blueprint conference in November 1998, had you ever met Mark Jensen, the man here to my left? Answer. I don't think I had actually met Mark prior to that, but I'm not positive. But the best I can recall, I actually physically met him that weekend. Question. So you did meet Mr. Jensen at the Blueprint conference? Answer. Yes. Question. Did you also see Mr. Klug at the Blueprint conference? Answer. Yes, sir. Question. And is there a night at this Blueprint conference where there's a dinner for everybody from Stifel Nicholas? Answer. It's mostly for the brokers, but they do invite various people in management and so forth, and some of the departments to come. It kind of depends on what's going on at the time. Question. How many people attend this dinner? Answer. Several hundred. It's all the brokers that come in from all of the branches that Stifel has. Question. Do you know what night of the conference this usually would take place? Answer. I think that year it was a Friday night, as I recall. Question. Did you attend that Friday night dinner? Answer. I did not go to the dinner. No. Question. And where did this take place? Where was the dinner? Answer. I think the dinner was at the same facility where they were staying, but I'm not positive because I didn't go to it, which is at a Marriott hotel in St. Louis. Question. Was that where the meetings were and where the brokers were generally staying at this Marriott hotel? Answer. That's my understanding. I can't remember. Yeah, we were in our old office back then, so I don't think they held anything at the office as best I can remember. I think everything was there in the conference rooms. But like I said, I didn't attend them, so I can't say for sure. Question. Okay, did you have an occasion to go to the Marriott Hotel after dinner was held that night? Answer. Yes, I did. Question. And can you tell me when you arrived at the Marriott in St. Louis? Answer. I don't remember exactly. My best guess would be somewhere between 9 and 10 o'clock, because after the dinner, they were all going, a bunch of them anyway, were going to the bar that's located there in the hotel. Question. There's a bar in the lobby of the Marriott? Answer. Correct. It's like a club. Question. Did you go down there to meet these fellow Stifel Nicholas employees? Answer. Correct. Question. And your best guess is that you arrived between 9 and 10? Answer. Best I remember because I didn't go to the dinner. Question. What did you do over the next several hours after you arrived? Answer. We were in the bar and talked. I mean, I knew a lot of the people that were there. Some people I worked with, management, some of the transition team was there. Several of the brokers I had worked with in transitions in several branches were there. It was kind of just a mingle, or, everybody was just doing their own thing. Okay. How many people were in the bar? Do you have any idea? Answer. Oh, geez, several hundred? I would say if I had to guess 200 or 300, I really don't know. Question. It was crowded? Answer. At the beginning it was. Question. And you were consuming alcohol while you were there? Answer. Yes. Yes, sir. Question. Was Ed Klug there at the bar? Answer. Yes, sir. Question. Was Mr. Jensen there at the bar? Answer. Yes. Question. Do you know a woman named Kelly who's named Kelly Labonte? Answer. Yes, I do. Question. Do you know if she was there? Answer. She was. Question. Do you recall if she was with her husband? Answer. I don't remember. Question. And how late did you stay at the Marriott bar that night? Answer. I'm sorry? Question. How late did you stay at the Marriott bar that night? Answer, until they closed, which would have been 2 o'clock. Question, so you were there until 2 o'clock. Who else was still there that you recall at the end of the night? Or I guess initially, let me ask you, how many people generally were still around? Answer, not a lot. A lot of people had left. They were going home, I think, the next day. I really don't know. I mean, if I had to take a guess, I'd say between maybe 25 and 50. I don't know. You know, when you're kind of with people, you're talking, you don't notice a lot of times. But it was late, so, that would be my guess. Question, okay. And was Mr. Jensen still there? Answer, yes, sir. Question, was Mr. Klug still there? Answer, yes, sir. Question, what did you do after the bar closed? Answer, we left and went out into the lobby or seating area there at the hotel. Question, I think you said we. Who is we? Answer, I know that Mark Jensen was there. Ed Klug was there. I'm not positive. I think Ron Ruck may have been there. Question, who is Ron Ruck? Answer, as far as the people I was talking with anyway. Question, okay. There may have been other people in the lobby? Answer, yes. Question, but you were with Mark Jensen, Ed Klug, and perhaps Ron Ruck? Answer, I think so. And there may have been one other person, but I honestly don't remember and I can't say positively. Question, and Mr. Ruck was the co-branch manager of that Appleton office? Answer, yes, sir. Question, had you met him when you were in the Appleton, though? Answer, yes, sir. Question, what did you then do in the lobby at the Marriott Hotel? Answer, honestly, I had several drinks and they were concerned about me driving and had taken my keys. And so we sat down for a while so that I could basically sober up where I was more able to drive. So we sat and talked. Question, now who was sitting there and talking? Answer, Mark Jensen and Ed Klug, I think. I think Ron Ruck was there for a little while. Question, how long did Mr. Ruck stay? Answer, I don't know positively. Like I said, I believe he was still there. But if he was, it wasn't very long. Question, oh. Answer, best I can recall. Question, is it your recollection that Mr. Ruck was there initially in the lobby, but he left earlier than the rest of the people? Answer, I believe so. Question, and I'm sorry, who took your keys? Answer, initially Kelly Labonte had taken them from me. Question, earlier in the night? Answer, yes. Question, was she there at 2 a.m.? Answer, no, I believe she'd already left. Question, who had your keys then as you talked in the lobby? Answer, she had given them to Mark Jensen. Question, so ultimately it's the three of you talking there. Answer, like I said, best I remember it was eventually just the three of us. Question, how long did you talk in the lobby of the Marriott? Answer, it's been over 9 years. I would say it had to have been at least an hour is my best guess. Question, and can you tell me the nature of the conversation that you were having with Mr. Klug and Mr. Jensen was? Answer, as I recall, we discussed some business stuff. We discussed the firm. They were new to Stifel, so how they were liking it, that kind of thing. We also discussed some personal things. At that time, I was going through a divorce and I was upset that evening, and we talked about that. But I really don't recall anything other than that. Question, you were talking about your divorce? Answer, yes, sir. Question, were you talking about Mr. Jensen's or Mr. Klug's marriages? Answer, not specifically. It was more about what I was going through. And they were, very supportive, I guess is the word for it. The only thing I recall is, if I had said something about, and I cannot tell you the specifics, I just recall it was the kind of thing where, like I said, he's been doing this, and they'd say, yeah, I understand. I've been through this and that with my spouse kind of thing. But I don't recall anything specific. It was just one of those types of conversations. Question. Were both Mr. Jensen and Mr. Klug there throughout the time you were there? Did either of them leave at any point? Answer. Mr. Klug left at one point to talk to his wife. I couldn't tell you what time it was. I just remember him getting up and leaving to go speak to his wife. And I don't even know where he went. I don't remember. I just remember him leaving as to go talk to his wife. Question. Did he return at some point? Answer. Yes, sir. Question. Did you ultimately drive home that night or that evening, Mrs. Cooper? Answer. Yes, sir, I did. Question. What time would it have been when you left? Answer. My best guess again is somewhere between 3 and 3:30. Like I said, I would think we were there at least an hour, or that I was there at least an hour. Question. At any time that you were present in the lobby of the Marriott Hotel in November of 1998, did Mark Jensen say anything about harming his wife? Answer. No, sir, I did not hear anything like that. Question. At any time while you were present at the Marriott Hotel in November of 1998, did Mark Jensen say anything about using the computer to look up ways to harm his wife? Answer. No, sir. Question. If Mr. Jensen had talked about harming his wife, is that something you would have remembered? Answer. Absolutely. Question. Is there any particular reason that you would remember that kind of thing? Answer. Well, other than the obvious, Kelly Labonte and I were very good friends, and she was friends with Mark at the time, and I would have been concerned for her if I had heard. But I mean, even if it weren't for that, I would have said something anyway. Question. That is, a comment about harming someone's wife would have been so unusual and provocative that you believe you would have acted on it? Answer. Yes, sir. Question. If you had heard that? Answer. Yes, sir. And in addition, because you were friends with Ms. Labonte, you believe you would have taken special note that someone close to her was making this kind of comment? Answer. Yes, sir. Question. Were you aware at the time whether they were having an affair? Answer. No, I did not know. Question. Were you aware that they talked frequently? Answer. Yes, I knew they were friends. Question. You indicated that you were friends with Kelly Labonte? Answer. Yes, sir. Question. How long had you been friends with her? Answer. A while. She worked in the same office where I worked. We had other friends we ran around with. And then she and I did things also, outside of work. As I recall, I don't think Kelly had been at the firm that long, so we kind of became friends not long after she came there. I'm sorry, I don't remember exactly when we became friends, but for a while. I would say at that point, probably since the summer at least. I just don't remember the time frame. Question. And are you certain that at no time did Mark Jensen ever say anything about harming his wife? Answer. No, sir, I did not hear anything like that. Question. And are you certain about that? Answer. Yes, sir. Question. At some later point, did you have any conversation with Mr. Klug about Mr. Jensen? Not later that. Well, let me finish up that night, Ms. Cooper. Answer. Okay. Question. When you left that night, can you tell me how that came about or what happened when you left? Answer. I was finally to a point where we all felt safe to drive. And Mark gave me my keys, asked me if I was sure I was able to drive, and I said yes. And they walked me to the door of the hotel, and I left and went home. Question. Mr. Klug and Mr. Jensen had walked you to the door of the hotel? Answer. I believe Mr. Klug, yes. Question. Did Mr. Jensen? Answer. Yes. They were both there as best I can recall. Question. Was there any discussion about you staying at the hotel rather than driving home? Answer. Yes. And Mark Jensen was concerned about me driving, and he offered to get me a room there at the hotel to stay because he was concerned about me driving home, but I declined. Question. You decided that you were okay to drive? Answer. Yes, sir. Question. After that night, did you ever have a conversation with Mr. Klug about Mr. Jensen? Answer. About him specifically? Not that I recall until the day that they actually charged him. Question. Okay. Well, then tell me, did you have a conversation with Mr. Jensen with Mr. Klug after Mr. Jensen was charged in this case? Answer. We did the day that he was charged. Yes. Question. And tell me what took place in that conversation. Answer. I was no longer working at Stifel, and I was working out of a branch. I worked for another brokerage firm at that time, and was working out of Rockford, Illinois for a few weeks. And got a phone call from Mr. Klug. He asked me if I had talked to Kelly lately, and I said no. Did it? And I don't remember how long it had been. And I said, why? And he said, have you heard the news? And I said, no, what are you talking about? And he said that they had charged Mr. Jensen. And we talked for a minute or two, and I told him I was going to go, that I wanted to call Kelly and check on her. So it was a very brief conversation. Question. Did Mr. Klug say anything to you about any claimed conversation in St. Louis in November 1998? Answer. No, sir. It was a very brief conversation. Question. At any time, did he ever talk to you about any conversation you had that night in the lobby of the Marriott Hotel? Answer. No, sir. After this line. Question. And I take it, Ms. Cooper, at no time when you had this conversation in Rockford, when you were in Rockford, and this was by telephone, right? And I believe this is where the video picks up.
That was more than 5 minutes.
Sorry, I was trying to be clear and concise.
I understand.
In my talking.
All right, let's play the video.
Time when you had this conversation in Rockford, when you were in Rockford, and this was by telephone, right?
Correct.
Did Mr. Klug say anything about a conversation in which Mark had talked about harming his wife?
No, sir.
And you didn't say anything to him that Mark had ever had any such conversation, correct?
No, sir.
You had never heard such conversation, so you would not have been able to mention it.
That's correct.
How is it that Mr. Klug knew how to find you in Rockford? And this would have been March 2002?
Whenever, right? I don't remember the exact year.
If I told you that there was evidence in this case that Mr. Jensen was charged in March 2002, then you would know that it was at that time?
Right.
And were you in Rockford in that period of time?
Yes, sir.
How did Mr. Klug know to find you there since you were no longer working for Stifel Nicholas and were now working out of Rockford?
He had my cell phone number, and we would talk, I don't know, periodically, which is not unusual with brokers you work with. Sometimes if they have a question and can't find an answer, they'll give you a call.
And at any time during these periodic conversations, did he ever say anything about having an unusual conversation with Mr. Jensen?
No, sir.
Did he ever say anything about Mark talking about harming his wife?
No, sir.
When's the next time? At some point, you were contacted about this matter. Is that right? In 2007?
About the comment, you mean?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Tell me when you were contacted in 2007 about this matter.
It would have been July of 2007.
And do you recall when in July?
It was The week of the 25th, and I know that because it was my boyfriend's birthday, and I was actually on vacation when I was contacted because I was planning his birthday party.
And what day of the week was it?
It was a Friday.
So Friday at the end of the week of July 20, that included July 25th.
Correct. Which I think the 25th was a Wednesday, if I remember correctly.
Okay, so you probably July 27th.
Yes, sir.
And what occurred on that day?
I was running errands and got a phone call from a girl that I work with. It said she had been contacted at the office by someone who was trying to get in touch with me. And I asked her what it was regarding. She didn't know. And I said, well, I'll talk to him Monday, because I guess I didn't realize it was anything urgent. And so she called me back on my cell, I guess, I don't remember, maybe 45 minutes, maybe an hour later, and they had called again, and it said it was imperative that they talk to me. So I got the phone number from her and called.
Okay, and who was it that you called?
It was the, I guess it's the district attorney in Milwaukee.
In Kenosha?
I guess, I'm sorry, I don't know wherever he's located, sorry.
Okay, but you had a number for a district attorney's office?
She had a female's name, and I don't recall the name, and a phone number.
Okay, and what happened when you called that number?
When I called, I was put on, I guess, like a speakerphone, and it was the lady who had called at my office and the district attorney.
And then what was said?
They asked me, had I been present, that they had been given information that I was present. I think he said something about being when we were out for drinks, and there was a comment made, did I recall the conversation? And I told him I did not.
And then was there further conversation?
He asked me, I said, well, actually, let me back up. I asked him at that point to please be a little bit more specific, because it wasn't like I was with some of these people just one time for drinks, and I'm trying to think, I'm sorry, I'm trying to remember how the conversation went. I asked him to be more specific. He said it was over drinks, and that Ed Klug was present and Mark Jensen was present. And I once again said I needed to be a little more specific because I had been with them before. And he said that a comment had been made. Eventually it came down to that comment had been made about Mark harming his wife, I think is how he put it. And did I recall that? And I said, no, I didn't.
And this question was in the context of asking you that they had understood that you were present when this comment was made.
Right.
And what happened after you told them that you were not present for any such conversation?
I was just told that this was a murder investigation. Was I sure? And I said, yes, that I would recall something like that, and that I didn't recall it. And that was the end of the conversation, best I remember.
And that remains the case today, that you remember no such conversation?
Yes, sir.
And you are confident that you would remember such conversation if it had ever taken place in the presence of Ed Klug and Mark Jensen?
Yes, sir.
And at no time did Mark Jensen ever talk to you about harming or killing his wife, or looking up things on the computer about killing his wife?
No, sir.
When was the last time you spoke with Kelly?
I am not positive exactly. We lost touch, basically. I know I talked to her when Mark Jensen was charged. I actually met her partway between, and I don't know where it was, somewhere between Rockford and Racine. We had dinner and talked for a while. I think I talked to her a couple more times maybe after that. And she and I would email occasionally, and it had been a while since I had had any contact with her, and I know that later on I tried to send her an email and it came back undeliverable, and she wasn't working there anymore. If I had to take a guess, I would say probably sometime maybe fall of 2002, possibly 2003. I just don't remember. We just lost touch.
Okay. You think it's been around five years or so since you've had any contact with her?
That would be my best guess.
Thank you, Ms. Cooper. The prosecutor may have some questions for you.
Okay.
So Ms. Cooper, what time is it? I'm sorry, Ms. Cooper, what time was it that you think you left the hotel that night?
My best guess, like I said, is somewhere between 3 and 3:30.
Now, at that time, but could have been before 3 o'clock?
I can't say positively, but I don't think it was.
When was the first time anybody asked you about what time you left that hotel in November of 1998?
I guess it was in fall of '07, this past fall, like I guess September-ish.
So it was 9 years later.
Right.
And you'd been drinking that evening?
Yes, sir.
And at some point, your friend Kelly Labonte took your keys because she didn't want you driving under those circumstances.
Yes, sir.
And do you know what time it was that Kelly Labonte took your keys?
I mean, I can't say positively. My guess would be a little after midnight.
So,
it was a while before the bar closed. I mean, it was, let's put it this way, it would have been at least an hour before the bar closed. Because I know I believe she was getting ready to leave.
And I don't know what time the bar closes. Do you know?
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock. So,
and she was getting ready to leave, and that was when she took my keys.
So sometime between midnight and 1 o'clock in the morning, she took your keys?
That would be my best guess. Like I said, it's been over 9 years, so.
And it was her impression that you were intoxicated at the time?
Enough that she didn't think I should be driving.
And you were in sufficient agreement with her on that point that you gave her your keys?
No.
Oh, you fought about getting it?
Yes, sir.
And you're not the first intoxicated person to do that, right?
No, I'm quite certain of that.
So she was looking out for your best interest?
Yes, sir.
And ultimately you relented in letting her keep your keys?
Sort of.
So
she took them.
Did you stop drinking alcohol at that point?
I can't say that's true, no.
Oh, so you continued to drink alcohol after?
I would say I probably had one more, maybe 2 at the most.
Okay, so 1 or 2 more after your friend took your keys?
I was to the point, I distinctly remember, in fact, that I was emotional, so I knew I needed to stop.
Emotional about her taking your keys, or emotional about the breakup of your relationship with your husband?
Yes, sir, about my marriage. It was a rough time for me.
And so you had too much to drink, and you were emotional, and you were venting somewhat about your husband, correct?
Yes.
And who were you venting to?
At that time, you mean?
Yes, at the time that you were emotional and venting, who were you venting to?
Oh, probably anybody that would listen.
Anybody listen?
No, I'm kidding. There were a lot of people there I knew, but at that time I recall that Mark was standing there, Mark Jensen, and Kelly was there. There were a couple other people at that time standing there from our company.
And we've all heard that from people that are going through a divorce, where they're venting about the problems they have with their spouse. That's you've heard that before too, right?
Mm-hmm.
You've not just been in the delivering, and you've been in the receiving end of those kind of conversations.
Mm-hmm.
And ordinarily you find people are empathetic when you try to be empathetic with somebody in those circumstances. And in view of the problems you'd had with your previous relationship, you've perhaps got a lot of information to impart to somebody in that situation, right?
I would say, yeah, I try not to, but yes, if they asked.
Sure. And now you may not remember exactly what you were venting about to your friends concerning your ex-husband, but I'll bet as you're sitting here today, you still remember the complaints you had about your husband, right?
Yes, and it wasn't just that. It was also just the difficulty of going through the divorce.
Sure.
I was married 10 years, never thought I would be in that situation, and it was very sad for me. So it wasn't just complaining. It was, that kind of thing too.
And I don't mean to raise up bad memories for you, but we are going to inquire into that from you. Is that okay with you?
Sure.
Okay. Even though you don't remember what you were complaining to your friends about specifically, do you remember, just sitting here today, what you felt was unfair about what was going on in your life at that time in terms of that relationship with your husband?
Yes, sir.
And I know you probably don't mean any ill will toward your ex-husband, but
No,
for purposes of this case, it may be helpful for us to inquire into that. So what were some of your complaints about your ex-husband?
He was very stubborn, difficult to deal with at times, not an open person, so it was hard to talk through things when the other person doesn't want to talk, that kind of thing.
Well, I'll bet there are a lot of women that have that complaint about
I'm
their
sure there are.
I mean, my wife and you could get together, I'm sure, and share. So probably when you were complaining to your friends or talking to your friends or seeking empathy from your friends that night, probably that was one of the things that you were complaining about, that he was stubborn, not communicative, that sort of thing.
Like to push my buttons.
And when your friends were empathizing with you, did they relate some of the problems they'd been having in their relationships too?
Yes, sir.
And
I mean, I can't tell you specifically. I don't recall. But I know it was one of those kind of conversations.
And who were the people that were participating in that conversation?
Kelly was there, like I said. To be honest, at that point, if you're talking about when my keys were taken away, is that what we're still discussing?
Well, I guess we're talking about the time when you were complaining about your husband, but if that included when the keys were taken away, yes.
Okay. Because I know
let's go from that point forward.
Okay, because I know at that time it was more I was dealing with, I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to be single. It's not what I intended, you know, and I mean, I specifically remember Kelly telling me, you know what, you're going to be fine. You're going to make it, that kind of thing. And, you know, several of the others that were saying.
And then later on, you started complaining more specifically about your spouse. And so then did the manner in which they were empathizing with you change? Instead of saying you're going to work your way through this, did they start talking about their spouses?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when you left the evening, that's what the conversation was. It was, I don't want to simplify and say it was spouse bashing, but really you were all sharing kind of war stories about your spouses.
It was part of what we discussed that evening, yes. I mean, it wasn't the entire conversation, no.
But that's what it turned to by the time you were leaving?
I don't remember what specifically we were talking about at the point when I left. We had been discussing it, yes.
And then at some point you left?
Yes, sir.
And when you left, where did you leave from? I mean, where were you in the hotel at the time that you left?
The same place we had been sitting. There was like a seating area where they have, you know, a couple of chairs and a love seat kind of thing.
And what had you been drinking as you were sitting there before you left?
Water.
And was the bar closed or opened at that point?
No, it was closed.
And the bar closes at 2 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
And so you left sometime after the bar closed?
Yes, sir.
And your recollection at this point, your best recollection is that it could have been about an hour after the bar closed?
Yes, sir.
It could have been a little less, a little more?
Yes, sir.
And when you left, who was still sitting there talking to each other?
When I left, I know that Mark Jensen was there and Ed Clegg was there, and they walked me to the hotel door, which was maybe from here to that door, if I had to guess.
And then you left?
Yes, sir.
And you don't know what happened the rest of that evening?
No, sir.
Now let's talk about you and Kelly Jensen, if we can. At that time it was Kelly Labonte, right?
Yes.
Well, actually, at that time in November of 1998, it was Kelly Greenman, correct?
Oh, yes, sir.
And did you attend Kelly's wedding?
No, they did not get married in town.
But you knew about Kelly's wedding?
Yes.
And at the time of Kelly's wedding, how long had you known Kelly? How many months or years had you known Kelly, if you know?
It wasn't years, I know that, because she hadn't been at the firm that long. And I honestly don't remember the time frame. I would say I'd known her, I just don't know, a few months.
Well, did you two socialize after work on occasion?
Yes, we did.
Did you feel as though you had something in common with Kelly?
Yes, sir.
And so you would get together after work and have a couple of drinks and talk?
Sometimes. I recall one time I actually got together with she and her husband at a Joe's Crab Shack and had dinner with them.
You and your husband, or just her and her husband?
Her and Kelly's husband.
And when you went to the Crab Shack with Kelly and her husband, was your husband along too or not?
No.
By this time, had your relationship with your husband started to go south, or was it just that your husband was otherwise engaged that evening?
No, I think we were separated already, which would have been the first week of October, I believe.
When you and Kelly would get together and after work, would you discuss your relationships with each other?
Sure.
So you would discuss how your relationship was going south?
Yes, sir.
When you first met Kelly, do you know, was she married at that time?
She was not.
So when you first met Kelly, she was still going by Kelly Labonte?
Correct.
And she had not yet married Mark Greenman?
Correct.
And at some point during the course of your friendship with Kelly Labonte, she told you about her engagement to Mark Greenman?
Yes, I knew she was seeing somebody and I knew she was engaged.
Okay, when you say you knew she was seeing somebody and you knew she was engaged, did you know those to be two different people? Or
No.
Okay.
When I met her, she was seeing someone and I knew that she had got engaged.
Okay. Now, at some point, did she tell you about her and Mark Jensen?
As far as that she knew him, met him, or what
As far as she was having an affair with him?
No, she did not. I did not know that until, I didn't know there was anything, let me rephrase that. I did not know specifically that they were having a romantic involvement until, if I had to take a guess, I would say that would have been 98. So I would say around January, maybe February of 99, whatever that, yeah.
So sometime after Julie Jensen's death is when you found out that they were having an affair?
Yes, sir.
Did you find out, how did you find out about the affair?
Well, Judge,
Well-
this is calling for hearsay.
Well, actually, it will. I guarantee it, even though you're not specifically asking for the hearsay, it'll come in, and so no.
I'm not permitted to ask her how she found out about this affair?
Because in itself, the question suggests the existence of hearsay, so the answer is no.
Well, when you found out about it, was it from one of the direct participants in the affair, or was it from somebody else?
Just a minute. Sustained.
Well, did you and Kelly Levante or Kelly Greenman ever discuss Kelly Greenman's relationship with Mark Jensen?
I knew they were friends. I knew that she had gone there and that's how she met him and that they were friends.
The evening that this conversation occurred, where you were complaining about your spouse and Kelly took your keys, that was that a Friday night in November of 1998?
Yes, I believe it was.
And you recall Kelly being there?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall whether or not her husband was there, Mark Greenman?
I don't remember exactly.
That evening that you were drinking, did you notice whether or not Mark Jensen or Kelly Greenman or Ed Klug, did you notice whether they were drinking or not?
Everybody was, I shouldn't say everybody. Yes, they were.
But they were all staying at the hotel, right?
Mark Jensen was and Ed Klug was.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
You're asking questions again about timing. As I understood it, your best recollection is 3 to 3:30.
Yes, sir.
In terms of conversation you had with Mr. Klug, was there any discussion about any relationship he had with the secretary?
No, sir.
Was there any, do you recall any conversation about his wife being jealous?
I don't recall.
The best part of the conversation you remember is what you were talking about, and then they were registering sort of general grievances about their marriage.
Yes, sir.
Do you think you were intoxicated to such a degree that you wouldn't remember if there had been some statement about killing one's wife?
No, sir.
Are you? I'm not sure if we did double negative on that, but
No, I don't. I was not so intoxicated that I think that I would not remember. Did that come out right? I would remember if I had heard it. Put it that way.
you don't have a blackout period from that time.
No, sir.
If there had been some conversation about harming one's wife, is that something that you would remember?
Yes, sir.
And whatever you had to drink would not interfere with that memory?
No, sir.
In this conversation you had with the district attorney's office, do I understand correctly that the first question you were asked said, "We understand you were present during a conversation about harming one's wife"?
No, that's not how the first question was phrased.
All right. Let me see if I can clarify this.
Okay.
Initially, you were asked whether you were present during some conversation
Yes.
And there was no specification regarding the type of conversation?
No, sir. Not the first question.
Okay. And then was there some clarification from the district attorney's office about what the conversation was about?
After a couple of other questions, when I asked to be more specific, because it came out of left field and I had no idea what they were talking about at that time.
And then when they asked a specific question, do they say something along the lines of, we understand you were present during a conversation in which Mr. Jensen discussed harming his wife?
I honestly don't recall whether the phrasing was, we understand, we were given information, we were told. I don't remember, but it was that their understanding was that, I mean, that was the gist of it, was that I was present at that, when this conversation took place.
Okay. So you don't remember if it's, we understand, we were given information, we were told, but it's along those lines?
Yes, sir.
And then you told them that you had not been present for such a conversation?
I said I never heard that comment.
Thank you, Ms. Cooper.
Nothing further, Governor.
And I take Ms. Cooper at no time.
Okay, are we moving some exhibits in?
Yes, Judge, that is part of, I'll make that part of Exhibit 104.
Okay. What do we have next then?
Judge, we don't have another witness currently available, and I can explain to the court the reason for it.
You guys want to go home? That was 8:30, folks. Don't talk about the case. Who's your witnesses for tomorrow then, Ms. Grousey?
It is going to be, just told them.
Are you going to have your experts here?
I'm sorry?
Are you going to have your experts here?
Yes, so
Oh.
Stacy Hale,
Okay.
Detective Ratsberg, Monica Springhetti. Joanne Wise-Colby couldn't be here today. She had surgery, so we're going to have to edit and play a video.
Which number would that be?
Joanne Wise-Colby. Do you know what number she is?
Not off the top of my head. She's at the bottom of the list, though, because it's under Wise, I believe.
Oh, I see 32.
And then we have another video for an unavailable witness.
When are you going to have Dr. Sarah West?
Monday.
Monday.
She was originally scheduled for February 1st and did move up her flight to Monday.
So then what do we have scheduled for Friday?
We have Dr. Lindsay Thomas, Laura Coster, and Ed Ruck.
Ron Ruck.
Ron Ruck, not Ed Klug, Ron Ruck.
After we get done with Dr. West, any further witnesses after that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay.
I think Monday, Judge, we have 3 witnesses total, and those are the people that couldn't rearrange flights.
All right.
It's going to be Sarah West, Pam Dreyer, and David Jensen.
And it's never too early to start thinking about jury instructions. You can start working on them, and so at least I can start looking at them. Okay?
Just to give you a hint, we're contemplating the same ones as last time, Your Honor.
I have those, but we should maybe put a different file number, or it's the same number. Different judge. There we go. I knew I'd get the right answer after a while.
And different dates.
All right. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Still holding the jury. We're still holding. Good.
All right. God, what a day. This trial is killing me, guys. Killing me. This was definitely one of the most boring days. that beginning testimony this morning was just god awful. Jamboy not prepared, constantly causing distractions. I think that killed us all. So real quick, big shout out to our new members, Dog Mama and April, for their new membership today as NSM supporters, and a big shout out to Scout for the Vox Populi membership level. Awesome. Thank you guys. I appreciate the support. It does help. What else? What else did I want to talk about? What do you guys want to talk about? Friday, we've got some big stuff. So Laura Coster on Friday, we played her testimony from 2008 over the weekend. That's Mark's sister, Julie's best friend. So that's going to be a big one. Monday, David Jensen. So you guys keep asking about the kids. So David Jensen. Let's look at this again. So I didn't see Douglas on here. I don't remember. So for some reason, so Douglas isn't here. So some reason they don't want Douglas to testify. I don't know what's up with that. If I can ever get my phone turned back on, then I'll text my reporter buddy and see if he knows the answer to that. That is crucial, because without the phone, we're getting no text messages that they're back when the verdict comes. So that's a bit of a hindrance. But yeah, so David Jensen on Monday. So that's a big one that you guys want. Tomorrow they got some expert witnesses. So who did they say? We're going to end up having Joanne Weiss coming up. I think they said Dr. Sarah West. It doesn't list. Oh, God, I'm so tired. It doesn't list what she's a doctor of. Just says Dr. Sarah West. I'm sure we could probably Google it, but I'm being lazy right now. Detective Ratsberg again. So we might hear some more drilling of him. They got to chill out with all the transcripts and videos. It's really, really bad. It's boring all of us. Let's see. Couple of just housekeeping issues, guys. So my mods, again, my phone is off, so some of this I would have ended up having in private, especially with those of you that I know personally. For my mods, can you guys please let me know when you leave? Day Drinker, let me know. But I had one mod that's MIA. I got another mod that was in here for 5 minutes. And then my security officer dipped out, didn't let me know, and I had to deal with some bullshit. So if you guys could just let me know when you leave. The other thing, just a little gripe. I'm going to scold you for a minute. For my followers, my super, super loyal followers that have been with me since 2020, some of you who know my rules of the platform, frontwards, backwards, and sideways, some of you are acting a fool on my platform. And you're heavily violating my rules. And you know the rules better than anybody else. And I'm at the point I'm almost ready to ban a couple of you permanently. Our new people are following the rules and being more respectful than people that have been here since 2020. So if we can just remember what the rules are, let's all chill out. You guys know arguing with me is going to get you nowhere and you'll be gone. So for the newbies, thank you. You guys have been great. The 2020 followers, you guys know who I'm talking about. If you don't, then you probably did nothing wrong. So there's the housekeeping stuff. Friday, again, we're planning on doing the jury room thing. That's at 7. So you guys have the rest of today and tomorrow to email me if you want to be on the jury room stream and you want to go and deliberate with everybody. We can bring 11 people on. I'm not sure if that's 10 plus me or if it's 11 plus me. That'd be great if it is actually 11 plus me, because then we actually have 12 people. Dog Mama. So do I need to watch the doctor this morning? No. And actually, look, honestly, both the doctors today, I mean, Jesus God. Dr. Borman, we played his testimony from 2008 over the weekend, and he provided a lot of information, a lot, when it came to Julie's background and all of the medications and just I thought it was a bit more descriptive and more powerful, the way he was describing like this psychosis that she was under on that day, that December 1st day that she came in. You know what I mean? And then, and obviously that's 2008. So, here we are, 14 years later or something. And there was a lot he couldn't recall. It was still good. It was good testimony, but it wasn't as powerful as it was in 2008, which I thought was kind of upsetting, because, even though Mark lost in 2008, that was still a good witness for him. I didn't think he was as powerful this time. And then Jamboy, of course, with his bullshit. But Dr. Borman was a good one to still watch, regardless if you missed that, because. And I was getting very irritated with all of the doctors because, some of us are still going with the Gone Girl theory that Julie is she's in this psychosis for it's a decade of time, right? But you narrow it down to at least the previous 5 years. But really since that 1990, 1991, she's having the affair. She's got very close family members that are dying. There's all types of stuff happening. So that's going to set her off. And to find out just the doctors that she went to go see, and you have, basically this decade of time, and they're just pumping her full of pills. And you guys know, right? I mean, sometimes you get the wrong medication and and that's just not going to work out good. And especially to hear in this time, this couple of weeks leading up to her death, and then the final week. Day drinker, I know. I said that. But this final week, the amount of shit that people were giving her, you know what I mean? And I made a comment in the break, forget the antifreeze at this point, right? Forget all of that. The amount of stuff that these doctors were just pumping her with. And then if we give Mark some credit that he doesn't know anything that's going on, and he takes her to the doctor because she's freaking out and he's all sick and shit a week, takes her to the hospital a week prior. And then, from what Dr. Borman is saying and how I'm taking this is that, the next day after Julie comes in there all crazy, he's in there freaking out about what's going on. Why is she acting like this? I'm looking up. You gave her Paxil yesterday. I'm looking this up, right? If we can actually believe that. But it was just kind of angering me. Just on a human level, right? Forget about the murder aspect in the trial, and just on a human level, that Julie was Julie suffered, right? And she's been suffering for a decade. And I think that's a big problem with the healthcare providers and the system and big pharma and all this shit and people not listening. And they're just pumping pills at people. And I don't think those pills were actually helping her. I think they were making her worse. So it was just really upsetting to me to hear the testimony today about what she had to deal with and what, you know, the pills and all that shit. That was really bothering me. I was getting really angry. And it's like, you know, are they playing a role, right? Because some of you, we've kind of talked about this where it's like, okay, Mark gives her the Ambien, and let's just say that that's a very innocent move that he made. You know what I mean? And then some of you are like, see, he did contribute to her death. Yeah, but fucking accidentally, right? Like, if he's really not guilty of killing her, then he's trying to help her, but he don't fucking know. He doesn't know what's up. He's a lay person too. You know what I mean? Like, granted, he had the wherewithal to like jump on the internet and kind of look some stuff up, but these doctors know better. You know, and you guys know some history stuff. You know, all this time, the 90s and shit, they're just pumping pills down people, and they're getting all these kickbacks. So the doctors played a role in her death, and nobody's screaming and yelling and bitching about that on the chat. Everyone just wants to hang this guy. And I think that's just a good example for us to look at as people on, you know, sometimes where the blame really should be put. You know what I mean? It's just, I don't know, dude. I was really disgusted by that. I was disgusted by Jamboy's behavior today. I didn't like it. April says, I have to say, I love your recaps at the end. It fills me in on what I missed. Thank you. I appreciate it. Glad you like it. Doctors are guilty too if we look at it that way. Yeah, 100%. You know what I mean? 100%. I just haven't heard any of you, you know, get pissy with about the doctors. But that also goes into the theory about her gone girling this. And I've said this, dude. I said this over a week ago. That she planned this out, and Julie was meticulous, and she planned it out to the T. And if everybody would have just fucking left her alone, her plan may have actually worked, and Mark might legitimately be in prison for her, you know, framing of him. You know what I mean? Like, but I said she didn't account for all of this other stuff. And we were associating it with, more so associating it with, you know, there must have been a conversation, and then now a couple of pills are being given, but we're finding out that it's not just fucking Paxil and Ambien. They give her this fucking Duravent. And I read you guys the side effects of this, right? Because a lot of you are like really, like I know one note that a lot of you really had in your minds was the urine, right? That was a big one that you guys were commenting about a lot. And this Duravent, and then he gave her something else. I forgot what it was, but it was like a, I don't know, a steroid or an antibiotic, whatever that he said it was. I didn't catch the name, so I didn't look it up while we were going, so I was already typing in Duravent. But whatever that, I don't know. It was somebody correct me. Was it an antibiotic or was it a steroid? But he gives her that too. And goddamn fucking Paxil. And then we're giving Mark the Ambien to try to make her sleep. And it's just like, so that's why I'm saying where she plans everything to the T, and then she doesn't account for all these other variables. and that's it now. You know what I mean? And now this poor woman is fucking dead. And she may have been an asshole, and she did plan this whole thing. And then now that's why I keep saying, quit arguing with me about, because I'm agreeing about she didn't intentionally do it. It's she unintentionally ends up aliving herself after this whole fucking, plot. I mean, Mark's not wrong. This is a fucking movie. But that's what I'm saying, dude. She didn't plan for that. And now I'm just very angry at the doctors. And even more so, she was fucking suffering in a lot of ways, and she's having serious fucking psychosis issues, breaks from reality. She's imagining shit that's not even happening. There's fucking the kids shit all over the bathroom, but that never happened. So if you missed Laura Coster when we did that testimony, you're going to hear it. I'm sure they'll bring it up again. But she's having paranoid delusions, and it's just like, nobody is fucking catching this. And the amount of doctors this woman went to see, So it does kind of irritate me, where, I think as people, and I think it's just, inherent in us, right? There's things about us that just suck. You know what I mean? We have good traits and bad traits, and we have a tendency to judge right away, and I think it may be safe to assume that all of us, including me, I just was going off what Deja said to me by her demeanor, when she said, hey, did you hear the Jensen trial is coming back and they can't use the letter? And she sounded excited. So I was going off of that, okay, well, my attorney is pretty excited about this. That must either mean she thinks he's innocent, or she was just really excited about, the Constitution of being upheld, right? So I kind of went into it like that, but I've always kind of thought he was guilty too. So I think all of us came in here with that judgment. We prejudged this guy. And yes, some of that prejudgment I can say is accurate, because I don't think any of us like him, right? He's kind of douchey. He smiles at the wrong fucking times. He does a lot of questionable behaviors. So I think we can agree we don't like his character. You know what I mean? But we automatically wanted to fucking put this guy to death. You know what I'm saying? He's guilty. Fucking kill this guy. Fuck it. Why doesn't Wisconsin have the death penalty? And I think that's a good thing for us to learn as people, that we shouldn't prejudge, And that's a big thing, especially with the type of topics that we talk about on this platform. And, I know some of you don't give a shit about protest world and police shootings and stuff like that, but I have to talk about it because these things all tie in. They tie in together. Here we're watching police involvement with things, district attorney involvement with things, and we're a lot of you are seeing corruption. You're seeing it, and you're getting angry by it, right? And we have viewers from both sides, lefts and rights, and we're seeing the right is actually getting angry about this, which is something kind of new for us experiencing this on our platform. We don't really have a lot of people that are more right-leaning that get angry about these things. And you're seeing it, and you're getting angry. And I think as people, when we can take those stupid labels off of each other, as people, if we looked at these situations like this and don't just believe what fucking law enforcement says, don't just believe what mainstream media then regurgitates, what law enforcement says, and we actually wait before we judge and have the facts come out and then question the fucking facts, right? Because we're seeing, and this is common with these police involved shootings, is that the paperwork, all the evidences, all the things, they don't go to the district. Not all of that goes to the district attorney. Law enforcement gets to pick and choose what they give to the district attorney when they make their charging decisions in a police shooting. And you guys are seeing in this trial that Robert Jamboy right? He cherry picked the evidence that he wanted people to look at. And when these doctors are reading all these notes and reports, he cherry picked what he wanted to send over to them. So they didn't even have all of the information to make an educated fucking, decision on what happened. And you guys are seeing that, and I'm glad you're seeing that. And I'm glad that we have different sides of the aisle that are coming together to just watch a fucking murder trial. But you're all seeing it, and you're all experiencing it. You know what I mean? So I say sometimes, both sides are full of shit and both sides tell the truth, right? But we got to find that commonality between each other. We got to find that common ground so we can break down these bullshit fucking labels and all these other things. And we have this common ground that we can listen and we can understand and we can have compassion, right? And we're doing that here. So for me, and this is something that's really cool for me, is that we're all in here just watching a murder trial. And when I shut this camera off, right? Granted, I'm like, fuck, I'm so glad that's over. I'm glad the camera's off, right? But I'm stretching and I'm just like, man, thank God. Like, it's so refreshing. Even though we deal with some bullshit, it's so refreshing that people are in here and they're seeing it, right? And a lot of us in 2020 went through a lot of shit and a lot of hate and a lot of anger and a lot of crazy. And we're all in here together, different walks of life, different sides of political aisles, different experiences, different races, nationalities, ethnic backgrounds, different traumas. And we're all in here together. You know what I mean? And if we can fucking do that and continue to do that in our daily experiences in life, and not just when we're watching gossipy drama, you know what I'm saying? Fuck, the world could be a better place. And if it can't, bro, I'm going to go in a mountain somewhere and fucking just be done with it. So thank you for that, guys, because you're showing me something. Because in 2020, I saw the evil in people. I saw how horrible people could be on a large scale. And it's the first time I saw so much ugliness in people. And for you guys to be in here, and there's only 12 fucking people. So it's the 12 of us that are about to change the world. But for the 12 of us that are here, it's so refreshing to be able to see the brightness in people again and not this fucking ugly. You know what I mean? So thank you for that. That actually is so refreshing to me, and it's so nice to see that stuff. So I appreciate that. It's really important that people understand the process. Many don't understand how the information is gathered in order to charge someone. It's an accumulation of many things. Yeah, and then there's right, and why, like, certain, like, if you've never had any type of dealings with the system, why the fuck would you know what the process is? You know what I mean? Like, how would you know that? And we have this understanding of what we think it is, right? And it's not always that. And it's even like, expectations, right? It's what we expect something to be. And that's a big problem with relationships, right? Like if each person has an expectation, but those expectations are not actually reality, that relationship is going to butt heads. It's going to fall apart. And that's why sometimes, we argue a lot on this channel. That's why I'm abrasive and rude sometimes, because I'm trying to, get you. Trying to make you understand. And it's hard. I was just having a conversation with somebody on the phone where they're asking me, like, damn, dude, like, why do you argue so much with certain people? And I'm like, because I'm trying to get them to understand. And when you challenge people's belief systems that they've believed for 20 years, 50 years, it's a personal attack. You're breaking down their reality. Right? So like we talk about Julie and her mental breaks. So her reality is being questioned. So if we can kind of apply that when we're arguing with each other, and I'm guilty of all this shit too, when we're arguing with each other right? And we're getting pissy. We have to know that when we're challenging somebody's reality, what they perceive to be reality, right? It makes them question. And that's a hard thing. That's a hard thing for that person. It's a really hard thing. That was the point where I was like, wait a minute, something isn't right with her. I went to school for legal studies, so I know the process. So yeah, it's just I don't know. It's just interesting. Today was kind of frustrating, but we did hear some stuff. But I think the first half of that day, I don't think it was a strong day for the defense. I really don't. I don't think they should have called the first witness, Dr. DeFazio. We didn't listen to his 2008 because I don't want to bore you guys with so much of the doctor stuff. But they should have talked to him again right before. He couldn't remember much. Couldn't read his own goddamn notes. And, yes, granted, he said a few good things, but it was just like, it was pulling teeth. And I have to assume the last thing that the jurors heard, was Bobby Boy ripping him apart. And that's why even after Jamboy got done with him and Milisauskas asked if they wanted to do another, redirect, they were just like, nope, we're done. They wanted him off that stand as fast as possible because it fell apart. It didn't go anywhere. You know what I mean? It didn't go anywhere. I think that hurt them more than it helped, even though there were a few things he said. So that was a little rough. Like I said, to Dr. Borman, way better testimony in 2008. We did stream that, so you guys can, check out the marathon streams. That's all on there. I do feel so bad for Dr. DeFazio. I really did. I felt bad for the old man. The cop that they played the video. So that was Lieutenant. What's this guy's name? Lieutenant Mark Hunter. So he's a Pleasant Prairie cop, I believe, I don't know why. Let me look at him. I mean, he's another one that has an address. He's not listed as deceased or some kind of mental health thing. He's another one that has an address, so I don't know why he wasn't here. But, we got another thing with Perry Tariqa. I told you guys when that guy got done testifying, he skeeved me the fuck out. That guy was a fucking stalker. He was sketchy, creepy as shit. We didn't even look at him because they wouldn't show him. And obviously I pulled up a picture for you guys. But I didn't like the way he talked. He creeped me out. He was very creepy. And he was just so matter of fact. And you're going to believe everything I say. And then And one of the things I kept pointing out about these phone calls was, when the fuck are we going to hear what state these phone calls were made? Because that's going to help all of us, and even the jurors, determine who may have actually been making the calls. And then we find out it's Illinois, and Perry Tariqa lives in Illinois, and we found out a lot more about that creepy guy. So and then he's lying to the police about, I haven't contacted her. I've done nothing. And we find out 2 days prior to that conversation. You know what I mean? Is when he mailed the letter. We knew the letter came because we heard that before. But 2 days before you mailed the letter and you're being questioned by police and you're lying to him. The fuck out of here. That guy's creepy, dude. And then a lot of you are like, Mark didn't fucking receive any harassing shit. And we're hearing 47 witnesses that, no, I don't remember calls and letters and blah, blah, blah. But we heard that Mark's getting the stuff and throwing them out. So maybe as a female, and not to make this a sexist comment, but there's some things that dudes, we're just like, whatever, right? Because we're kind of dumb. We don't really think, right? We got this caveman fucking dumbness to us sometimes, most times, probably all the time. But he may have actually been getting the letters, and he's just, what the fuck? And he throws it out, right? Because dudes do that. You guys, probably not. The husband would come home and you'd be like, oh my God, it's happening again. And, you know, whatever. But he may have actually been, because Perry is a stalker and he's in love with Julie. So he may have not only been stalking her and doing weird, creepy shit, but he might have been harassing Mark. You know? Now, Perry's not on trial, so it's kind of a minor issue, but still, they're talking about this stuff in court, so we got to bring it up. And because all the state is doing is attacking this guy's character. And if we're having a trial about Mark's character, he's guilty, 100%. But we're not having a trial about Mark's character. You know what I mean? Jamie says, we need to hear from Mark then. Well, we don't need to do anything because Mark is protected under the Fifth Amendment. So, you know, he doesn't have to talk. Dog Mama says, release the phone calls. It's for real. Fuck. So, yeah, I don't know, dude. You know, I wish he would get on the stand, too. I do. I've heard from a couple of you that I talked to outside and whatever. Some of you think that he might actually testify this time around. I don't think he will. But I mean, he's not listed on the witness list, but I wouldn't expect that. They may, call an audible at the very last minute. Once the witnesses are done, Millhouse is going to ask him if he wants to testify. He may go through some legal jargon, asking him questions to make sure he understands all his shit and waiving his right to testify and all that. So we'll probably hear that stuff. Nan says, oh my God, Jamboy would be playing in the snow while questioning Jensen. He would. You already know he would. Day Drinker, would be helpful to hear from him, but I don't see that happening. Is he considered a witness? No, I told you he's not. He's not on the list. They wouldn't put him on the list anyway. That's how we would have known that from day one, that the defendant, that stuff that we know, that gets reported early, that the defendant is gonna, testify. So I don't see it happening. I think it's a dangerous move, especially with Mark Jensen, because Mark doesn't know how to shut up. He doesn't know to just answer the question, yes, no, yes, concise and to the point. This guy's stupid. And then, think about his little white boy jail code that he tried to talk in. I think it'd be a dangerous move to put him on the stand. If I was his lawyer, I wouldn't put him on the stand. But I've also said too, so I think we have a more clear picture and image right now on the theory of 2023 Jensen defense. They are doing this whole theory again, that Julie intentionally unalived herself. And what did I say, chat? What did I say? If they do that theory again, this guy's going to goddamn prison again for the rest of his life. And I don't think that theory is right. And the 14 of us that are in here now are going to have to fucking get together in a conference room, and we're going to make a documentary. And it's the 14 of us that are going to prove that Julie didn't intentionally take her life. And hopefully somewhere in the midst, we prove that Mark was also not guilty. But for all you witchy people out there, get your tarot cards out and ask the question if Julie did this intentionally to unalive herself. And then come back and give us the answer. Jamie says, knock it off. No. For everybody that watches, make sure you guys are subscribed to the channel. We have a very overwhelming amount of you that are not subscribed. It's almost at like 70% of the people that watch our channel are not subscribed to it. So make sure you guys are subscribed. Jamie says, I already did and you won't like the answer. Let's put Jamie on blast right now. How many of you want me to have Jamie come on the stream? Probably not today, but maybe we could do it tomorrow in the breakdown. Instead of me talking, we have Jamie come on. Jamie is a little witchy witch, and she plays with the spirits. So, you know, when she busts out the fucking Ouija board and the devil jumps through my screen, we know why. How many of you want Jamie to come on and we do some witchy witch shit and we ask a couple of questions and she uses her silly cards and, you know, and then we do this stuff. I have class tomorrow from 6 to 9. Well, maybe during the lunch break we have you come on then. That's at 12. We used to have a lot more females that watched the platform, which always was kind of weird to me, but that's leveled out now. It's a pretty much kind of even, male and female. There's so much stuff I can see about you guys. It's not even funny. Jamie says, fuck the Ouija board. I mean, it's pretty close. Fucking Linda Blair's going to show up sitting next to me. But how many of you guys want Jamie to come on at some point and we'll do the tarot reading? I'm just trying to think of fun things to do for you guys. Just to make us laugh. Not that Jamie's Ouija board is funny, because it's not, but just entertainment. It's a better way to put it. Just entertainment for everybody. April wants it. Dog mama says no. Boss says no. Okay. Boss shit. April's the only one. Scaredy cats. What else? All right, so they're going till at least Monday. I would imagine David Jensen, I would say, is probably the last witness. I don't see them putting on a week's worth of trial. I don't. They lasted 5 days in the 2008 version. They're obviously flying through stuff faster in this version of the trial. I don't see the defense taking, another week, 2 weeks, whatever. Kevin made it sound like devil worship. Yeah, you guys know what tarot reading is. I'm joking about the Ouija board. But when you go and have your fortune told, that's all that stuff. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe Monday, we can expect the defense to rest. So definitely by Monday, we need to try to figure out and come up with enough money so we can get text messages and phone calls again. I'm pretty much shut down until. See, these are the problems with streaming these trials. Everything starts to fall apart. But I think what we'll do, so apparently this Alex Murdaugh trial officially started today. So they did like 2.5 days of jury selection. The first 2 days, it was audio. They weren't showing anything with the voir dire stuff. But apparently late this afternoon, they did the opening statements. So I think so that means like tomorrow will be day one. So Thursday. So we'll have opening statements, trial Thursday, trial Friday. And I think what we'll do is we will marathon stream that trial on the weekend so that we can be caught up. So a lot of people on Facebook and a lot of people on YouTube said they were interested in that trial. So I think we'll marathon stream that so we can be caught up on it, so that if we are done Monday, we can kind of just start jumping right into that trial. And remember, we still need to get 1,000 subs on the YouTube channel that we just created, NSM trial coverage. So if you're not subscribed over there, subscribe over there. So right now I'm just putting up videos of stuff that we're already watching on the live streams. I'm putting up videos, but subscribe to that channel. And while you're in the shower or you're doing absolutely nothing, turn your Wi-Fi on the phone and just play a long ass stream and turn the volume down, because we need 1,000 subs and 3,000 hours of watch time before we can go live. So that channel, I really want to just only do trials on that. I'm still going to stream on this channel. So it'll be streaming on the Never.Stop.Voices channel for trials, the other channel for trials, and then the Facebook page. But when I go live and we're talking about protesty shit or police shootings or corruption or whatever, that'll only be on this channel. Because I really only want the trial stuff on the other one. I don't want anything else over there. What's up, Yolanda? So yeah, I gotta get to editing. I told you guys, Nightbot gets crazy after 4 p.m. Nightbot is an asshole. And when it becomes 5 p.m., here's another one. I love this judge. After 5 p.m., forget about it. Nightbot is on one. But yeah, I got a lot of videos to edit. Obviously, you guys see I'm behind. I was able to keep up originally, but there's so much. And then trying to take multiple videos and clip them to different things for multiple platforms. It's a lot. It's so much video to edit. I don't think even when I was doing wedding videos. I edited this goddamn much. It's ridiculous. So, and then I created more work for myself by creating the other YouTube channel and having to get those videos up there. So I'm having to re-download videos now. So I just doubled my workload. But yeah, so the idea is to stream that other trial. I guess we'll give it another go, see what happens. All right, Nans. Yeah, if nobody else has anything of importance to say about the Jensen thing or whatever, or comments, questions about anything, whatever, I'm going to jump off. I got to figure out dinner tonight, and I got to edit a bunch of video. But Friday, if you guys want to do the deliberation thing, send the email. We got to get people in here. Everyone wanted to do it, and then, you know, nobody's reaching out. So if you guys want to do it, I think it's a fun thing that we can do, and we can do it for every trial. So we'll do it here with this new trial. We'll do it for that trial. I think it'll be good. Scout says, I have one thing. Go ahead. Are you grocery shopping for me too? So Lenora, so send me an email. So this is what we're doing for all you guys. If you want to be part of the jury room stream that we're doing Friday night at 7 p.m., right? So like Friday, once they're done in court, I'm ending the stream. It'll give me time to grab something to eat, wash my face off, and just take a breather. And then we're going to go live on YouTube, 7 p.m. We're going to plan on a 2-hour stream. Okay. The plan is that we're going to have you guys, the chat, we're going to bring you on the stream like we did when we had the viewer come on. Okay. That's fine if they're not done. That's, you know, that's fine. It's just really to kind of see where everybody is. Here's a good question. But all right, let's address that question in a minute. So the plan is, if you want to come on, okay, you have to send me the email. And the email address is Never.Stop.Voices@gmail.com. So what we're doing, you'll send the email and say, hey, I want to be part of the jury. Okay. Whatever your screen name is that you use on whatever platform, whether it's YouTube or Facebook, you know, tell me what that is so I know who you are, right? I know who I'm talking to. And then I'm going to ask you voir dire questions, right? They're going to be silly questions, okay? And the purpose of it is that when I read those voir dire questions to the rest of the chat that doesn't get to be in the room, it's just to make them laugh and, you know, whatever, right? So I'm going to ask you some silly voir dire questions, and you're going to answer those questions, okay? It's meant for entertainment. Be funny about it, whatever, okay? Because I'm going to read them. When I get the voir dire questions, I'm going to send you another, and you answer those. I'm going to send you another email, and I'm going to say, great, you've been accepted to be on the jury. You are juror number 3, okay? The day that we do it now, we're going to go live on YouTube, okay? And then I'm going to, all those people that wanted to be part of it that we accepted onto the jury, I'm going to send them the link for the streaming thing so that you guys can come on. Okay. Now, The same way we did it with the other viewer that came on for the breakdown. They waited in the back end, so nobody, it's not, you know, if they had their camera on or something, it's not like they jumped on and, oh shit, the camera's on. So you guys will all be waiting down there. So you put your little, you put your juror 3. Don't put your real names and don't put your chat names, right? Because the idea is that jury is anonymous. So you just, whatever juror number I gave you, that's what you put. Juror 3 is your name. Okay. And then don't turn your camera on. Keep the camera off, right? One, because of, you know, safety reasons anyway. But again, jurors are supposed to be anonymous. Okay. When we get everybody in here, then I'll put all those videos. I'll put you all into the stream officially. Okay. We'll tell everybody what's going on. I'm going to tell you guys the rules. Nobody's arguing. There's no cussing at each other. There's no being rude to each other. No talking over each other, blah, 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 all that stuff, right? I'm going to act as just kind of a foreman, kind of keeping it going, keeping you guys moving along, right? If you need a clarifying answer, you can ask me a question. Same rules I have on the chat. If I clarify and I give you the answer, don't sit there and argue with me. Just that's the answer, right? If you're like, hey, can you look this up on the internet? I'll do that real quick. If I can search a video and timestamp something, which is going to be difficult to do, but if I can do it and it's fast enough, like I did earlier today, trying to prove my point like an asshole, I'll do it. But I'm just there to move you guys around, right? And then you guys deliberate. You have 2 hours. You have 2 hours to deliberate. I'm going to put a poll up for the other chat that's not in the jury room, and everyone's going to listen to you guys talk. You're all going to deliberate in front of the rest of the chat. I'm going to put a poll up like we do, you know, during the streams and everything, and the chat is going to they're going to vote on what you guys are doing, not what they think Jensen is guilty or not guilty. They're going to vote on whether or not the jury room people, are going to reach a verdict of guilty, not guilty, or a hung jury. Okay. So when you guys vote, it's not going to have anything to do with the real trial. It's only what you think they're going to come back with. So I want you guys to be, you know, somewhat part of that too, and listening. And but just like a real jury, you're going to have people that are stating facts of what they heard, and you're going to have people fucking the facts up. So, and one of the biggest, you know, it's not a rule, but in order to qualify, you need to have been in here for at least 75% of the time watching the trial. Because if you're one of these people that comes in the last hour and you have no idea what's going on, you fuck the whole thing up for everybody. So at least 75% of the trial, we need you to have watched. And then you guys deliberate. And I'm just going to be there just to move things along, answer a question if I have to, and then enforce the rules if people start getting a little loud or something. I'm not going to do like I do the breakdowns, and I'm trying to tell you guys all that. I'm not talking. I'm not going to be an actual official juror. So, because real jury, they can, like, if they want to look at an exhibit, you know, they can write a message to the judge like, hey, can we see this video again? So that's kind of the role, you know, I'm going to be playing. So if you want to be part of it, it's a cool way to interact other than just typing out, you know, words on a screen. You get to really come on and let's do it. Let's be part of it. I think that'd be awesome. And if we can do this for every trial that we do, dude, that would just be super, super cool. Because the same thing you guys are thinking, you got to think that the jury right now is thinking. You know what I mean? All the stuff that we've all been talking about and bringing up, and, you know, there's all these theories and people are disagreeing with different things. I think it'd be awesome. And that's fine. I mean, even listening is fine. I mean, I don't think you need to have seen like every single exhibit. I mean, if you were in a real life courtroom, then yeah, but you know, some of the exhibits are kind of stupid anyway. But some, I mean, some of it we can pull up a bit, you know what I mean? Like when we did the forensic guy, I was playing that and I was kind of pointing out some different things, you know, where they're showing like the computer login stuff. And so I think something like simple like that, you know, I could probably pull things up like that. And then just like the real case, though, you don't get to factor in the letter, and you don't get to factor in the 2 voicemails where she says that my husband is the one that killed me. So you can't take that into consideration. But you guys are lucky because you've seen the 2008 footage that we've been showing. And you guys have heard all the lawyer arguments, right? A real jury doesn't get to hear the lawyer arguments. They don't get to watch the previous trial. So you guys have access to more stuff. And the point of that is knowing all of the behind the scenes details is that when these verdicts come out, right? And this is why we have like programs like the Innocence Project and things like that, right? Because sometimes the courts get it wrong. You know what I mean? So knowing all of the facts and maybe things you shouldn't have known and whatever, that could drastically change the outcome of a verdict. So it's kind of a little twist. And then I said earlier on the lunch break, so a movie that I really, really like, because I watch a lot of journalist type movies. I watch a lot of like court movies, things like that. So one movie that I really like is called Runaway Jury. And it's got Gene Hackman, Dustin Hoffman, John Cusack, all these people. Jeremy Piven. I forgot the girl's name. But if you haven't seen it, it's good. It's a lawyery movie. It was kind of made because it was like one of the first G word trials, right? When a G word kills somebody. And then the G word company gets sued, right? So it was kind of like based on, how that all started, whatever. But it's a cool trial. And it's about a juror being planted on the jury to affect the outcome of the case. So I said during lunch that I'm going to maybe or maybe not, you guys won't officially know. So there may or may not be a planted juror in the jury room trying to sway the vote one way or the other. You guys have to stick with the facts of the case that you know. And remember, if you come out as a hung jury, the fucking state is costing more taxpayers' money. So yeah, 2-hour stream. I'm planning. When it gets close to the 2-hour stream, I'm going to pause you guys and I'm going to say, hey, we're getting at that point, 2 hours. I'd like to cut it, but if you guys want to go a little bit longer, all of you let me know, because you might be at a point where you're like really right there. You guys are kind of digging. You're almost at a thing, and we need a little bit more time. So if you guys are like, yeah, Kev, give us a little bit more time, we'll set it in 30-minute intervals. I'm gonna have a timer set, okay? Because I don't want to turn this into no 6-hour stream. We're gonna have the timer set, right? And then if you're like, yeah, can you give us a little more time? I'm going to set it for 30 minutes. And then when that timer goes off, I'm going to be like, okay, where are we at? All right. Now, obviously, a real jury can take days if they need to. If they're hung, that judge is sending their asses back in that jury room. right? So especially in this case, Jesus Christ, if this case, dude, they come out hung, that judge is sending them back in there as many times as possible. But if you guys are, I'll tell you at the 5-minute mark, and if you guys are like, hey, yep, I think we're ready, then I'm going to say, okay, great. I'm going to have the chat get in their last-minute votes on what they think you guys have decided, and then we're going to close the polls. I'm going to tell the jury room what the chat thinks you decided. I'm going to have you guys, I'm going to ask you, juror number 1, what is your vote? And you're going to tell me guilty or not guilty. And I'm going to write it down. Juror number 2, guilty or not guilty. Right? We're going to write it down until we get to all the jurors. And we're going to tally it up. But it's got to be unanimous, one way or the other. That's your goal, unanimous. So really, the first person that has a different answer, it's a hung jury. But I'm going to go through all the jurors just so everybody knows anyway. But yeah, that's your goal, is to, whatever. So, and the reason I want to do it Friday and just get it over with is because we do have this other trial that I'm going to end up, because people are already watching that trial. So I don't want to do it like, I need to be able to catch up on that trial over the weekend, because my original thought was, let's just do this on Saturday. So I didn't expect the state to rest. So I thought we'd be able to do this twice. And it just didn't work out that way. And it was too fast to be like, okay, let's do this tomorrow night. It's too short notice for people. So this trial, we're going to end up having to do it kind of, towards the end, but it's not finished. The next trial, maybe while they're doing their actual deliberation, we'll do ours. So this one's a little different, but yeah, so I think we're going to have to end up restreaming some of the new trial over the weekend so that we can be caught up when Jensen is done. So anybody have any questions about any of that stuff? I'm really hoping that we can get 10 or 11 people in here doing this. Any questions about any of that stuff? And when you guys are in there too, just like, obviously I say naughty words, right? But I know some people are they don't like that. I know that. And we are getting a lot of older people watching right now. So I'm probably just going to preface to you guys, maybe not use naughty words in there because people might take it weird or the wrong way. I don't want anyone in that room feeling offended. It's one thing if I offend people, but I don't want you guys doing it. So maybe just be mindful of it. I'm not banning it, but just maybe be mindful. You may have a 60-year-old woman in there. She may not like that. So I'd say just, talk like you're talking to your grandma, but some of us have had some really awesome grandmas. Lenora, that's fine. Yeah. You don't have to be like new, like have been on my stream since day one of the trial. As long as you followed at least 75% of the Jensen trial, at least 75%. I don't care where you watched it from, but at least 75%. Then yeah. So if like today is your first day here and you're like, man, I've been watching over on Court TV or Law and Crime or wherever else, and I happen to stumble on your channel and man, this is awesome. Hey, you're good because you've been watching the trial at least. Scout says, I promise to try to not curse. Boss says, I had a hood grandma. My two grandmas just recently passed away, both within a week of each other. Both my grandmas were so cool. So cool. And they were a little naughty. Kind of a lot naughty, but they were cool. I'm the same way, boss. I can't talk without swearing either. I will say, those of you that are offended by the naughty words, it is proven that people that do cuss have a higher intelligence, and people tend to listen to them more. They're more drawn in to what the person, it makes them more trust. Let me put it, maybe I said that weird. It makes the person more trustworthy. That's a proven fact. Look that shit up. So, kind of an interesting thing. And the reason I know that is because I just learned that fact because of a certain thing that I was involved in. And I asked, like, ooh, should I maybe not say naughty words? Like, I think I'm, a little too much and I'm a little abrasive. And I'm not sure if people are going to listen to what I'm saying, and I need them to. And this is for something that's happening in the background that I can't talk to you guys about yet. And that person said, no, this is actually blah, blah, blah. Yeah, see, Daydreamer just said they are also more trustworthy. Yeah. No, I mean, look, if you guys, just maybe just watch the swearing. That's what I'm saying. I'm not banning it. I'm not saying you cannot say a naughty word, because I know a lot of us do. Just be careful. I don't want to have a 60-year-old woman in there who's like not necessarily offended by the fact that I say naughty words, because she's laughing at me anyway because she thinks I'm crazy. It's different when people are in an actual room. You know what I mean? Somebody may take it weird, like, oh my God, you're yelling at me. Don't cuss at me type shit. You know what I mean? Some people's, it's just, you guys know what I'm saying. I'm not your daddy. You already know. All right. Anyway, I'm going to jump off chat. We're at 9 hours and 22 minutes. I have to figure out what I'm doing for dinner. And I got to get video stuff editing started and do all my preparation for the next 10 hours like I do. And then again, tomorrow, 8:30 again. We always go live a little bit earlier. I'll probably go live at 8:20. We'll just kind of see. So yeah, that's to be expected. I will say this before I jump off, and then I'm literally ending this. So because attention is being drawn, I wanted to mention this, because attention is being drawn to a lot of other things that are happening right now. Okay. Try not to come in here and type, whether it's YouTube or Facebook, that such and such is on now if you guys want to watch that. Because what you do is you drag people off my platform and then our views just plummet. You know what I'm saying? Try not to do that. I'm well aware of other things that are going on and what's live, and we don't need to be dragging my entire platform off the stream to go watch something else. All right. That is that. Thanks for all the new members. I appreciate you guys. You guys are awesome. Those of you that sent in some donations, you guys are cool too. Thank you. And those that can only just share the stream, that stuff works too. That's a great way to help support and all of that stuff. All right. Talk to you guys later. Love you. You're awesome. You guys have been so much fun. See you guys tomorrow morning.